Iowa State beats Kansas State 24-21. PK, biggest moments of this game, the people who impressed you, or the groups of players who impressed you, or the groups of players or people who horrified you?
I think the biggest moments are always when you score touchdowns.
Iowa State's defense, not exactly the secondary, not exactly covered itself in glory, letting two guys get loose deep in the fourth quarter of a game in which they led. Oops.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Kansas State, they've got players. Obviously the field conditions were sloppy early on. The play was sloppy, but they got better as the game went on. Both teams offensively got better. You listen to the coaches talking about adjustments made at halftime, those types of things. So I thought it was an exciting game with an exciting ending to it. It was close. If I'm Kansas State, I'm disappointed, obviously, but nothing as far as what they need to accomplish is lost, especially since you only need to finish in second place. Two good teams that I think are going to be factors to be reckoned with each and every week as they begin conference play in earnest in 2 or 3 weeks, and away we go. I picked Iowa State to be in the conference title game. Nothing has changed my mind there. So, yeah, I thought overall it was a good experience listening to stuff that was broadcast about on the radio and television, asking the Irish people what they knew about college football. It was funny, and what a trip to be able to do that for the youngsters, the band, and all the other auxiliary people who get to go as being part of it. Overall, I thought it was a success, and Kansas State, someone had to lose, but there's still plenty of time for them to be a significant factor, and I think they will.
The other Big 12 team playing was Kansas, and they rolled past Fresno State 31-7. It was 24-7.5. They got that last touchdown midway through the third quarter. Sometimes you see that 31-7 score, and the game was tight for a long time, and they blow it open the fourth, but that was not the case here. Kansas was in charge in that game, scoring on their first two possessions, and never headed.
No, I expected that. I think that that quarterback, if he's healthy, is very, very good. Kansas is an improving team. Adds to the excitement of the conference in terms of who's going to win it, what are you going to get each and every Saturday. I love the each and every. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what happens there. A lot of intrigue. Just makes the whole thing fun trying to predict because so many things can happen. It can go down several different roads.
Hawaii beat Stanford 23-20. BYU's second game, of course, is against Stanford. Stanford's quarterback Ben Gilbranson really struggled, 15 of 30 for 109 yards. And Hawaii, with the field goal as time runs out, actually a couple of fourth quarter field goals, put them in front and give them the 23-20 win. You watch much of that game?
No.
UNLV in the Mountain West had a great year last year, struggled to beat Idaho State, needed 2 fourth quarter touchdowns. They beat Idaho State 38-31 in Dan Mullen's Vegas debut. And Portland State got blown out 42-0 by Tarleton State, so we had to see something very lopsided from the get-go at LaVell Edwards Stadium next week.
I didn't need Portland State to play.
To confirm that?
Yeah.
Michigan Wolverines, Cincinnati freshman Bryce Underwood is their starting quarterback. The former top overall prospect will quarterback Michigan when they face New Mexico Saturday in the season opener. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Pitch coming. Ohtani. It's a rocket to right field, way back there, and way gone. The Dodgers with their 4th home run of this Sunday afternoon in the 45th of the season for the reigning MVP. It's now 8-2.
2-1. Pitch to Jazz. Swung on deep drive. Right field. It's hit hard. Going. Goodbye. Jazz Tism, everybody, with a home run tonight. His second 2-run shot. It's 7-5 Yankees.
And now here's Cal Raleigh, fresh from setting the Major League record. Tight and swinging a drive deep to left field. More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal Raleigh with his historic 49th home run of the year. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher in the history of the game of baseball, and he does it right away on August the 24th on a Sunday afternoon here at T-Mobile. Home run number 49 on the year.
Mariners go on to beat the Athletics 11-4. I think if I'd been sitting there in the crowd watching him homer in the first and second, I'd have started thinking about 4 home runs in the game. But he ended up 3 for 5. Mariners get the W, and he passes Salvador Perez. Up next, number 50. Think he'll get to 60?
No.
Yeah. 11 homers down the stretch would be a lot to ask. He's got about 30 games or so left. Dodgers, you heard them hit 4 home runs. Shohei Ohtani, his 45th home run. They beat the Padres 8-2. They avoid the sweep. Those two teams are tied for the top spot in the National League West.
Yeah, they were talking about it, obviously, on the radio. And going forward, the Padres have not just the easier schedule of the two. They've literally got the easiest schedule in the entire major leagues the rest of the way. They play the Colorado Rockies 7 times, for what it's worth, as far as that goes. Both teams will be in the postseason, and that's all that matters. I mean, if you're the Dodgers, you take beating them 4 out of 6 anytime. If you should get in a 7-game series. Padres, very few teams in the bottom 5 in home runs win the World Series. The last, I've been comparing them to the Giants. The last team to do that,
Giants?
2012. I told you, it's about the pitching and timely hitting. Now, the Padre lineup is much better than the Giants had, offensively speaking, but it's all about the pitching anyway. 90% of it, and then timely hitting, and away you go. So we shall see. I think they've got as good a chance as anyone, but it's baseball, and as good a chance as anyone literally means nothing.
Yeah, it means it's pretty wide open.
Well, baseball is always wide open. So
Dodgers hit 4 homers off that pitching yesterday, and they nearly hit 5. There's a potential grand slam that was caught and was above the wall out there in center field. It was a sac fly in the first inning.
And my guy, Bob Nightingale, who I know you like to read scores, but I've got other stuff here.
Tell me about Bob Nightingale.
In his USA Today column.
Did he talk expansion?
Well, he talked about the realignment since Manford mentioned it at the Little League game. What was it, last week? And what will come of it. But he did mention expansion. He said expansion, quote, is still scheduled to take place in 2031 or 2032. Manford tells owners, with Salt Lake City and Nashville as the 2 heavy favorites. Not just favorites, but heavy favorites.
I'd be interested in this because they keep saying, team in the East, team in the West, and the favorites, and now heavy favorites. There's already 8 teams in the Pacific and Mountain time zones. Why do they need a 9th team? I assume Colorado's going with somebody in the Central time zone then?
Well,
That must
they would be in the
logic.
Southwest Division with the Texas. There's only 1 team in the Mountain time zone.
Yeah, yes. But there's 8 in the 2, and I thought they could just be 4 team divisions, and that would be it. But apparently not, which works out for all the baseball fans here.
Well, if they added, then there would be 2 in the Mountain Division or the Mountain Time Zone. So, I mean, who really cares at that point? As long as you got a team, does it really matter what division you're in?
When you don't have a team and you're offered a team, you can just roll with whatever it is.
That didn't even register with me. I mean, I couldn't care less about that. It makes no difference.
Bees were up 7-2. They lose to Reno 10-8 in the series finale. They're going to Round Rock tomorrow. And Taiwan beats Nevada in the Little League World Series championship game. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
We want to get to the playoffs. There's no time to take time away. I mean, even if it's tactical, if it's video sessions, we aren't where we want to be. And the commitment that we have to each other, to our fans, it's a non-negotiable that we get better and use this time in a way that's going to move this group forward. And that can only be done with the collective being together, spending time together, believing together. And I think that's what breeds great teams. And so we'll use this as a mini camp because, again, if we don't get to the playoffs, then we have 10 weeks. I don't even know. We don't have time. We got to really commit to our craft, to our profession. We got a lot of people that we're responsible for in that ways.
That's Pablo Mastroeni after RSL gets beat decisively by Minnesota 3-1. They've got 3 weeks now before their next game, so it'll be a mini training camp to try to incorporate the new players, 3 relatively new starters here. I guess combined now they have 6 starts, the 3 of them. RSL beaten, and that whole thing Pablo was talking about a week ago about he didn't see the belief, the lack of belief on full display. They came out at the start of the game and made a big mistake and gave up an own goal, and came out in the start of the second half and quickly made another big mistake and gave up another goal and ended up losing 3-1. Victor Olatunji does look really good, and he scored the 1 goal and created some other really good chances, but they're going to need more. They see how far they are away from the top of the league with a 3-1 loss to Minnesota. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Tommy Fleetwood gets win number 1 on the PGA Tour. He had over $30 million in winnings without a win. Now he's over $40 million with a $10 million payday at the Tour Championship. And PK, there were shades of his previous collapses when he blew a 2-shot lead with 3 to go and a 2-shot lead with 4 to go earlier this year. He was up 3 and went down to 1, but big birdies for him at 12 and 13. He righted the ship and ended up winning comfortably by 3 shots.
He's been a very good golfer for a number of years. You know, he last won the Dubai, which was last year, and then obviously that he'd been near reaching the winner's circle in several tournaments, and he gets it. And with that in mind, his winning ways have returned. I guess you could say Fleetwood back.
There it is. Golf clap from
but not a
Yakin.
standing O.
Not standing. That was good, though.
And he celebrated. I mean, he's the one guy on the tour that can say, hey, I'm going to celebrate with my old lady.
See, there you go.
Because his wife is 23 years older. Reminds me of my father-in-law. It was the other way. Oh, yeah. He had a younger, his second wife, not my mother-in-law. My stepmother-in-law, I guess, who's only 6 years older than me. And then when he passes, if you get that with a big age gap in terms of inheritance, it really sucks.
She's keeping everything. She doesn't even know who you are anymore.
Despite my weekly emails.
Working on a restraining over there, order over there, are you?
No. She likes me. I was her favorite stepson-in-law.
Her only stepson-in-law?
She grew up in San Pedro, California, went to all the schools. That's how we ended up there, in that particular town. Still lives there.
What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, Shehan Jay-Regis, CBS Sports National College Football writer, will join us. Kevin Clark, host of This is Football on ESPN, will be here at 9:30. More football on the way. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got congestion on many of the roads in typical areas, Mountain View Corridor and Bangor Highway heading into the 201 freeway area, along with the 201 eastbound from Magna to the West Side Belt. Utah Highway Patrol hopes to open the northbound I-15 collector ramp near 2100 South in Salt Lake, but until then, backups go all the way back to Midvale right now. This update is brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but it doesn't have to be. Go to GoPaveUtah.com and keep your parking lot smooth with expert asphalt maintenance. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier, and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to BeehiveMills.com and get signed up today. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value. Absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU opens the season Saturday, 6 o'clock, LaVell Edwards Stadium. Portland State's in town. Be the first chance to see Bear Bachmeier in a college football game. Aaron Roderick on what sets Bear apart.
He throws a lot of completions. Yeah, he's really accurate. He's done a great job in camp taking care of the football. He's fewest interceptions of all the guys. A lot of explosive plays. Threw a bunch of touchdown passes and just has done a good job leading our team. And he's very mature, man. Our players gravitate to him. He's a good leader. And, all these guys are good leaders, but rare to see a freshman who can lead the team the way he does every day.
BYU Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide in 25 Tour. September 6th, Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guests Jimmy World and Newfound Glory. Get your tickets now at livenation.com. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
I always wonder if Jimmy Eat World would bite off more than it can chew. Like maybe start with Jimmy Eat State, like Rhode Island or something. Go right to the world. That's a lot.
Question of the morning. Week 0 is in the books. Iowa State beat Kansas State. Did watching this game give you confidence BYU and Utah can win the Big 12 championship?
Uh-huh.
Carter, this game doesn't have any impact on if Utah or BYU makes it to Arlington. The better team will go. Simple as that.
Oh, I disagree, man. You're looking at your competition. Your competition determines. I don't have to be fast. If I'm being chased by a bear, I just got to be faster than the other guy.
Now that you've seen Iowa State and Kansas State, do you think that you can beat them?
Yes.
That's the
point.
question, right?
So who said that?
That was Carter John G.
Well, Carter John G., I am going to delete that and ban you from our Facebook page because that is stupid. And now that we're into the season, I'm not going to tolerate stupidity.
You want to ban Daniel, too, because Daniel says Iowa State was expected to win. They made it to the Big 12 title game last year. All the win does is show that one Big 12 team can beat another Big 12 team.
Well, then we would never even bother to pay attention because every single game in conference shows that.
Brian, this had nothing to do with BYU or Utah. Jason, has nothing to do with the Utes or BYU winning anything.
That is simply untrue. And I am just appalled at the ignorance of our Facebook posters.
Joshua did watch it. He said that game was awful for almost 45 minutes. Teams finally got warmed up in the fourth quarter.
I think the setting, going to Ireland, and they weren't there that long, just a couple of days. It wasn't treated as a bowl game by any stretch. Probably it shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. It's cool for the auxiliaries, the band, and all these other people. They can just practice a little routine, and away you go. They get to experience everything.
Go do a little sightseeing.
Yeah.
But the team's grinding for the opener.
Right.
So much at stake.
And, it was raining, as it often does. They said they get 150 days of rain in Ireland, and we know when we see pictures of green all everywhere, and that's
How does
Irish
that happen?
we associate with green, and so obviously it has to rain a lot. And I grew up in the Northeast, and that's where no one had sprinklers because of the rain. The rain takes care. The sprinkler thing was out west here, where you get, like in Arizona, Phoenix, 6 inches of rain. 4 of that comes in the summer with the monsoons, and it was raining and all the fireworks, it was smoky. It's like I couldn't see on my television. I mean, you got the big screen TV, so that was a little bit better for you, unlike myself.
Just more smoke.
Well, I wouldn't know. You know, you've got the.
I'm here for all the smoke.
Right. What did he say, Yuck?
I got a big TV.
Yeah. So presumptuous, but that's who you are, and you know you were blessed with an abundance.
Well, and
so
said smoke apparently may have injured Dylan Edwards because he couldn't fill that punt cleanly.
Yeah. Dylan Edwards couldn't field the punt cleanly. Now, it was a turnover right back, so it didn't matter. But you got that going on, and they settled down. I think they're two very good teams, capable of literally beating anyone in this conference, for sure. And if I'm BYU Utah, that's exactly the kind of game I wanted. I didn't want a dominant game. Somebody to start thinking, hey, we're way better. Man, we are the cat's meow. We are all that. No, you don't want anybody getting ahead of themselves. So you've got that going on there. But I think it plays well into what BYU and Utah are trying to accomplish this year. Being able to be strong on defense and having enough offense to get the job done. It's much like, as I look at these teams, like I've said for decades in baseball, give me good pitching. I have to have good pitching. I have to have good defense. And then I have to have opportunistic offense. And if I can get that, of the three things that you need, I'm probably taking the other two over a prolific offense, because I think against the best teams, it's awfully hard to just simply outscore them. Now, there's going to be a game that might be 45-43. I understand that, but that could be the outlier. Give me the great defense and go from there. And I'm interested to see how these offenses, both BYU and Utah, develop over the course of the season. Whatever you have in this case, they'll play one game in August, but we'll just go the first month being September. You want to be better in November, and I think you're going to have to be. But I didn't see anything that makes me think they can't compete. And that's exciting.
Good but not great football. Do you think it was that opportunistic? I thought it was mostly drives. K-State
Well, in the
a couple
second
of big
half,
plays.
I think they got it together.
Yeah, K-State hit on a couple of big
You always
pass
need
plays.
big plays. It's very difficult, as we've heard many times over, to put together a 9-minute, 12-play drive. You need big plays. BYU last year had a number of big plays. Utah didn't have any, it seems. And if they had them, it was an interception return or something. BYU not only had big plays on offense, they had big plays on special teams. Their offense was not prolific last year, but you can argue that it was opportunistic, and they made some big plays.
Iowa State did benefit from the short fields, and they capitalized when they got
Well, they had the fourth down stop.
That gave them a short field.
And that was a big deal right there. So, but Avery Johnson is a dynamic quarterback. And I'm disappointed if you're a Kansas State fan. Of course you are. There's no doubt about it. You want to win every game, and anytime you lose, you're disappointed. That's natural. But I wouldn't be dismayed about the level of competence in the offense and his ability and their chances for contending. Not at all whatsoever. Zero.
K-State look a little bit like Utah's offense. Quarterback can run it. The RPO stuff gave him some throws. Their tight ends and 3 different tight ends caught the ball in that game.
Yeah, tight ends on both sides looked good, and they'll develop them more going forward. Utah's offense, I'm not sure. I haven't seen them. I mean, if he, speaking of Dampier, recreates what he did with the Lobos, then absolutely yes. But it remains to be seen. I mean, they can have the greatest offensive line in the history of offensive lines, but nobody in that backfield has run for 1 yard behind this offensive line yet. Not 1 yard. So I want to take a little bit of a cautious approach. I can come on here and be a blowhard and say it's going to be the greatest thing because blah, blah, blah. You love to talk about their greatest offensive line. You mention it every chance you get. But That offensive line has not blocked one play for Dampier when it matters. So, and that's not to say that they can't do it, but I still want to take a little bit of a let's see approach and then go from there. And then when we get to Texas Tech in 4 weeks, what they did the prior 3, it's not really going to hold a lot of credence with me because you're going to have to do it in the conference. And given the nature of this conference being so competitive, you're going to have to do it every week, most likely. Do I think they can? Sure, but I want to see. I mean, all we got now is talk. That's it. There's no track record of this offense at Utah doing anything. Jason Beck has not called one play for the University of Utah. I mean, up and down. It's completely brand new, which leads to the level of intrigue and excitement. Absolutely it does. And that's why we're all anticipating something. Is it going to be spectacular? Is it going to be good enough? Is it going to be disappointing? I mean, pick your level of anticipation where you want to go.
Tyson, he is trying to control his level of anticipation. He says, neither team looked great in my opinion, but I hesitate to draw too many conclusions with the weather being as bad as it was and the field being pretty awful.
Early, but later I thought that changed.
A lot of plays made in the fourth quarter.
And the offenses looked pretty doggone good.
Big plays and drives, both.
Yes. Right. And that's why I believe K-State with Avery Johnson going into his second full year as a starter, certainly any given game can be dangerous. I happen to think almost every game, if not every game, that team will be dangerous.
Chris says, book the return trip to Pasadena for New Year's Day. #Go Utes.
Yeah, I don't think they go there, but, I get his point. He's excited about what they can do. And the possibility is there. That is for sure. There's never been a single player in the history of Utah football coming in who's created this much excitement than Devin Dampier. Go ahead. Name me one. You can't. Nothing matches it in the history.
Of
Utah.
Sell it.
Yeah. With complete and total apologies and respect to Lee Grosscup.
Okay. Nice.
Yes.
Shout out the legend.
Yes. But there's never been one player who has yet to play a play bring this much level because it's largely based on him. It's like 90%.
In the time we've been here, not only is he the biggest deal, who would even come close?
Who would even come close? That's where you come in. Because you like that stuff. That's why I keep throwing this stuff out there. Because then you love to be in the past. And then you go through all. I couldn't have any idea. I have no clue.
The person who maybe came close, but you and I weren't here for it, and it was such a different era in the media and everything, would be Scott Mitchell, because he was a really talented local quarterback in an era when BYU was getting all the quarterbacks. The Utes got him. There must have been a lot of excitement about that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to trust you on that one.
U-State Iceman, who does not have a dog in the Big 12 fight, says Big 12 squads quit slacking. Strap on the boots and grind, or you're toast in this conference.
Quit what?
Quit slacking.
Who's slacking?
Big 12 squads. Quit slacking. I think that's more a warning than I doubt there's any information on this squad.
In order to quit something, that means you have started something.
Right.
And I don't think they've started anything in terms of slacking.
I think this more goes to thought it was a good competitive league. Two teams were supposed to be good and competing with everyone. Went out and competed with each other. The league is going to be a lot like it was last year. If you do quit,
you're going to get run over.
Yes, you will.
So it's more in the future, not in the present tense. Being the grammatarian that I am.
That kid, grammatarian.
Yes. Right. That stems from my grandma. She was a Terrian, therefore she was a Grammatarian. So I don't think anybody. I think even the bottom, whoever ends up being the bottom, they may not be consistently a tough out, but on a given Saturday, they can be a tough out. I really believe that. When you look at a conference, I look at a conference as a batting order. You know, if your top 2 or 3 guys in the batting order are not good, then you suck. Everybody should have that. But the quality of a conference is determined by your 6, 7, 8, and now with the DH, 9 hitters.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got tough outs at that level,
then you got something.
Yeah. And that's what I think the Big 12 has. And I know they're going to, they don't have the top heavy, blah, 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 blah. That remains to be seen. It's a fallback commentary that is safe because you look at these programs and, what are there, 16, and none of the 16 has consistently for a 30, 40, 50-year period been a top blue blood program. So it's easy to say, oh, yeah, they got some good teams. What that tells me is you really don't know about the teams. So you just go back and you say, they've got some good teams, but whereas if you knew, you would start pointing out, well, this group has these guys, this group has these guys, but they don't really know them, so they just kind of dip their toe in the water with a safe comment. But to me, if you're going to talk about a quality conference, the Big 12 has to be right in the discussion with anybody because we're talking about a conference. We're not talking about Ohio State and whoever is the second flavor now. Oregon is since they're in it, and then maybe a Penn State or Michigan, blah, blah, blah. Sure, those teams, yeah, absolutely have been top heavy, no doubt about it. But once you entertain the word conference, then I think the Big 12 deserves as much consideration as anybody.
Will it be as even as it was last year? Because that's the depth you're talking about. You get down to team 6, 7, you're still sitting there with 8 and 9 win teams that were a game out of first
and
place.
What was wrong with that? Why is that bad?
Because it only gets you one team in the playoff.
That's
the beauty pageant,
a committee.
And the beauty
that's
pageant,
not talent.
You will get judged poorly by the beauty pageant.
But yet the team that went right to the end with a national brand. And the team that went right to the end with a national brand was pushed to the limit by multiple teams. Looking at you, Kansas, looking at you, BYU. Go back and look at their scores. There were 6 games, I think, were 1-score games.
If you want
actually 7 and 8 if you count the 2 losses.
If you want to do that whole comparative score thing, the whole league was close to ASU. Then ASU was close to Texas. And Texas was close to Ohio State, who won it all.
Right.
Now,
so the hand bone is connected to the elbow. I mean, we've got the whole body of work right there. That's what they need to pump. That's what your Mark and his guys, that's what they need to talk about because there wasn't much difference. The best that got in by virtue of winning the game in Arlington gets the automatic bid, and then they play a national brand. That was a controversial non-call right at the end. So somehow, if it's at the end, it's far more controversial than it was in the first quarter. But that's the way we are as sports fans, and it was decided by a play. Well, basically, BYU and ASU was decided by a play. So you could argue that there was 3 or 4 teams that could have done and possibly made that play in that Peach Bowl. Yeah, that's what they need to pump up.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Collector ramp on northbound I-15 at 2100 South remains closed. Anyone trying to exit at 2100, 1300 South, or West Temple from I-15, I-80, or the 201 freeway will be diverted onto other streets. Not sure when it will be reopened, but Utah Highway Patrol only says it will be closed for a bit. This update is brought to you by UTA. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Game, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic you're missing along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. KSLSportsZone.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City. The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last? Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and 0 hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
3, 2,
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah will be at the Rose Bowl Saturday night as they open the season against the UCLA Bruins. 9 o'clock kickoff Mountain Time. Jason Beck, the new offensive coordinator, on the need for his offense to be consistent every day.
That's been what we're looking at every day. You know, who's consistently day in, day out making those plays. And some guys have been emerging that way and doing a nice job. Some guys are close, and we're just trying to keep forcing that issue of what we're asking them to do so that we can count on them in critical situations. So, you know, up front, they're setting the tone every day with that consistent work, and for everybody else to follow along with that.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Barbecue delivers bold, smoky barbecue. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for your next event.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a season-opening home game for the Aggies as they welcome UTEP to Maverick Stadium. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day is Bruce Springsteen. His legendary Born to Run album debuted 50 years ago today. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Sprung from cages on Highway 9, chrome, you feeling jacked out, stepping out over the line.
Whoa!
Oh, man, Jersey, it ripped the bones right from my back. When I came to Phoenix in the desert, I was boneless in the back.
Sounds painful.
Yeah. I mean, come on. The streets of Jersey, the swamps. Oh, man. Oh, this is tough, let me tell you.
How many times has he sung those lyrics? In 50 years.
Enough to buy mansions in various places.
Well, that's true. We're seeing new records set, PK. Remember when there used to be quarterbacks and then transfer quarterbacks? And then we saw people. We saw players, QBs, going to 3 schools in 5 years. And we thought, that is crazy. And then it became routine. But now Kentucky has topped it all. They have named Zach Calzada their starting quarterback. He is a 7th-year senior playing for his 4th school.
I think we got to get away with 7th-year seniors.
3 years at Texas A&M, 1 at Auburn, where he never played, 2 at Incarnate Word, and now he's at Kentucky. 4 schools in 7 years. That's your traditional college
That's
experience.
a Declaration of Independence or something, isn't it?
A little bit. He's going to have a lot of college reunions to go to. Get the guys together.
Actually, he'll be a man from nowhere.
That's the truth.
When
right
you
there.
do all those transfers. The one position that I get it is quarterback. You know, in the end, I guess maybe it's a little different now. I was going to say in the end, what you take are relationships. You know, when this thing is done, for me, I'm not going to remember what. I'm going to remember who. Corso is going to be celebrated this week, right?
Yes.
He's going out.
90 years old, doing his last show.
And so I was looking at some stuff about him, and they had the thing where they went on the screen, and he was sitting in a theater. It was about 6 minutes long, and it was so touching. I mean, if you're that guy, I don't know how you're not sobbing. On various levels. But what is he going to be remembered for?
He's going to be remembered for putting on the headgear, and he's going to be remembered for the crowd going nuts. Either they're like, yeah, he picked us.
Right.
Or, boo, you bum.
Not one single analysis as an ex-coach is anybody going to remember.
I'll remember one, but I'm just bitter.
Well, he picked against your team or something. I mean, and he picked hundreds for or against.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to be remembered for the headgear and the fun and the fun/silliness, which is fun in a lot of ways. And so you wonder, as these kids transfer all over the place, will they bring with them the relationships? Because that's what's going to matter in the long term. But you've got a couple things working now in today's world, one being money, and then for the quarterbacks, because it is such a position that only one guy plays, do they need to bounce around? Because you only get a finite amount of time. So is it more understandable for the quarterbacks? The Saturday's practice, I was listening to Dillingham yesterday when they put the stuff online, and they were asking him about somebody in the defensive backfield who's going to start. And he says, it doesn't matter. They're all going to play. The only positions where I think starting is a big deal is center and quarterback. And because of that, does the quarterback, like Bachmeier's brother Hank, went to 3 different schools, right? We've seen that. That's not that unusual. Yeah. But they're trying to find a place, particularly the highly rated quarterback who has been told as an Elite 11 and is big man on campus, everything is you're great, blah, 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 blah. The dream is bitter when it dies. It is the most bitter, I believe, of any position because you're the glamour spot and the family gets involved. I've seen parents at BYU, multiple sets of parents, strut around because they thought he was going to be something. I know of a quarterback here locally at a high school level whose pops strutted around like crazy. He goes to a Division I, and it doesn't work. He literally has massive mental health issues, massive, and I don't want to get into it any more than that. And my 2-bit psychology analysis as well, they thought he was going to be all that. And when it dies, it is so difficult to accept, so they end up chasing the dream from Auburn to Incarnate Word, and he must have done well at Incarnate Word. Yeah. That's old Cam Ward's school down in Texas, and then he bumps back up to
the SEC again.
Yeah. So we sit back and think, oh, well, that's crazy. But put yourself in those shoes, and the nature of the position where one guy plays, and then you have to hope for ineffectiveness. You really don't want to hope for injury.
Yeah, that's an excellent point about that your coach at ASU makes about the guys rotate through. The O-line, those 5 don't tend to get rotated occasionally. But the thing is on the O-line, like if you're not the best left tackle, well, then they move you to right tackle or left guard. So you got to be one of the best 5 to get out there.
Right, but you got multiple opportunities.
To get out there. Now, if you're 6th or 7th, then you're sitting there waiting for an injury, which may well come.
Yeah, and usually you're a sophomore.
Yeah, that could be too.
So your time is going to come if you're in the 2 deep. Your time will come.
But a quarterback no. It's so fickle.
Right.
Like some guys get buried and never get a shot, and they're behind some Iron Man, and then somebody else is sitting there like, I'm 3rd string, I'm not even practicing, and like 6 weeks into the season, they're the starter. It's like there'll be plenty of teams that go 3 deep with quarterbacks this year.
So they bounce around, and I get it. I get what they're trying to do because they're trying to play. And then if you're not as good, if you're not a world beater, well, maybe you can just find a way on an NFL roster or a practice squad, and you can bounce around. I mean, you look at Ty Detmer, was in the league 14 years or so.
Awesome.
That's pretty cool.
A full-time starter for, I think, one of those years.
Who cares?
1 year in Philly, he was a full-time starter, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he wanted to be, but now that it's long since been done, what memories and relationships, not to mention the money, that he was able to accrue.
Tons of them.
Yeah.
He's got to have a ton.
He tells Brett Favre stories all the time. And that's pretty awesome.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. So you got something you got to say, huh? You got something
that Matt Campbell said after the game yesterday or Saturday that I think is crucially important.
Iowa State head coach. All right, we'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 Tour. September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Jimmy Eat World in Newfound Glory. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier, and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to BeehiveMills.com and get signed up today. That's BeehiveMills.com.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OEC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We
We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and the great folks at Beehive Meals.
All right, lessons, statements, things you'd like to underline and put an exclamation point after.
I made sure I listened to what Matt Campbell had to say after the game. The coach has my utmost respect. Not that he cares or even knows me, but I mean, I've talked to him. He's going to I'm a faceless person in a crowd to him, as I am to everybody.
Not true.
My dog, he recognizes me.
That's true.
He wants to play chicken with me. And one of the things he said that really stuck out to me is that we've got our staff together. So essentially, we are built to win and built to win now because we don't have a lot of changes in our program. And if you have your staff together, I think that's critical. We know historically, LaVelle Edwards, those guys didn't go anywhere. In fact, when Norm Chow left, it was like the biggest, most controversial news ever. Someone left BYU's coaching staff.
It was actually a very big deal.
You know, they do it all over the place, right?
What happened? There was an argument at the other end of the bench from where you were standing.
Yeah, it was a big
because those
deal.
guys had never argued before.
Right.
Just in public one time.
It was funny that was such a big deal.
Huge.
And Campbell saying that makes me think, yeah. And you look at BYU, the staff literally has stayed together. Not just the known guys, the secondary guys who are still coaching, the Gary Andersons of the world, been there for 3 years now. And Jay Hill talking about, I need to get up to speed with the personnel when he first got the job. Well, now he's way up to speed. He's as up to speed as he can possibly be. He knows everybody's weaknesses and strengths up and down, inside out. And I think that's extremely important for your team's success if you can have that. Now, we understand that coaches are going to move. They're going to get higher paying jobs. They're going to view things as an opportunity that's better at school X. Or they're going to get promoted, move up from position to coordinator to head coach, whatever it might be. So you're not going to have that all the time. But when you do have it, it is important. And Campbell was talking about Iowa State has it. And that's why, among other reasons, they're going to be a force the entire time, all the way through November. They are going to be a force, I believe. And I think that's important. And you look at BYU's got it. Looking at Utah, when is the last time a defensive coach has been fired? Because the leader has fired offensive guys many times over. Now, once you have one guy
Morgan was there a long time. Kalani left on his own. Then before that, it's Kyle who got promoted. Before that, it's his dad who I think left for the NFL, but now I'm getting fuzzy. So
they brought in, there must have been a cornerbacks coach had to have left because, was it Jay Hill going to Weber? Because then they brought in Sharif, who was a lawyer.
Yeah, they might have let a position coach go, but I can't remember. And over 30 years, are you going to find one or two?
No, I'm just thinking when he's a head coach.
It doesn't happen very often.
And
the defensive coordinators don't get fired, and the position coaches, if they do, it's
Justin
very
Anna
rare.
left to go be the defensive coordinator at Utah State, and then they brought in Swan to do his thing. Sione Poha left to retired from, but really only a year, and then he went to BYU, and then they
But the Sharif opening might have been Jay Hill going to Weber State.
Luther Ellis.
Yeah.
Because Lewis Powell's been there for a number of years. And when I ask anyone who has any degree of interest in college football, what's the strength of Utah's program?
The consistency.
Where?
Oh, on the coaching staff. Well, I mean, obviously it starts with a head coach. His philosophy doesn't change, and he doesn't change. He's been there 2 decades. And, quote, unquote, his guys, they don't tend to change very often. They do on the offensive side, but not on D.
And
the strength of the ball and the strength of the ball is the defense. Yeah.
Right. But on the offensive side,
there has been change.
I would say darn near constant change.
It was fairly stable under Andy. I mean, if you get a coordinator that
fairly stable, you're right.
Has a 4 or 5 year run, that's pretty good right there. Now it's not incredibly stable because that's defense, and that's what you're seeing on that side of the ball.
Right.
But if you do have an OC who comes in and gives you 4 or 5 years, and I think to the point that Campbell's making,
what did they accomplish those 4 or 5 years?
Well, the first time Andy was here, they start over with almost a complete rebuild. 2004, so many people left. So many coaches, tons of players, and they built it over 4 years, and obviously it ended with the Sugar Bowl and beating Alabama in another undefeated season.
And then what else did Andy coordinate?
When he came back, they won almost immediately. I mean, the team was loaded with talent, and he came in. They'd been in the conference title game the year before, and they did it again.
He coordinated 2 Rose Bowl appearances.
That would be years. Year 1 was the 11-1 season that got him to a conference title game. Year 2 was 2020, which is a mess. And then year 3 and 4, Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
So, when he gets to his 3rd and 4th season, he's pretty good. Go ahead and look at those records and come up with another answer. Then they're pretty good when he gets to year 3 and 4. And actually, looking at his resume, he doesn't get to year 3 and 4. I mean, he's moved around a lot. Actually, after the Sugar Bowl, he ended up, he did a couple other things, but he ended up going to San Diego State a few years later. And I remember thinking, ooh, this could be, but he was only there 2 years, took off, got a better job. Gone. So a lot of his stops, you don't get to see what year 3 and 4 looks like. But years 3 and 4 at Utah, yeah, they've worked.
So Campbell's statement is shown and evidenced through the U of U's program, and where they've had consistency on defense for decades, and hardly anybody ever moves, hardly anybody gets replaced or fired. Offensively, they've been replaced or moved consistently. And where has the team needed the most improvement offensively?
I would say that not only does Campbell's statement proven at the U, but I would say the same thing at the Y.
Yes,
because
of course.
A-Rod went in there his first 2 years. Kalani's first 2 years, he had Ty Detmer, and 9-4, 4-9. So then they make the change. A-Rod comes in, they go 7-6, 7-6. Now it's like Andy Ludwig. You get to year 3, 11-1. You get to year 4, 10-3. Now they dealt with quarterback injuries the next 2 years. Jaron Hall, tried to play through it, and it was obvious. Everybody who watched the Notre Dame game in Las Vegas, like, well, he's not healthy. There's something wrong there. So that took a little bit of luster, 8-5. The next year it's 5-2. They lose the quarterback. They lose 5 straight games at the end of the year. But then last year they have a healthy quarterback, and it's right back to 11 wins again. So do you have that consistency, familiarity, and is the QB healthy? And then you got a pretty good idea what's going to happen with A-Rod. Because that offensive staff has been together. It's not just A-Rod, Fessie's been there a long time.
8 years?
Yeah. Now, they have had changes with the O-line coach.
They have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, to your point, or to Campbell's point about consistency, yeah, you can see it paying off at both Utah and BYU. I guess the crazy thing is that Utah State has had so much change, and last football season accepted, it has largely gone pretty well. I mean, it's crazy what's happened on basketball. That's unbelievable.
Well, basketball's a different sport.
It is. It is. You get the two best players. You can make stuff happen. Right. And the good news for you is a lot of your competition has just as much instability as you do. Everything's changing all the time everywhere.
Well, in the Mountain West,
football, there's just so many people 11 on the field at a time, but the whole roster, the staffs are enormous.
Right. Right. And so when a coordinator is changed, that normally means
position coaches are going to change. The quote-unquote analysts,
right.
I don't know the analyst doesn't mean what it used to mean. They're out on the field now, so.
Right. Well, they brought in new Coy Detmer Jr. is doing it, and the other guy, Bajakian, who ended up being the coordinator now, is at UMass. And so he was doing that last year.
I guess the lack of consistency and the massive amount of turnover is why, even though I figure Bronco will be good in the long run at Utah State, you just wonder how he's going to do right out of the gate. Except at that level, there is such a lack of consistency that maybe he's dealing with inconsistency, but a bunch of people he's competing with are too, so maybe it's a wash and maybe it won't hold him back. UNLV's had a ton of change. UTEP in the opener here, their coach is in his second year, but they got a brand new quarterback.
But I think at that level,
you see 50, 60, 70 guys
there
coming
are
going.
more changes that take place.
So maybe that'll be a little bit of a wash and help Bronco out right out of the gate.
Potentially.
There still has to be a winner and a loser, as you like to say.
It's hard for me to see them being a consistent contender this year. But Bronco has been a master rebuilder of programs. He's done it in every place he's been. It's funny, we had on Rick Wright, the long time columnist for Albuquerque Journal, and he's talking about how there was such angst and anger of Bronco leaving. Mm-hmm. And why is that? Well, because he won the most games they won in 10 years.
See?
If he was 2-10, how much angst was...
Don't let the door hit you.
So, inadvertently, they were complimenting him.
Yeah. Well, and especially because of the way the season went. That was a slow start.
0-4. You can't get any slower.
So, that means 5-2, and then they lost the finale.
Yeah.
But, man, for New Mexico, to be following their games and see them win 5 out of 7... Yeah. That's not a big deal at some schools, but in New Mexico, that's...
Well, they haven't won 5 games since, I think, Bob Davie in 2016.
So that alone...
And Bronco got it done last year.
And the fact that they could dismiss the first 4 losses, well, he was just getting them together there in the opening month.
Yeah. And so it's funny
it's a roller coaster.
He got run out of town because he left. Well, they're upset because he won to the level that... And I know 5-7, but we're talking about New Mexico here, where there's like 2,000 people in the state.
But it's also winning 5 times in 7 games. And I haven't gone through their schedules, but you just got to imagine how many times the last 30 years have they had any stretch where they were 5-2.
Right.
A handful,
that's
and
why.
not recently.
He knows what he's doing. Anybody can see it, even if you don't know anything about him. Just look at the numbers, and it'll reflect in what he's been able to do. I think he'll get the job done in Logan because he's always gotten the job done. But I do think he's going to need some time because if he got to 7 wins this year, that would be phenomenal. Now, the good thing for him is that he's a very loyal guy, and he tends to hire the same people. So if you work for Bronco Mendenhall, I don't want to say you have a job for life, but he's willing to consider you strongly. So there is some continuity among the staff, among themselves, not necessarily with the players. That's all been new that they've had to speed that up and do through the spring practices and here in August. We'll see how it plays out. But when Campbell said that, thinking, yeah, that really does matter. And it's extremely important that you do that. I think it's one of the reasons why we think BYU basketball is going to hit the ground running much more this year than last year, because Kevin Young has kept his staff intact. Now, the nature of college basketball is darn near most teams are bringing in way more new guys than they used to because of the portal. So everybody seems to be in the same boat there. But I think with Kevin Young having his second year and all the guys around him and the strength guy or the nutritionist is a lady, all those folks, they're all in their second year. And there's an adjustment that you have to make, and they've made it. And so I'm real interested to see how they do right out of the chute. My guess is they do much better, and I can tell you through conversations with him, table side, he thinks he's got a whale of a team.
Feeling good.
Yes, and it's almost like, not quite, but it's almost like, wow.
Well, they do have some continuity. I mean, they're going to have some key guys back this year. Now, they've lost some key guys and got key guys to integrate.
But everybody does in basketball.
But not everybody has key players back.
That's where I think they'll hit the ground running.
Right.
And they will have a much better non-conference season. They will have, and that's, I mean, they're playing much better talent and much better competition than they did last year.
But that can really help them grow, even if they lose some
and so
of them.
then when they get into conference play, I don't think we'll be sitting here at 2-4 thinking, where's this team going?
That would be so surprising.
Yeah.
They will have already had tests and shakedown cruises. They found out that their team had problems in the first 6 conference games that they didn't really know they had, or maybe didn't know to what degree they had them, even though they thought this could be a weakness for us, and then they found out, oh, that's definitely a problem. Now, with this schedule, those weaknesses are going to be getting identified in November. They got big games.
Plus, he has grown individually as a coach, as a head coach, because it had been in a while that he was a leader of a program. And he talked about that. I flat out asked him, what you learn out of the catching situation? And he gave a real careful answer.
He did.
But he learned stuff that's going to benefit him. And so that's why I think they're positioned. And the continuity of your coaches, as Matt Campbell said, I think it's underappreciated.
I think that he was, and his staff, were always good at evaluating the basketball part of it, but the fit, players with each other, players with their roles, players with the school, I think they're way dialed in with all of that in a way they just couldn't be 12 years ago. It was too new to too many of them, because he hired a lot of people he knew, and obviously a lot of people he knew were in the NBA and hadn't done the college thing.
Now, he hired everybody he knew.
Right.
With the exception of Chris Burgess.
Which was why I wanted to say, most of them didn't have college experience, because obviously Burgess did. But I just think they're way more attuned to that. And it's not like they didn't know it was an issue a year ago, but now they've lived it.
Right. And that's why I want to take a little bit of a cautious approach with Utah's offense. I think the ingredients are there. I'm not really worried about it, but I do think I need to allow them, and we need to allow them, and the fans need to allow them some form of adapting to the circumstances.
Yeah, but don't you feel like it's going to be the same thing again?
What?
The running game's going to be really good, but the passing game is going to take a while to come along. First off, the passing game's more complicated than the running game. It's more detailed, and you have to be better at it. The strengths of the roster look like they lend themselves to a good running game more than they do to a good passing game, and it doesn't mean the passing game can't come along, but, man, I have a hard time believing they can just add water, stir, and with all the new pieces of the puzzle, the passing games look great. Whereas with the run game, hey, it may not be as good as it's going to be. I get it can get better, but I'll bet the run game in the Rose Bowl is above average.
Right. Well, and if that's what they can do, then I don't necessarily have a big worry about the pass game. If they're so dominant in the run game, then who cares?
Well, that'd be interesting to see if they can hit the ground dominant in the run game, and maybe they can.
Well, I'm not gonna exclusively judge them by the first 3 games. I'm more about the conference.
I get it. But if they get through the first game, then they have 3 weeks to start fixing whatever issues. Their schedule sets up well for them, kind of the way the BYU basketball theory. You know, if you have a test early and you can see some of the problems, now you got a couple games to try to iron out those problems, and then you get to game 4, which is game 1 of the conference, and boom, big test, and it's on.
Right. Well, that's the real test.
Yeah.
The first 3 games are not the real tests. They all count, but the real test comes, I think it's September 20th at home against Texas Tech.
But you need a little adversity when you have a new coaching staff so they can start figuring this stuff out. I just don't think BYU had adversity in the non-conference basketball schedule last year, and they didn't get to figure anything out.
Oh, they lost some games.
Yeah.
I think, but I think that the conference season is where you'll make your
everything. Mark. Coaches have told us that forever, man. Dave Rose used to just preach that over and over.
If Utah goes 2-1 in non-conference football, like okay, all right.
It's not the end of the world. Right. No,
1-2 maybe, but I don't see that.
No, 1-2 would raise eyebrows.
Yeah. If they go 3-0, great. But even at 3-0, what have you proven?
3-0 was fool's gold last year. 4-0 was fool's gold last year. The conference is its own gauntlet, and it's a test, and it's awesome if you pass the first one, which Iowa State just did and which Utah did a year ago. But there's still so much work to be done, as we found out watching the Utes a year ago.
But if they go 1-0, oh, man, Katie bar the door.
This year, winning the conference opener will matter.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
We thought it mattered last year.
Well, who cares?
We were wrong. But this year will be different.
I'm living in the present and in the future. and the show, when I walk out the door, that's another story.
Okay. But for the purposes of the next hour and a half.
Yes.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up this morning at 9 o'clock, we are talking football with Shehan Jayaraj. He's going to join us every week. Writes for CBS Sports, national college football writer, lives in Texas, has a big emphasis on the Big 12. Get his thoughts on the opening weekend of action, 3 teams playing. That's coming up at the top of the hour right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a load spill eastbound I-80 approaching 2300 East. Is blocked in the center lane and right shoulder. Traffic's backed all the way to 1300 East in Sugar House. Northbound I-15 remains very slow from Sandy into South Salt Lake with only one lane open of the northbound collector ramp at 1300 South. Avoid the area if at all possible. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Called today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be
broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tonight on KSL, starting this year, Utah teachers finally have paid maternity leave. Isn't that wild? But even with maternity leave, there's another big assignment for teachers before they can leave to have their babies. In a job that requires a do-it-yourself mentality, KSL reveals why getting that leave comes with some homework.
You kind of are put in a position where you feel like you have to choose between your family and your work.
DIY teacher maternity leave. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU plays Portland State Saturday night, LaVelle Edwards Stadium. Chase Roberts, star wide receiver, likes BYU's offense and their potential.
There's not really a weakness when it comes to our offense. We're very solid at every point when it comes to the run game, the pass game. I don't really know if there's a specific strength. I don't see a weakness. I feel like there's going to be plays made all over the place when it comes to deep balls, screen passes, running the ball, whatever it takes, we're going to be able to get it done. So.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. No matter the occasion, Kenny J's Barbecue delivers bold, smoky barbecue. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for your next event.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, now
and PK brought to you in part by Beehive Meals. Join Hans and Scotty for the Cougar Preview Show, brought to you by Beehive Meals.
See, I'm glad you started to say it like I do.
Beehive Meals. Question up on our Facebook page. Ryder Lyons was awesome in his high school's win on TV Saturday night. Is he the next great BYU quarterback?
I don't think there's even a hint of a doubt.
Vernon slaps down the very essence of that question. No, you forgot that Bear Bachmeier is the next great QB. Then Ryder Lyons will be the great QB.
Well, he's already. Well, no, I didn't forget because that's a given. This is projection.
Mm-hmm. Well, Bear hasn't played a game yet. We're not living in the prison yet.
Irregardless.
Oh, Ned's waving you all off. Stop it.
No.
I have too many bad memories of getting overhyped for Jake Heap, so I'll take the wait-and-see approach this time.
Yeah, but this is different.
Nope, he's touched the stove. It's hot.
This is different, man. He is Ryder on the Storm Lions.
Daniel wants everyone to calm down.
No.
When he's on the field playing for BYU, then I will be excited. Oh, Ben. Ben's a Ute fan. Weighing into the Cougar question. Yes, if they can play high school teams. See what Ben did there?
Well, Ben, they'll have Utah on the schedule.
Oh,
look at that.
Just kidding.
Matthew is ready. He's in line. Matthew, I hope so. He looked the part Saturday night.
Oh, did he look the part? I haven't seen anybody look that part since ever.
What percent would you put
95.
He's not even BYU's next quarterback.
What do you mean next quarterback? Well, obviously, Bachmeier.
There's lots of things. So Bachmeier's here, right? Mm-hmm. Now, and it could just play out, right? He could come back after a year on a mission that he's talked about. He could sit for a year, and then Bachmeier could go to the NFL after 3, and he could be the guy.
Is there.
Right. That could all play out. But there's also alternative plans, as you well know. There's one where Bachmeier plays 4, and Ryder doesn't want to sit 2, so he goes somewhere else. There's one where
but they don't come back.
Ryder gets hurt or goes somewhere else, and somebody else steps in and is the guy and has the job locked up.
I know.
And there's no room for him there.
Name a scenario.
I can keep going with scenarios. 10%? 20? 50?
Well, it's impossible.
That's a long way out.
But the plan is there, though.
The possibility's there. I get it. The math adds up. I can see it.
I think this time it'll play out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because?
Just that.
Because it will. Because? Yeah. I mean, the Max Hall scenario, if you back up, how early are we in the timeline now? Like, we're 2 years early in the timeline, right? 2 years before the Max Hall timeline, the Max Hall timeline is wildly improbable. And yet, nonetheless, it played out, and he was not only a really good quarterback, very durable. I don't know what's more impressive, how well he played or the fact that the guy just played through everything and just kept playing. Most quarterbacks over the course of 3 years are going to miss games. It's going to happen.
Well, once Max Hall became available, though, they knew that was a distinct possibility.
Right, but a couple years before he's the starting quarterback, he's the guy. I don't think. I mean, they were recruiting him, and he's on the radar. So it's not a possibility.
You know, I don't want to get into too much with his history, but there was things there, obviously.
Right, exactly. But that makes it unpredictable 2 years before it all comes together.
But it was unpredictable, but they knew it.
They absolutely knew of him, and they knew there was a possibility.
Once he was on the radar for BYU, they knew that there was a distinct possibility that this was going to happen.
Right.
So it's not out of the blue. It wasn't wildly unpredictable. No one could have foresaw that. No, that's not true.
But 2 years before he's BYU starting quarterback, he's in high school. He's going to go to another college. He's still got to transfer. I mean, a lot of things had to happen.
Right, but they were all anticipated that they would happen.
I get that they were possible. You think it was beyond possible? It was anticipated? Expected? There's an anticipation that it could.
Surprise.
I get that.
So, I mean, they foresaw it.
But at the same time,
I think you're making it
wasn't a lock.
Out of the sky. Nothing is a lock.
Right.
You're making it
So
sound
that's
like
the
it was a
original
big
thing
out
here.
of the sky,
But see-
and it wasn't.
So is this like 80% probable? Is it 60%
This
probable?
is the literal plan. You have to have a plan. Plans don't work. What's the famous line in the movie? I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how many plans have gone
The plan is
exactly
good.
the way the plan was?
the
You
mili-
got to be just. You're looking at two guys here that in whatever year before we moved here would have said, no way, I'm not going to work in Utah. I'm not interested in working in Utah. I have no background in Utah. I have no connection in Utah.
Not on the radar, and yet here we
I'm
are.
living in the Southwest. I'm living in Arizona and California. And okay, but you had a plan that you would
I had a
work,
plan.
move up, continue to progress in your field.
I would take a right. I'd
and then
progress
it
in
would
my
take
field,
you where it took you.
and I'd take a better job. And right.
And this
I mean,
is
as
where
much
it
as I
took
didn't
us.
think I was going to Utah, I didn't think I was going to Oklahoma.
And who
either.
knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it turns out I didn't go to Oklahoma.
All of that was a possibility.
I could have met Barry Trammell decades earlier.
Yeah. We all had possibilities of, we had a plan. We had an outline for a plan. Plans don't include necessarily every little specific detail, but they include a plan. And they include the general outline of it. And this is right now, I think we're in more than the general outline. I watched the game. It was Saturday night, and there was nothing else on that I wanted to watch. And the kid looked awesome against a team that needs to get some class and figure out what they're doing there. And he had great receivers. I'll give him that. A couple of these kids look like they're big-time players. And it's a football factory. It's the same one, right, Yock, that Browning went to?
Correct. Folsom.
Yeah, right. And so they're really good. Freddie Whittingham coached up there. Troy Taylor coached over there. So
A power in the Sacramento area.
Right. My old roommate from college lives there. So, and I'm a little bit familiar. I've been to visit him a few times. And so we know of the program. So Browning started all 4 years at Washington. So there is something there in the makeup of the program. So the kid looks really, really good. And right now, I think it will happen. But plans change, and then you adapt when the situation presents it that you have to do something else. So be it. But right now, you can see it. I can tell you, and I've been saying this for freaking weeks, when they recruited Bachmeier, he was going to be the starter in 2026. That was the plan. And that will happen. He will be the starter in 2026.
But first, 2025.
Once the Retzlaff thing went down, then it was a no-brainer that he was going to start this year. I really felt that, which is why I put myself out there. And I didn't want to tweet it out, because then it draws attention to it that I don't want attention to.
But you did write it 4 times. But who reads full?
Well, I know, but the only time you get
it's
anything is if you tweet it.
Because people have the attention span to read 2 sentences, but they want to go to a website and read however many. I don't want
to burn people.
20 or 30 inches that you write. It has it in there.
Our listeners need to listen with a discerning ear. And if I say something a whole bunch of times,
then maybe somebody's told
leave
you
it at
stuff.
that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to. I'll never burn anybody. I'll never reveal anybody. The trust and the confidence that they have in me is far more important than any individual story will ever be. So that was the plan. The plan got expedited by a year, and Lions, yeah, I think it does happen. But you know, who knows? I mean, Bachmeier was going to go and play for Troy Taylor, and it lasted 2 weeks. And then Andrew Luck comes in, and they got that deal going on, and who knows what. But the bottom line, the result is they let him go. So then Bachmeier's out the door. His plan was to go to Stanford, play for the guy. The guy's a quarterback coach, quarterback-friendly system, blah, blah, blah. He helped Tyler Huntley get to the NFL. And it changed, so his plan needed to change. Well, he had a relationship with A-Rod and Kalani, so the plan changed. But the premise of going to play for somebody that I know and trust, you see, that didn't change. You see what I'm saying there?
I do, and I think there's some parallels there to the whole Max Hull thing.
So right now, if things stay the same, I think he'll be the starter when he's ready to go, depending on what happens with Bear.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. More football coming up, 9 o'clock hour. Shayon Jarasia, CBS Sports National College football writer at the top of the hour. Kevin Clark, host of This is Football on ESPN at 9:30. Stay with us.
Hut, 118, hike, 187. It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you believe it, people? We are in the last week of August, man. And how about that? The weather changed a little bit. It's like summer went away. Oh, my gosh. Things happen fast, and you got to be prepared for them. That's what we're just talking about, having plans. Well, you got to have a plan when it comes to your retirement, right? Because it's going to come at you fast. Doesn't matter where you are right now on the timeline, you will get to it, right? So you have to be prepared wherever you are. Prepare now. Get help with that preparation because financial planning is complex. You've got inflation. You got presidential policies, governmental rules, new laws. You got interest rates can go up and down. All these things affect the financial markets in the short term. So you don't want to overreact, but you want to make the right decisions. You know, it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to daily news and the ever-changing laws, right? Trajan Wealth, they are experts. They will help you review your strategy and make sure the direction you go is right for your goals, what your risk tolerance level is, and what your timeline is and your time horizon, right? Let Trajan Wealth help you decide. Get with people who know what they're talking about. Your local trusted financial fiduciary wants to meet with you. They've got a local number. It is 801-899-7600. 899-7600. The places to meet with them are conveniently located in Farmington and in Draper, both sides of the Wasatch Front, and the website is available with information immediately, simply known as TrajanWealth.com. That's the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier, and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to BeehiveMills.com and get signed up today. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah opens the season at UCLA Rose Bowl Saturday night. Morgan Scalley pleased with the young stars showing up at defensive tackle.
Man, we've made a ton of progress. The freshmen came in and really have proven that they can play year one. So, Carson Kafusi and I would say Pupu Sepulona, Liston Semi and Sione. My guess is all of them see time at some point this season.
Your Ute at 50 updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
And now here's Cal Raleigh, fresh from setting the Major League record. Tight and swing and drive deep to left field. More history. Goodbye, baseball. Cal Raleigh with his historic 49th home run of the year. Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher in the history of the game of baseball.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Number 48, number 49. Mariners win. Cal Raleigh's the hero. Home run in the first and second innings. Know that today after 3 o'clock. Alex and JJ will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. The Chevy Strong play of the game. Question up on our Facebook page. A Washington man waited 14 hours for an In-N-Out Burger to open its first location in the state of Washington. How crazy is this?
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Ben labeled it very crazy because you prompted him with the word crazy. And Jason said, there's no shortage of stupid people in this world.
Well, he could have gotten a car in less time.
And gone to Oregon and gotten a burger and come back. Seattle to Portland's got to be like 3 hours.
It is.
You're there. They've got locations in Oregon.
So I don't know what was going on there. Why would you do that? And nothing against In-N-Out. They're fine. But it's not like a life-changing burger. I don't know that I've ever had a life-changing meal of any kind.
And if it was home cooked. It was your mom's. Mom's Italian food.
I don't want to say I would give anything because that's too trite.
You would give a lot.
But I would long for one more chance to sit down on a Sunday and feast at her ability to put some Italian food that I grew up with literally at least once, if not 2 or 3 times every week. I mean, my sister, we had a 50th birthday party, and so she had a ton of friends because she was in the school district and well-known, blah, blah, blah. And my mother made just the whole thing, and she went with what she does best, or did best in this case, and it was Italian food. And I heard people, we had tables set up out the side because it's down in Phoenix and the weather's nice and all. And, man, this is awesome. I haven't tasted anything this good ever at any place I've ever gone. And that's what she made. And I had no idea that I would long to miss it to the level that I do. I mean, nothing against my wife when it comes to that type of stuff, but she's really good at golf.
I see what you did there. And your wife is really good at golf.
She's playing as we speak.
That's a stunner.
In a tournament.
How many times a week could you say that this time of year?
That she's really good at golf?
That she's playing in a tournament as we do the show.
Oh, a lot. Yeah, for sure. And that's great. Good. Yeah. It's awesome. And if that's what you enjoy, and it's a healthy habit, and it's a game that you're forever trying to achieve perfection and literally never achieve. So, but you're always after it. It's literally a never-ending conquest and attempts and all that stuff. And, my mother was just really good. I had no idea that I would, when I was 16, 17 years old, that I would come to miss it as much as I did. But my sister, you know what was cool about that? It was on a Saturday, and so I called her, because it was literally on her birthday. So I called her from here, wished her a happy birthday, and then got on a plane.
I remember that story, yeah. That was a great decoy. You call, she understands you're not going to be there.
Right.
Totally got her.
And so she's in the middle of everybody screaming, blah, 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 and they did that, and then I come up behind, tap her on the shoulder.
I don't have the patience to wait 14 hours for food. You literally wait through a couple meals trying to get a burger.
I would not stand in anything for 14 hours.
I will say that In-N-Out, lots of places have loyal customers.
I've been to In-N-Out millions of times.
And they put a new one in on 2100 South, and I go by it.
Lines are always long.
And they are. They are incredible.
They can need about 10 more locations. Yeah. Everywhere.
Yeah. This is packed all hours.
Yeah, I get that.
There's a Costco near there. When I go to that Costco and drive past it to get back to the freeway, it's amazing how long that line is.
I will look at carrot cake completely different in the manner that I ever looked at carrot cake. And you're wondering, why am I going down this road?
I am wondering. It's break time.
Do you have any idea, Yak? Carrot cake? All I will say is Kelly Kapowski from Saved by the Bell. What's her real name? Tiffany?
Tiffany Amber Thiessen, and she dropped the Amber, right?
All I'm saying, and you can find this online right now, is I will never look at carrot cake in the manner that I now view carrot cake. I'll just leave it at that.
All right.
Well, I'm not looking at that on a work computer.
No. You will not see anything. Believe me. I'm a wholesome man here.
Wholesome, nice. As fresh as the last commercial break.
But I will never look at carrot cake the way I look at a carrot cake now. Just go check that.
Shahan Jerasia joins us next to talk big football right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. they're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined now by CBS Sports national college football writer Shahan Jayaraja. Shahan, good morning.
Thank you so much for having me. It's good to finally have the college football season.
You have games to talk about. Who did you get a better read on? Kansas while they were destroying Fresno State, or Kansas State and Iowa State slipping and sliding in the rain in Ireland?
Well, I think I got a little bit from all of it. The thing that I got for Kansas, I think, is that, their offense just looks so much more like the Andy Kotelnicki units. It was just Fresno State, so you don't want to read too much into it, but I felt really good about it. With that Kansas State-Iowa State game, it was so ugly. And don't get me wrong. These are two teams that thrive in the muck. I think that Iowa State definitely got to play that game on sort of their, plane that they'd like to play it. But, it's going to be fascinating to see them come back because both of them have big games coming up.
Are you now sitting, wearing, or standing, whatever you're doing, wearing a multicolored sports coat with a flamboyant style of pants?
No, we had to rush my daughter out the door to daycare, so I'm still basically in my pajamas.
Because I like your get-ups when I see you at Big 12 Media Days. You stand out for a multitude of reasons, and that's cool. Reflects your style, and I like that. And I read your pieces now since we've gotten to know you a little bit, and you, like me, you like that BYU is going with Bachmeier. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I think that when you look at BYU, and frankly, when you look at Big 12 championship races, so much of the time the difference in this league is having dynamic players on offense. And, so I think about a team like Kansas State in 2022 where they have Deuce Vaughn, who's just able to be that final little nudge. And I think that with BYU, look, I mean, they had two guys who have played some college football in McKay Hillstead and Trayson Borgett, but I don't think that either really has the ability to add that dynamic piece, whereas I think that Bear Bachmeier, despite some of the issues that I know he will have as a true freshman, I think he does. And you look at this receiver room as well, there's, I think, a lot to be excited about, including Chase Roberts and Tiger Bachmeier coming over from Stanford. You look at the running back position with LJ Martin, but I think that Bear Bachmeier is that final piece of, hey, you know what? We have the ability to truly go downfield to cause some problems. And I think that you even look during BYU's 11-win season last year. They relied on Jake Retzlaff so much to be that game-changing playmaker, especially in the fourth quarter. And I think that they needed to find some way to replicate that.
How many of these explosive game changers do you think an offense has to have to be among the elite in the Big 12? And how many do Utah and BYU have?
Well, I think that you probably need, let's say, like 3. I mean, I think your quarterback probably needs to be one of them. I think that having a running back there helps. And then I think you want to have maybe one receiver who can really take the top off of a defense. And I'll tell you what, I think that is my question mark to some extent about Utah. I don't know if they have necessarily guys that I feel like are game breakers at receiver. I feel really good, of course, about Devin Dampier. Maybe he's worth, a player and a half with what he's able to do, both with his arm and with his legs. But I don't know that they have the dynamic piece at receiver. BYU, again, I think that Bear Bachmeier gives them the ability to maybe have a piece like that at quarterback. I think that LJ Martin has that upside at receiver. And, look, they have a lot of solid pieces at wide receiver and tight end. But I think that is sort of a final piece as well, whether it is Tiger Bachmeier, whether it is Chase Roberts going downfield with more consistency. I think that's kind of a final piece to say, hey, you know what, to be a really good offense in this conference, I think you do need a mismatch at receiver.
This conference is striving for respect because most of it flows to the SEC and Big Ten. We know all that. And we had at ACC meetings, they're running their mouths that they're the third best power conference, blah, blah, blah. So we've got this situation at hand. And the non-conference seems like it means a little bit more for the Big 12. These games this week that are against Power 4 opponents, and we'll get your idea on how important this weekend is. I'll set up the games, and then you can answer the premise of the question, which I think you already got, is Auburn at Baylor, Nebraska versus Cincinnati, now that'll be played in Kansas City. Georgia Tech at Colorado. Deion Sanders attracts eyeballs. There's no doubt about that. And then we know about the Utes going down the Rose Bowl to play the Bruins. And then you've got TCU at North Carolina, which, would be just another non-conference game, but it's got Bill Belichick attached to it, so that's going to draw a ton of eyeballs to it, no doubt about that. So answer the question on how important this weekend is for the Big 12 and its perception.
I think it's big, and I'll especially point to 3 of those teams that you mentioned, Baylor, Utah, and TCU. I think that all 3 of them need to win their games, and I say that for a couple of reasons. One, I think that all 3 of these teams are going to be in the Big 12 race at the end of the year. And the other piece of that, too, is that it's not just whether they can make the playoff as a conference champion. It's also whether they can contend potentially as at-large teams. If they can try to be a second team in the playoff. And the reality is, if Utah loses to a team like UCLA, that's going to be middle of the pack at best in the Big Ten, or if Baylor loses to a team like Auburn, that also will probably be middle of the pack in the SEC. It doesn't just hurt their individual seasons, it hurts overall perception of the Big 12 heading into the month of November and December. So I think ultimately those are pivotal games, not just for the conference title races and not just for building some momentum. But I think that, again, like I'm not going to go as far as saying that the Big 12 can cost itself a second playoff spot in week one, but I do think that you are getting dangerously close. And it's not just these games. In week 2, Baylor plays SMU. In week 3, TCU plays SMU. Like, there are these pivotal matchups against teams that you might be up against at the end of the year from the big conferences. You have to take care of business to have a chance to get a second team in at the end of the year.
So how many of these Big 12 teams have to start off 3-0? I mean, just absolutely have to be 3-0 so that they have a chance to be ranked, so that they have a win over a power conference, hopefully, and depending on whose schedule we're talking about. And that then when they play another team that's 3-0, or if they meet when they're both 4-0 or 5-0 or whatever, you barely get penalized for the loss, but you get a big bump for a win.
I think that you really need those teams, especially that start the season ranked, to look really good. I'm thinking Arizona State, of course, Texas Tech. We'll kind of see where Kansas State lands after their loss to Iowa State, but Iowa State potentially now will have a chance to push towards the top 15 with a game against Iowa. So I think you really need those teams to deliver in a big way. I think that you also would love to see BYU and Utah potentially come through. I mean, they were two teams that were at the right on the edge of the rankings. So I think that if they play well in non-conference play, they're going to have a chance to be in. And I think that, again, we talked about their game off the top, but I think that if Baylor is 3-0 with wins over Auburn and SMU, then this is maybe like a top 15 team heading into Big 12 play with Kansas State and Arizona State on the schedule in the first half of the season. So I think that 5 or 6 of these teams being in that position would be really, really helpful for the conference. And again, I think that you really need the teams and brands that have a lot of momentum coming into the year to ultimately deliver.
You like the SEC going to 9 conference games starting next season?
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think that, it'll be interesting to see how non-conference scheduling evolves as a result of this, because I do think that one piece of this is that there are, I believe, 4 teams in the SEC that play final week games against non-SEC opponents year in, year out. South Carolina, Clemson, Kentucky, Louisville, Florida State. And I hope that these matchups are not impacted. I hope that this ends up being additive as opposed to subtractive. But I think that overall it ends up being a good thing, because here's the reality. I mean, when you compare the SEC to the Big 12 and the Big 10, there's an extra loss being handed out to half of the conference because they have a 9th conference game in the Big 12 and the Big 10. And I think even you look last year, I mean, imagine if there was one less conference game and, some of these teams that were 7-2 are actually 8-1 in conference and 11-1 overall. Like, I think it changes the perception quite a bit. So I think the SEC moving to a similar model will help some of these other conferences out a little bit, because if the comparison is between an 11-2 team from the Big 12 with an 8-4 team from the SEC, I think that the Big 12 teams are going to be in much better position heading forward.
Because the SEC seems to have given in on this point with the 9 conference games, and because they also did that deal where they said you've got to play a 10th team from a power league or or Notre Dame, which I like because it'll protect those 4 ACC rivalry games. Bama's been scheduling up. Texas has been scheduling up. Now everybody will need to. But it feels like they gave in to the Big Ten on this point, which means I can't imagine them giving in on the playoff as well. Whatever playoff gets adopted, the SEC is going to have to love it, aren't they? I mean, the collective ego, they're not giving in again.
No, and I think that this was very much a negotiating point. They wanted more focus paid to strength of schedule, but in exchange for the 9 conference games. But I think that it's also a concession that they'll give in to move towards that 5+11 system. You know, the Big Ten has kind of thrown out the 24 or 28 team playoff. I think that's a non-starter, not just for the SEC, but everyone else in college football. And they don't want to be in a position as well where they're working with the 4 auto bids, with the 4-4-2-2-1 system. So I do think that this does hasten the arrival of the 5+11 16-team playoff. And I think that ultimately that's what almost everybody wants. You know, the Big Ten has kind of been that last holdout because they want to guarantee themselves a few more spots and a little more revenue. But ultimately, I mean, there's not necessarily a whole lot of advantage for anybody to guarantee that many spots because it does devalue, your regular season. It completely devalues your conference championship and your conference championship game. And I think that in almost every year, you'd expect that the Big Ten and SEC will get 4 in regardless in a 16-team system. So I think that ultimately we're hastening the arrival of the 5+11, and I think that's probably good for the sport.
Yeah, plus 2, the season-long publicity that you draw from it and the unveiling of the rankings and all that stuff. It's so, what's the word? I mean, enticing. It's like, even though I want to say, oh, I don't care about that, I find myself sitting in front of the television when they start to do it every week and to see if our locals are going to be in it or how high our locals are going to be. And now that BYU's in a conference, the Big 12, it becomes paramount for us in our market because we've got 2 of the 16 teams are in the market, and it draws all sorts of publicity to it. And why would you, as a sport, want to give away all this free attention that you're getting as the season goes on?
Well, and especially if you are in this world with auto bids, it's like all of a sudden there's only like 3 or 4 teams that will really be impacted by these rankings and by at-large opportunities. And you almost can't play your way in through the at-large system. You have to do it through your conference. And I think that would ultimately be a bad thing for attention and perception. And again, I think that the last thing you want to do is devalue your whole system and the teams that are a part of it based off of trying to guarantee yourself a little more money by getting teams into the playoff.
These are pretty high-profile time slots for the Big 12 Week 1. Fox is starting to put games over the air, which always gets more eyeballs on games. Has there been any talk about ABC doing that? Because it seems like that'd be a huge opportunity for the Big 12s and obviously our local schools, Utah and BYU here. They put games Friday night on ESPN. Nobody's watching primetime anymore for anything but sports. Why not put sports there?
Yeah, I don't know how much conversation there's been about that from ABC. Obviously, you're fighting the sort of broadcast networks and their existing programming. And the other thing, too, is that, you know, different networks have treated Fridays a little bit differently, and even weeknight games in general just a little differently. Fox has been more willing to pull in a Friday night game, has been more willing to pull in a Thursday night game, but you haven't seen that quite the same way from some of these other networks. So I think that what happens with the Friday games and what kind of ratings they get are going to probably spur action one way or another. And now, look, this first week is always a little different because you do have games every single day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and that's not the case most weeks. But Fox, I think, really kind of feels like, hey, this is a place where we can create some advantage for ourselves. And the Big 12, of course, for attention's sake, is willing to acquiesce.
How about the TNT thing? It seems like they want to trump it up a little bit, so maybe there can be some more attention drawn because they're going to make it a big deal. I think Arizona and Hawaii will be the Big 12's first game on TNT with the TNT partnership this week.
No, and I think that it's not just putting it on TNT, which I think will be pretty big for them, but it's also the amount of shoulder programming that TNT and Turner in general is providing, I think is notable. You're seeing some of the inside the Big 12 studio stuff move to True TV. It'll be distributed on Bleacher Report, which obviously is a very powerful brand still. So I think that this was very much something that the Big 12 saw as an opportunity to increase their brand in a lot of key ways. So I think that it's going to work out really well. And again, the biggest conflict that you have with some of these, traditional TV partners is that obviously they're tied into certain leagues. I mean, ESPN, of course, is so tied in to the SEC and ACC. They have exclusive rights. With the Big Ten, it's Fox. With CBS, it's, obviously more Big Ten driven. So I think that having more of these outlets and opportunities to be treated as a priority, I think can only be a good thing.
They got to put Charles Barkley on there, at least to do college football gambling. PK has a great Charles Barkley college football Vegas story.
You want me to tell it?
Yeah, I think absolutely.
No.
He needs to hear it. This is going to crack him up. He's totally going to be able to visualize this.
I'm a Jimmy Buffett fan, and several years back, you remember when Michigan State and the block punt was returned, and Michigan State won the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was on a Saturday, and so I'm at the MGM in Vegas. And we're going to go to the shows at Vegas. He would do Saturday nights in October. Did it for many, many years. And so we're there. I get that one day off during the season. And get there early, like 4 or 3 o'clock or something. Go to the sports book, obviously. And right as we're getting there and walking in, the Michigan's setting up the punt. And they punt, and it gets blocked. And it was an unbelievable play, right? We all remember that.
Yeah.
The floor area of the sports book is just going nuts. And they all turn around, and it was like the Pope at the Vatican. They turn around, and up in the balcony, everyone, hundreds of people turn around and look up. And who emerges from sitting on a chair on this private balcony? Charles Barkley. And they knew he was there. I didn't know he was there because I had just recently got there, but he had come up and played to the crowd a little bit, so they don't know. Everybody turns and looks to him, and it was the craziest scene I've ever seen in a sports book. So that's what my partner DJ is referring to. And Barkley was carrying on like he does. That's who he is.
He's whooping at the crowd like the block punt won whatever bet parlay he put together. Who knows? So he's fist pumping, and they're all hollering and screaming at him. It had to be a scene straight out of a movie.
It really was. I've been to sports books a million times over, covering a million things in Vegas, and I'd never seen anything like it. And Barkley was an incredible play, obviously, combined with Charles Barkley, of all people, being there.
Man of the people. Man of the people.
Yeah.
I love it.
John, we appreciate the time. As always, enjoy the first full week, and there'll be, like you said, Big 12 games spread across all these days. It'll be great.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. John Jairaja joining us right here. CBS Sports National College Football writer, lives in Texas, has an emphasis on the Big 12, and will be joining us every Monday throughout the season to review the games, look at the next week, and then whatever issues are breaking around college football, talk about those as well.
Oh, CBS Sports, one of the go-to websites because of him, and we've had others on also.
Yep, but they provide a lot of coverage.
They do a great
job. You're always
job.
looking for one more. I want to read one more thing. Well, we'll go there. They've probably got it.
Oh, for sure.
They have a lot of coverage.
They do.
7 writers doing the predictions we were talking about last weekend, so you can see how much content those 7 are cranking out.
Yeah, I
Just
saw
college
that.
football
Saw
alone.
that play. 7 readers for 7 writers.
Or 70,000, one way or the
Whatever.
other.
7 writers for 7 million readers. There you
Okay, fine.
Kevin Clark, host of This Is Football on ESPN, joins us next. Stay with us.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, well, Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, boop, boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU opens the season Saturday night at home against Portland State. Keanu Tanavasa hopes to be a force this season.
I had a goal last year. I didn't achieve it. I'd love to reinstate that goal, and that's to have a QB sack every play. I think the NFL looks for people that are pass rushers as well as run stoppers, and I try to cause havoc. I may not be the terminator of the play, but I try to determine where the play goes.
Cougar Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Delivering bold, smoky barbecue. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for your next event.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. We're joined now by Kevin Clark, host of This Is Football on ESPN. Kevin, good morning.
What's going on, guys? I have to say, local angle here. I went to the University of Miami. They play Notre Dame this weekend. I've been watching Keelan Marion's return for BYU against Utah all week long, hoping for some excitement this weekend. Yeah. I know that's how the transfer portal works now, is you watch other college games you have nothing to do with, hoping for transfer sites. I've been watching a lot of Utah football and BYU football this week.
Well, that was a very important play in a very heated rivalry that made a big difference, that's for sure. He gets going. He's an exciting player.
Yeah, no, hope so.
Let's pull before we get to the football part. Let's do the journalism broadcasting show part. When you host a show, This Is Football. How excited are you in mid to late August when you finally start to get games? Because I'm listening to some national shows that aren't branded as football; they're branded as wide-ranging shows.
Yeah,
and they have probably done about a week of baseball programming, 2 days around the All-Star break, one around the trade deadline, one around opening day, maybe like 3 weeks of NBA programming, two around the finals, one around the All-Star game, a little bit around the draft. And then everything else has been football all year. And that's a broad-based show? Oh, my gosh. I mean, I know we love our football, but you need some games.
It's wild. So I do a lot of talk shows and all that stuff, guys. And the one thing I'm just so tired of talking about more than anything is what Aaron Rodgers is going to look like with the Steelers. Because I probably answered the question, this is not an exaggeration, across shows, probably 100 times, okay? Probably 100 times, and I said he's going to be the 15th best quarterback in the NFL, all that stuff, right? And that's all they need to win 9 games, 10 games, or whatever. But at some point, I've been dying. Like, we've had the information we've needed since maybe the first week of training camp, guys. Like, maybe 10 days into it, 12 days into it, you play one preseason game, you kind of figure it out. And so we've been doing nothing but talking for 8 months. And I'm with you guys. Like, I'm just so excited for the games to get here. Even the college stuff over the weekend really made me happy because we could just start talking about real ball. One thing about football becoming a 12-month sport is there's just more talking about it. And even the draft, it's all projections, and people talk about, what's this team going to do even in March and February for next year? And the answer is we don't know until we see the ball snapped. And what's amazing in, 10 days, whatever it is, we get to see real ball and we get to stop talking. And then what's funny about it, guys, is it's like the Men in Black, mind eraser thing. We just forgot about every conversation we had for the past 8 months once the ball is spotted.
We don't see a lot of the quarterbacks, the first-team guys, play a whole bunch in the preseason, so we see the youngsters, right? And so you got the situation with a bunch of youngsters and getting opportunities or not getting opportunities. How much do you put in the stock of youngsters at quarterback in the 3 preseason games during the month of August, whether they look good, whether they look bad, to be a determinant as far as how good they'll be? And specifically here, we've got a local kid with Jackson Dart being one of those guys.
As much as I want to say, okay, Jackson Dart's a dude, and he's a franchise quarterback, and he should be starting week 1. And I do think he should be playing really early. I pumped the brakes on pretty much all preseason performances as a quarterback. You're going against backups. You're going against, and by the way, like, these backups are still worlds better than any team you saw in college, because it's basically a college all-star team in some ways, even if you're talking about the 2s, the 3s that you're playing against. But what's funny is that I went to the Bengals-Eagles preseason game, and they were talking about the defense and Shamar Stewart and the rookies there. And Zach Taylor basically said, guys, we're just keeping it as vanilla as possible. We don't want to show anything, and so for some of these guys on defense, it's just cardio. And so for me, I think you can eliminate yourself from looking like the guy in preseason, but you can't confirm you're the guy in preseason. Nathan Peterman, who's one of the worst quarterbacks I've ever seen at the NFL level, he looked great in the preseason. Daniel Jones had awesome numbers his first preseason with the Giants. So for me, Dart checked all the right boxes. I want to be optimistic about it, but to say, okay, this is the guy, this is the franchise guy, it's too early for that. I'm glad Giants fans, I live in New York, I'm glad Giants fans get a guy to celebrate. That's exciting. I'm not going to say don't do that, but what I am saying is that he's got a long way to go still.
Tyler Huntley played at the U. He was in Baltimore for a while. Now he's bounced around a little bit. It's only preseason football, as you just spelled it out, but he looked good in the preseason. Did he do enough to catch on with somebody? I mean, the Raiders have had a quarterback injury. Somebody else will have a quarterback injury in another week or two. Is he going to catch on, or is it all over for the former Ute?
I think he's going to catch it. I mean, he played 5 games last year. For me, it's knowing what to do is an underrated trait in the NFL, right? Everybody says, hey, we love the athleticism of this guy. We love the ceiling of this guy. What coaches want out of a QB2 or QB3 is a guy who knows how to operate an offense, how to run a huddle, and where to put the ball, okay? So Tyler Huntley has played, I'm going to guess, he's probably started over 10 games in his career, with Baltimore obviously a few years ago, last year with Miami. And so that matters. And when you're determining who's going to be your QB2 or your QB3, as long as the money is right. I mean, he was in an impossible situation in Cleveland. That was a crowded quarterback room. He was always going to be the odd man out. They were always going to keep Shedeur and Dylan Gabriel, and then Pickett gets hurt, and then Flacco's the starter. So that was a pretty tough situation. So I'd expect him to catch on somewhere and get another cup of coffee. Again, just guys who know what to do are a valuable commodity in the National Football League.
My sister has Arizona Cardinals season tickets, and she's always asking me about them and what do I think. I'm trying to handicap the NFC West. And I don't know where to go, which direction. Where do I start with? Well, there's a definitive team that everybody's chasing, a la Kansas City, whoever it might be throughout the other divisions. Buffalo, obviously, in the East there for the AFC. What do you think about that division?
It's funny. I've been talking about this for a couple of days now on my shows and on various other things, because I was a Rams optimist. I was buying all the Rams stock you could possibly get. Then Matthew Stafford's getting, cryogenic back treatment, and they're cagey about his status and all this stuff. And I'm just saying, man, I don't know about this. And so for me, this is a division that's been thrown into chaos, because I thought the Rams were going to run away with it. I thought the Rams were going to make the Super Bowl of the NFC. All of a sudden, you have a Matthew Stafford back issue that could linger. Back issues, I mean, heck, I'm over 30 and I golf. Back issues don't go away. And so I just think that there's a chaos there where I don't think the Niners are going to be as good as they were the last few years. I think the Rams are going to come back down to the pack if Matthew Stafford isn't 100%. And then look at a Seahawks team that people are saying might have the best defense in football this year. And then the Cardinals are right there. Kyler Murray we know what his floor is. His ceiling is probably lowered since he came into the league, but he can make an offense happen. Trey McBride's one of the best tight ends in football. The nerds in the NFL love what Jonathan Gannon's been able to scheme up. So I think Arizona is probably going to compete for a wild card spot. And I also just think with the Rams' uneasiness that might be anybody's division at this point.
I can't believe more people aren't picking Seattle. I know they got rid of some big names at wide receiver, but they were the only 10.
It's a Darnold thing.
Yeah, they were the only 10-win team in the NFL last year. They changed quarterbacks, but Darnold showed he can win regular season games against bad and decent teams. The best teams will scheme them up, and it'll probably go poorly. But don't you think that division is there for the taking with 10 or 11 wins?
I do. Again, that's all dependent on Matthew Stafford's health. If I'm wrong and everybody's wrong and Matthew Stafford's 100%, that team can win 14 games because of that front seven and then the offense and then Sean McVay, okay? But if they're going to be playing Jimmy Garoppolo for 5 games, 6 games, if Matthew Stafford's never going to be 100%, then yes, the division is there for the taking, and Seattle's going to be right there. I'm not a huge Darnold guy. I think Geno Smith's better than Sam Darnold, and so I think there's going to be a downgrade there, but I think Mike McDonald's one of the smartest guys in football. Got to know him a little bit when he was at Baltimore, so I'm in on that program. I think that I'm long-term success, and I do think they can compete kind of like we're talking about the Cardinals for a playoff spot.
Washington with their second-year quarterback. Wow, he didn't look like a rookie last year. You got to give it to him, man. He played well. They got darn near all the way. You have to think that they'll be back. How good is Daniels? Because I don't know that you could ask for much better as a rookie.
Well, it's not just that he was amazing. It's that there's meat left on the bone. And what I mean by that, guys, is he was one of the best deep passers in the history of college football. I think he had more explosive plays, 20-yard plays than anybody ever. He beat Joe Burrow's record, which is pretty darn good. And I'm not talking about LSU record. I'm talking about national record. Obviously, Joe Burrow was something to behold in college and in the NFL. But he didn't show the deep ball last year like that, okay? And so I think there's still room for him to push the ball down the field. I don't know if you guys just saw Terry McLaurin sign a 3-year extension just now, so everything's going to be settled there. I think this has the capability to be a special team. I think the NFC is a little bit wide open. I think the Eagles are very good. They have a couple of personnel questions, but I think they'll solve that. Obviously, I'm talking about the Rams here and how good they can be. I think the Packers are going to be really good. But I think the Commanders are in the first tier for me for NFC contenders. I think I would not be shocked at all. The defense is take a step forward, but they have a defensive head coach, and Dan Quinn, who knows what to do, and they upgraded the personnel a little bit. The biggest thing for me, guys, is that C.J. Stroud had a massive sophomore slump, and the reason he had a massive sophomore slump was because of the offensive line in Houston. The Commanders were proactive and attacked the offensive line personnel-wise this year, getting Laramie Tunsil and then Josh Conway Jr. in the draft. So I think you've removed that element of it. I think he's going to be awesome.
The Chiefs have been awesome. I think it's 9 straight division titles, 6 straight AFC title games. But talk about improving the offensive line. It's clearly been a weakness for them in this massive run when they've seemed to have almost no weaknesses. But the Chargers and the Broncos with second and third-year coaches, the Broncos with a second-year quarterback. Is this the year somebody else wins the AFC West?
It's gonna be the hardest one. I've gone back and forth. I've picked the Broncos most of the time. I haven't done my official picks anywhere. I haven't submitted them, but I'm leaning towards the Broncos. It's funny. I've got a couple colleagues at ESPN, and it's almost tongue-in-cheek now, where they're they're picking the Broncos to win the division with the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, almost like a cop-out. It's just so funny how scared we are of the Chiefs because they've been the boogeyman. They've been the Terminator. They've annihilated everybody. And so for me, I think the Broncos have the best chance. I think that the Chargers are still a couple of years away, but I think they'll do it at some point. I think the Raiders are going to be good. I think for the first time, guys, the Chiefs have benefited so much, even though they've had play of success and they've obviously shown themselves to be the best team in the NFL a lot over the past 6 years. But they've benefited from the fact that the Raiders were an easy out. The fact that the Broncos with Nathaniel Hackett and Vance Joseph before that were an easy out. The fact that the Chargers couldn't get together. That's not going to happen for the foreseeable future with the head coaches in that division and then the quarterbacks in that division. So for me, I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be the biggest challenge ever.
When's it time to panic about Caleb Williams?
This year, there's no excuses this year. And I just think that last year he had the most unblocked pressures in the history of the league because the offensive line didn't know what it was doing. But he also held on to the ball too long. And I think now you're getting professional offensive line play, offensive coordinator play. There's no excuses. So at the end of this year, we'll know. We will absolutely know. And so I'm not panicking at any point until, honestly, Give him some November to figure it out. Think about somebody like Jordan Love. Halfway through Jordan Love's breakout year, we were wondering if he was the guy, and saying maybe this isn't trending correctly. So give him 8 games this year, figure it out, and then by November we'll know.
A lot of interest in the NFC North here because there's some good football, and the Lions have been a great story, but Jordan Love went to Utah State. Is it the Packers' time to win this division? How big a loss is it for Detroit, the fact that they lose a coordinator who gets so much credit, and he stays in the division and goes to the Bears? And obviously Minnesota lost the quarterback. They're going to turn to a rookie here. How can they possibly repeat what they did last year? Should Love and the Packers win the division now, or should it be Detroit?
Yeah. I picked the Packers to win make the Super Bowl last year, and that didn't turn out to be correct. But I think he was hurt in Week 1 in Brazil, if you remember that, Jordan Love. And I think he wasn't able to use his legs enough. And if you guys remember from Utah, at Utah State, he could. The reason he was drafted was because he was good enough. He was obviously an amazing passer, could throw the ball in the bucket, but could also bail out a play with his legs. He wasn't able to do that at all last year, because he was hurt. And so for me, I'm just looking at this and I'm saying, if he's fully healthy, they got Matthew Golden. They led the NFL in drops last year. I think there's a really special chance there. I wish they added one more pass rusher to the front 7, but we'll see what happens with Micah Parsons here or something like that. Maybe a Trey Hendrickson. Maybe they go out and they get something crazy done to try to open up that Super Bowl window. But I think they're going to win the division. I think they're going to be a Super Bowl contender.
Is there a college team we should be paying attention to because they got an NFL quarterback and about 15 NFL players, so obviously they're going to win?
Don't pay attention to Miami until they show something on the field. I'll say that. Okay. I think LSU is going to be really good. I think LSU is going to beat Clemson. I think Nussmeier, he's got such a quick release. His dad is an NFL coach. And I think they've got studs everywhere. And so I think LSU is as crazy as it sounds, it's kind of a dark horse contender for the SEC. When you think about how stacked that is, everyone's picking Texas, and people are talking about South Carolina or Florida as a dark horse. I would watch LSU, and the other one would be Lenora Sellers, the quarterback at South Carolina, who I think is amazing and has the capability if he takes another step as a passer to go first overall this time next year.
As a Miami fan, do you know that the U of U here in Utah, their fans have a bone to pick because they like to think of themselves as the U, but we always hear about Miami being the U. I mean, it is a conflict that I don't know that it'll ever be resolved.
I've heard this. I've also heard that the University of Minnesota calls themselves the U as well, which is even weirder because they're not even a U team. I think we can both. We are. It's going to be awkward. Don't we play in 2 years in Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's happening, and so I think we can come to an agreement then. We'll hang out, enjoy Vegas, and we can all have a good time and throw up the U together.
Settle the U.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
Kevin. We appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on and talking football.
Thanks, guys.
Kevin Clark, he's the host of This Is Football on ESPN. DJ and PK, your feedback next.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes open the season Saturday night in the Rose Bowl. Take a nap. It's a 9 o'clock Mountain Time kickoff. Devin Dampier on if he has a goal to exceed 1,000 yards rushing this fall.
I play to win, and if it happens to me running that ball, I'm gonna do what's best for my team. So if that comes with it, that's nice to happen.
Ute at 50 updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hear ye, all business owners, a call to action. I want to endorse your product. Let's get together and be a team. Me and you. I want to endorse it. So what you need to do is text PK to 57500, and our sales staff will take care of the rest. Business owners, let's make beautiful money together. Text PK. Let me spell it for you. PK to 57500.
Breaking news from Adam Schefter to ESPN. Commanders and wide receiver Terry McLaurin reached an agreement on a 3-year contract extension that will end his hold-in, get him in uniform for the opener with the Giants. Sources tell Adam Schefter the extension is worth up to $96 million. How much is guaranteed? How much in bonuses? We'll probably get some more reporting on that here in a little while.
I can't wait to find that out.
There it is.
Get back to me on that. Those sources. Listening to Devin Dampier there. I'm all about winning. I'd love to have a player. Yeah, I just care about my personal stats, man. As long as I get mine.
As long as I get my numbers and I get paid my NIL, whatever, dude.
Yeah, I win either way. You worry about that other stuff. Excited for him to see what he can do.
Multiple questions up on our Facebook page. Ryder Lyons was awesome in his high school's win on TV Saturday night. Is he the next great BYU quarterback? Rostifer says, well, that depends. Is the earth round?
I don't know. I will talk to my fellow New Jerseyan Kyrie Irving. Yeah. Is the earth round? Well, from a global standpoint it is, but there's a lot of flatlands out there. You play Glendale. It's easy to walk. You go play Bountiful Ridge. It's much harder.
Aha!
So it depends.
Not walking Old Mill. Too much up and down there.
Some's is flat. Some's is round.
Iowa State beat Kansas State. Did watching this game give you confidence BYU and Utah can win the Big 12 championship? Steve says, after watching this game, it gave me the utmost confidence that BYU will win the ship and that Utah will go 3-8. Not even going to play the 12th game. It's going to go so poorly.
I don't see that. I believe that this year, and mark this down, people, will be the first year that BYU and Utah play each other twice in a season.
There it is.
If not 3 times.
Now you're talking.
For all those who want me to leave the market, if they play 3 times this year.
Oh, no, we're out. We're out.
We can never do any better.
They split the first 2. They're both 12-1 because it's the only game they lose.
Yeah.
And then they meet again in the title game.
Yeah.
At 15-1 versus 15-1. Be Ollie Frazier, round 3. Give me another
That'd be Ollie Landry and Varsity Blues with
the. Didn't think Ollie Landry was going to get a shout out this morning.
Well, the only thing that could have made this scene better was carrot cake.
Did you? Nice. Tiffany Amber Thiessen reference this morning, too. You don't watch shows.
I would like to eat all that cake.
Did you? Stop. You don't watch shows. Did your wife ever watch Heroes and tell you about her in it? Because there's no way you watched Heroes.
Heroes?
Yeah.
We could be heroes just for one day.
It was a science fiction / adventure.
I love
show.
Science fiction.
She played 2 characters. She played twins. She was good.
That's kind of like Samantha Stevens. She played Samantha, and then her crazy cousin.
There you go.
What was her name?
I don't remember. Do you?
No. Stella.
I
don't know.
Sigma Utes says that Kansas State-Iowa State game, both teams look tough, but that was pretty sloppy football. But it's a rivalry game, season opener, overseas 4,000 miles from home, and it's raining. I make no big judgments.
Oh, I think they're quality teams.
That's what he said. He thought they both looked tough, but beyond that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to beat them, but maybe it's tough to beat you guys too, BYU and Utah. Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right, DJ and PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are next, right here on The Zone.
Show's over.
And we're done.
We've already run out of time again.
This is where we say goodbye.
Goodbye. Don't say goodbye.
Who'd like to hang around and help clean up?
That ended well.
Ticket Tuesday is back. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to a Salt Lake Bees game. Don't miss a free family night out and your chance to check out the new stadium. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win a family pack of tickets every hour. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to BeehiveMills.com and get signed up today. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't begin to knowing, but then I know it's growing strong. Wasn't the spring, and spring became the summer. Who'd have believed you'd come along? Touching hands.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, Ben.
How are you?
Are you really asking?
I'm always really asking.
That's not true.
I'm always really asking you.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
There's a lot of people I'm not actually asking.
No,
You,
I just had an emotional morning, that's all.
Oh. Do you care to elaborate? That seems like you want to get something off your chest.
No, other than it's just kind of funny. I mean, because little kids are funny, but my wife's out of town.
Yeah.
And you know this. I don't know how much I've talked about it, but people probably naturally assume she's more of the hardliner in the Scott family, and I'm the weak-willed one.
Yeah.
And it is a source of contention between my wife and I because she thinks like I'm creating bad habits by giving in, and being too soft. And she's 1,000% right. And whenever she goes out of town, all my kids do is push boundaries with me. Like, oh, I'm obviously going to be able to get away with anything. And my 4-year-old just absolutely put that to the test.
Took advantage of you?
Oh, well, she got mad at me for something dumb and then started flipping out and kicking the wall.
Oh, yeah.
She's horizontal on her bed and kicking the wall.
Oh, wow.
And I came in there and I said, kick that wall one more time. I'm taking something away. And I never take stuff away.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
I never do. And I'm like, I'm taking something away.
Uh-huh.
So she looks right at me, Ben, and she kicks that wall.
Oh, wow.
And she kicks that wall.
That's not a man I'm looking at. That's my peer at best.
And I was like, that is it?
Yeah.
I'm taking your Squishmallow.
Oh,
and I grabbed that
God.
Squishmallow, and then for the next half hour, you can imagine what I dealt with.
Sure. Yeah.
Give me back my Squishmallow!
Yeah.
And just losing her mind.
Yeah.
And here's the part that she starts negotiating with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll calm down if you give me back my Squishmallow.
I'll do whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah.
And I didn't handle it well. I really didn't. There was a lot of emotion, like a lot of regret, like a real quiet ride to the daycare.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
I do. I had one of those Saturday morning camping, so.
Oh, did you?
And I hadn't had one in a while either, but same thing.
Yeah.
Just need you guys to buy in.
Just for a minute.
Yeah, right. Just play along for a little bit. We're in a weird spot. There's a lot of people around. I just need you guys to chill. And they wouldn't. So.
You know what is funny, though, is like she wasn't paying any attention to that Squishmallow. And she has at least a dozen other Squishmallows.
Yeah, of course.
But as soon as I took it away, that's the most important thing in the world right now.
Yep.
That Squishmallow.
Yeah.
So that's what I meant. But it just was an emotional morning. You know, it was one of those.
I do.
It was.
And you're never proud of how you responded, even if you had to do it. Even if you probably did the right thing, you don't feel good about it. So.
You mean yelling back, fix your attitude?
Well,
every time she yells, give me back my Squishmallow. You mean that's probably not it? My neighbor's probably hearing me. Get a better attitude.
I will say, you didn't have the worst parenting weekend of anybody. And we can open the week with a Bozo of the Week. Is that all right? Can we start with a Bozo of the Week candidate? And do Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson's father, who fist-fought his son in Ireland after the game? Not Avery Johnson. Avery Johnson's brother.
Older brother.
On the street outside of the game. So while you were parenting and trying to get something across, and probably did at least a little bit show that dad can be tough, and you can't kick the wall.
Yeah.
There are rules. You did not put yourself as the front runner of Bozo of the Week like Avery Johnson's father, who has very suddenly put all of Kansas State's college football season seriously in doubt for me. This is just one of those early red flags that it's like, oh, this is going to be a bad year. And we're going to be able to look at these little things like, remember his dad beat up his brother in Ireland of all places?
Yeah, I'm not going to. Wait, well, okay, I knew we were going to talk about this, and that was before my emotional morning. And I think I might be changing my tune, honestly. I think I'm fine with the dad.
You get it.
Have you seen the explanation for the dad? It was like a little quarrel escalated too far. That was the explanation. And after this morning, you know what? I kind of get it.
Except for you were not on top of your daughter punching her in a pond.
Yeah, I know.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, in public.
Probably alcohol involved.
At your other son's biggest day. But I think I understand it a little bit more. I think I could, true bozo behavior, yeah, but I'm a little more sympathetic after this morning.
Okay. You get it.
I get it. Yeah. No, this is such a so funny time and place kind of thing with this. I don't know anything about this family dynamic. And yes, fist fighting your kids in public is probably a bad idea.
Fist fighting your kids, period.
Yeah, but like with all the circumstances surrounding it that you just mentioned, there's like, let me give you an example. What's the head president of France? Macron. And his wife's name is Brigitte, if I'm not mistaken. Have you seen the video, like, came out a couple months ago where she just smacks him in the face on the airplane as the thing is coming down, like didn't intend to have everybody see her smack him in the face? And then have you seen them both after? Oh, everybody, hello, smiles.
Everything's fine.
Smiles.
By the time they land.
Smiles, everybody.
Video's gone viral.
Hold my hand, please. Yeah. Because time and place.
Of course.
Wait till you get back to the hotel to fist fight your son. Because you're right, it really was a big day for Avery Johnson. You know, the spotlight.
Of course.
Overseas game.
Only game on. Really the only meaningful game of the day.
Somehow they made it a conference. They picked out a conference opponent on week one, which is already stupid and way too high pressure for week number one, let alone a rival. Yeah, you gotta keep it together. You gotta keep it together for Avery's sake.
Correct. Your son had a terrible day. Didn't play particularly well. Had a much better second half than first half, but this is his year. Like, this is the chance for him to jump up to the top, potentially be a Heisman candidate, get that team to the playoff. And certainly that's not dashed because of one loss, but it's not improved. It's not helped, nor did he look like he's ready to make that jump, in my opinion. And then to have all the attention turn on your brother and your father very publicly on video.
And can we both, I feel like I'm defending the dad too much, but also the brother not 12.
Correct.
The brother, like, mid to late 20s.
If I had to guess, I would bet, yes, the brother was in the wrong.
Well, in the wrong, like you say, beat up his son. I think everybody automatically goes to the worst case scenario, which is
correct.
The son
Child
is
abuse.
like 12.
Yes.
No, the son is like 26.
And has the same DNA as Avery Johnson. Looks like a big person.
Again, still not okay.
Not appropriate.
To fist fight your son. Still
right.
not appropriate.
But these were two men fighting each other.
These were two men fighting each other and not...
Just happened to be related by blood.
Right.
But not a man beating up a child.
Not a man beating up his son. It is a little bit different than that. Again, not okay.
Not condoning.
Not okay.
But a little bit better.
But not what you picture when you say
That's fair.
Father attacked son.
That's fair. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni and fans.
Okay, so when I first saw the statement and saw how long it was, I was like, oh, there's a lot of BS coming here. And then I read it and I was like, no, I believe every sentence of that. I believe some ridiculous bickering escalated into something just horrible. And yeah, you're right. I mean, I bet a few warm beers were consumed.
That's right there in Ireland.
That probably didn't help matters. But I believe all of that. That's yeah, we've embarrassed ourselves and everybody else. Again, getting back to our golf guy who our bozo of the week who got beat up on the golf course by the professional hockey player. Like
got it all on record.
This is all you're gonna
Come on, man.
This is all you're gonna know about these two idiots for the rest of their lives. And in fact, Avery Johnson is going to be answering questions about these two idiots for the rest of his career.
Come on, man.
And there's radio bozos in Salt Lake named Ben Anderson, who's now going to blame the shortcomings of Kansas State's season on the bozo father beating up the bozo brother.
I said stop looking like an idiot.
Like already, we're blaming the future of the whole team on these two morons.
I got it all on record.
That's something that happened in this segment. These two guys will never get over that.
Correct.
They will be the two idiots that fought in Ireland while the brother was playing football for the rest of their lives.
And if Kansas State fails to reach the playoff or the conference championship game, we will go back to this as the moment we knew it was going to fall apart.
If the dad didn't beat up the kid, they'd be national champions by now.
You ever gotten in a fight on vacation? You ever had like the long flight home? Or the bad airport?
Well, the bad airport?
Home?
Yeah, I've had the bad airport.
Yeah. 15 hours back from Ireland to Kansas on that flight.
Do you think they moved seats? They didn't have to sit next to each other?
I'm not even that worried about the dad and the son. Obviously, that was a disaster. But Avery Johnson losing in Ireland, I'm sure did not hear about this right away. I'm sure mom was responsible and said, don't tell Avery. I'm going to get home and I'm going to deal with you two. Do not tell Avery that his dad has made a fool out of the family in a foreign country after the loss. I will deal with you two. And then somebody texted it to Avery right as he got on the plane.
Oh, I'm sure he knew before he got out of the locker room.
15 hours.
Yeah.
A 15-hour flight home thinking about the loss, his legacy, what Kansas State season's looking like, and also my dad beating up my brother in a foreign country. That's a very tough Saturday.
Post-loss behavior from fans. I'm just going to throw fans, not even like parents, athletes, or whatever. There are so many notorious and hilarious in hindsight. And usually alcohol plays a prominent role. The Ute fan that broke into the building in the Capitol at like 5 a.m. Do you remember that one? It was post BYU Utah, and I don't even know. I can't remember which one. Utah might have even won. But a fan got arrested breaking into a building by the Utah Capitol, which is a long walk.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You should have sobered up by then.
And it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. Hilarious stuff. I watched, not to make these all about Ute fans, but I watched the Ute fan legit get beat up in Oregon.
Yeah.
I was walking from the press box down to the field, and this obviously overserved Ute fan was behaving inappropriately and then got beat up, which is never okay. Like, that whole scenario is not okay. You know what I mean? Not okay. Just handle the win or the loss better, I would say, to fans and family members and everyone.
And if
let's handle those emotions a little bit better.
If you're in a foreign country, as we learned from LiAngelo Ball, be on your best behavior. Mind your P's and Q's, right? Don't create an international incident. And they're lucky they made it out of the country. In all honesty, you don't want to get arrested in a foreign country for fighting, being the drunk American fighting. You don't want to do that. Also, a bad look for this game.
I had a roommate who went to a bowl game with buddies, and one of his buddies got arrested before the game. And
Nice.
so then my roommate missed the game because he was at the police station. So at least get arrested after the game.
Yeah.
You know, for your poor behavior, at least make it through the game and then get arrested.
Rivalries are the best. This is Farmageddon, right? This is a pretty good rivalry in college football. It just brings out the absolute best stories, the worst in people, but the best stories.
Bananas stuff.
I was happy to be in Ireland. Now I'm not.
And now I am not. Oh man, I can't remember exactly what it was, but a family member, I think it was Witt's mom, got like run over by some BYU fans when they charged the field after the Andrew George is still running thing. I think there was some other stuff. I have never seen Coach Witt more angry than in that post. It's so angry, and with every right. It's once again why I'm against field storming. And did you see that another adult novelty item got thrown onto this time the golf course?
Oh, did it? Okay, glad it's spreading.
Stop it!
Yeah,
you morons! Stop it! Let athletes have their space.
Correct.
For crying out loud. Anyway, yeah, post big win or lost behavior, I think we could all do better.
Iowa State fans had to have a terrific Saturday. That's as good as it gets, right? You beat your rival or a rival in the big game of the season to kick off the year that looks like now you're on a great trajectory, and the parents of the star quarterback and the opposing team are fighting with their kids. That's as good a day as you can have if you're a petty person.
Hit the pub.
Yeah, right.
Hit the pub, make it happen.
15-hour flight home is going to be raucous. Just don't get arrested yourself.
Do your best.
Do your best.
Do your best. I think it was fairly predictable that Iowa State was going to win that game just because of the wacky nature of game number ones.
But Rocco Becht was terrible in the first half.
Yeah, but Iowa State's more that Rocca Gibraltar type program.
They are. Matt Campbell's a really good coach.
Yeah, and he's been there forever, and his teams are really consistently good. Maybe not great, but consistently good. If you were to bet on not bet, I suppose, but if you were going to pick a program in a wacky game one scenario, it's not a surprise to me that the Cyclones won.
No, I agree with you. And it's just such a good reminder that you just kind of expect these guys to make huge leaps or make huge jumps, and just they're college kids. They're just flawed. The quarterbacks are flawed. The play is only so good.
That game was brutal.
It was not a great game. The fourth quarter was really fun. Everything else before that was pretty weird. And some of that's Ireland. Some of it's game one, like we've talked about. Some of it's there's so much on the line.
The rain.
The rain was obviously crazy. Not being able to see any of the hash marks was crazy.
Game one for all teams is going to be wacky. And we kind of all forget about that because we're stoked that college football is back, right? But, I mean, it's really a bad week of football. Nobody's team plays well.
Right.
Most of the games are entirely uninteresting, which I guess good for Kansas State and Iowa State. Yeah, it was an interesting matchup. Like, who did UNLV almost lost to Idaho State?
Uh-huh.
Didn't Portland State look remarkably bad in their opener as well? I'd have to go back and look at that.
Stanford looked awful. They lost to Hawaii.
Yeah, that's a rough loss.
It was like a close game, but you don't want to be in a close game with Hawaii.
No.
So
yeah. I mean, I guess interesting matchup for sure. Don't fist fight your children.
But the college football season is here.
Bad way to go. But yeah, college football season is here. That's nice.
Thursday, more games. Saturday, everyone locally is playing.
Have you cleared the deck on your calendar?
I'm going to be out of town, but I'm switching my HBO login over to ESPN, and I'm going to do the whole ESPN thing, I guess,
their
now.
New stupid package?
I have to get their new package. So
with FS1?
More money. No, I'm not doing that one yet. That one's not out yet, right? Or is that one available?
It's available.
I'm getting the new whatever stupid ESPN app that has Disney, and so my kids can watch Gravity Falls or whatever. And
boy.
I'll lose HBO, but I'll spend more money, which is good. But then the Utah game's on Fox at 9 p.m. or whatever it is, so I can just tune into that.
Well, if you need your HBO fix, pal, come on over.
I come watch HBO.
Ben posts up on my couch. Bring Max up. I got a show. I can't,
I'm halfway through my Sopranos rewatch. I just didn't finish it.
How's your guys' snack situation? Is it good? Want me to bring something?
I'd like to burn down 3 or 4 episodes.
Bring over some Gardettos.
Do not touch the Squishmallows.
Yeah, correct. That's what I've heard. Ben's kicking the walls.
Kicking the wall. She looked right at me, too. I said, don't you do it, or I'm taking something. And she just, bam, kicks the wall. I was like, okay, that's it. That's it. Any semblance of expectation for a good morning has just gone out the window.
And on a Monday. With your wife out of town.
Mom's out of town.
Bad start.
Bad start.
Really bad start.
Now, not bad like Avery Johnson's dad bad, which you bring up a good point.
It would have been funny if that happened before the game. That would have made it even harder.
Imagine players getting distracted by family members happens all the time. And I do feel for some.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, Avery Johnson is Stan Marsh with his finger and thumb over the bridge of his nose, shaking his head.
Early Bozo of the Week candidate.
Stay tuned. More next. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO. because Utah deserves better.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU at 30 updates. Jake and Ben, here is offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick on what made Bear Bachmeier stand out to be QB1.
He throws a lot of completions. Yeah, he's really accurate. He's done a great job in camp taking care of the football. Fewest interceptions of all the guys, and throws a really high completion percentage, and a lot of explosive plays. Threw a bunch of touchdown passes and just has done a good job leading our team. And he's very mature, man. Our players gravitate to him. He's a good leader. And, all these guys are good leaders, but rare to see a freshman who can lead the team the way he does every day.
Cougar at 30 updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district, South Jordan, mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. That's Kenny J's Barbecue in the district.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is very appropriate for college football and my Hokies, Ben.
They do this at the third quarter?
No, it's the beginning of the game.
That's how they open the game.
This is the beginning of the game. Okay. Because Hokie fans are in the seats, Ben.
There's going to be a lot of people listening and saying, how do you not know that? It's because Virginia Tech hasn't played a meaningful football game in 22
Quite some
years.
time.
Yeah.
No, 22 is a little...
little bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a stretch, but quite some time.
Been a while.
It's been a minute. Yeah. All right, time for the top 3 stories of the
How
day.
did they get that? How did they get to start with that song?
They just did it. It started as, I believe, as just a bit to get people in their seats before kickoff. They're like, we're going to have this, and they played it, and then the students got on board and did the jumping and all that sort of thing, and then it just took off.
It's like one of the great rock anthems of the last 40 years. So for Virginia Tech to get it, of all... It's like a bad closing pitcher having a great song to walk onto the field.
And Metallica has gone and played Blacksburg.
Oh, really?
And they let them use it for free.
Oh, wow. That's really nice.
Yeah, so it's great. Kind of I'm sure it's gotten them a ton of attention. I mean, all the videos out there. And before every single Virginia Tech game, they're not nationally broadcast every game. Well, they're on cable probably pretty much every game. So anyway, J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, it's game week, fellas. How you feeling about the slate we got this weekend?
Well, I have no idea what to make of UCLA. It'll be an interesting test for Utah, in which it's a battle of 2 teams that were 5-7 last year. both radically overhauled their offense. Utah entirely new offensively. UCLA went out and got Iam Aliava, who was the top quarterback transfer in the country. I don't. How much does that change what Deshaun Foster does and what UCLA actually looks like? Because you go back and you look at their schedule, they scored between 13 and 19 points basically every game. They could not score at all last year. Neither could Utah. So in that sense, they're similar. The difference is UCLA was losing every game 13-35, and Utah was losing every game 15-18. Or Utah could at least slow you down using their great defense, but couldn't score at all. UCLA really wasn't good anywhere. So I'm curious to see what UCLA's offense looks like, and then if their defense can stop anybody.
I'm guessing the Bruins are going to stink.
Probably.
Because I think the bozo factor of their head coach is quite high. I mean, they were not good last year.
Yeah.
I think his act during camp is kind of bizarre, but when were the Bruins, when were they formidable?
Man, it's been a while. I mean, since Jim Mora was there. Honestly.
And they were okay. It's not like they were dominating the conference.
Yeah, they had some top 10 rankings, but that was early in the season, never at the end of the season.
I mean, maybe this is crazy, but I expect Utah to win fairly comfortably.
It's week one. It's what's so weird about it. You just don't know, and you're going on the road. And like you're saying, and I've seen some of the things online about the tickets that are still available at the Rose Bowl. Now, it's enormous, so there's always tickets available. But it's like every ticket's available. So there might be more red there than blue and gold or whatever they call the colors.
Because, and this just gets back to our criticism of Deshaun Foster. Nobody cares about UCLA football.
Right.
You need all the buzz you can get. Crapping on the 5 reporters that actually cover your team is getting you nothing. In fact, it does you a disservice.
Yeah.
The attendance at UCLA games is embarrassing from a visual standpoint, not just from a financial standpoint. But do you remember, Ben? Of course you did. I mean, you covered the Mountain West at least for a couple of years, or maybe you didn't. But you remember how San Diego State, though, all those games in that giant stadium when nobody cared about San Diego State, and it's like, this is embarrassing, like visually, because there's this giant stadium that nobody goes to, and that's very much UCLA. They need all they can get, but nobody expects them to be good. Even their own fan base doesn't think they're going to be good. I don't think they're going to be good, and Utah is one of those teams like Iowa State that's really good in week number 1 because they're kind of the model of stability for the most part. Now, this year they're installing a new offense, which makes it a little more up in the air. But the type of offense that they're installing is should be pretty good to go right away. It's not a complex.
Shouldn't be as stupid as Troy Taylor's iPhone offense, which was so, he said, really hard to learn, but once you learned it, it was easy, like an iPhone. And nobody seemed to ever really get a grasp of it.
Right. He's not putting in the West Coast, Right. Bill Walsh isn't coming in.
Right.
So I think Utah should be pretty good out of the gate. I mean, I don't know. I expect Utah to be better than UCLA. I don't think that's that even much of a hot take.
UCLA's brought in a ton of transfers on the offensive line, a lot on the defensive side. They lost a lot of guys weirdly to the NFL last year on defense, despite the fact that they were not a good defense. So even their good players are gone. So they're going to put a lot on Iam Aliava to step in and be really good. And we'll see. I mean, he's a great player. He was really good at Tennessee. Tennessee didn't seem totally heartbroken about him leaving, but that might be sour grapes. So I'm fascinated about that.
I'm going to reverse a hot take I had, I think it was last week, in regards to BYU Portland State. I told you I didn't think BYU would blow out Portland State because week 1s are so wacky, let alone with a new quarterback, all that stuff. They're going to struggle. Portland State couldn't score against Tarleton State. They got blanked 42-0. I mean, BYU may blow out Portland State.
Oh, they should. Right?
It might look kind of clunky, but the end of the score, the final score.
I don't know. Do we think
might be 50-0?
Tarleton was good.
I have no idea. It doesn't matter. You got blanked.
Their running back Trey Page, Tarleton, had 15 carries for 170 yards. So what is that? 13-yard average, 12-yard average per carry. So I think BYU is going to be fine.
The old Vikings of Portland State are not bringing a ton to the table. And you know what? That week 2 against Stanford, right? That's looking like
pretty good,
easier money than maybe we thought.
And Utah's never really struggled playing at the Rose Bowl. Never really struggled against UCLA on the road. top 5 teams. Joe Williams ran for 1,000 yards one night. So it's never been a place that Utah seemed to really struggle.
It was, what was it? It was like 330 yards, something like that, 350 yards?
332.
That was kind of honestly a sad moment in a way, because they had already thrown Joe Williams off of the team, and then they begged him to come back, and their defense was so bad that night against UCLA. You forget about it because Joe Williams won them the game.
Yeah.
But the defense was so bad that night that they had to have the historic performance from a running back to win.
That might be Utah's highest scoring game ever in the Pac-12.
We'd have to go look at it.
They scored 50, UCLA scored over 40. Yeah, that game was crazy.
Who was UCLA's quarterback at the time?
I don't think it was Brett Hundley, was it?
I don't think so. We'd have to go back and look, but that was a wild game for a lot of reasons. You don't see Utah's defense give up yardage like that. Every time UCLA touched the ball, they scored, and it was like watching an AFL game.
Mike Fafawi was UCLA's quarterback. I don't even remember that name at all. Fafaul. I don't remember him at all.
I don't either. There's no way you're pronouncing that right, though.
Fafaul. Fafaul. Or Foffle.
And then Foffle.
From Cockeysville, Maryland.
All right.
Never even heard of that spot either.
And then Utah State plays the Mighty Miners of UTEP coming up this week. And I'm really curious to see what that team looks like under Bronco Mendenhall right out of the gate.
Can't wait. I like Bronco teams.
Well, and speaking of, not letting anybody know anything, Broncos doing that at Utah State too. All right, what's next?
Number 2, you guys already hit on Iowa State, Kansas State. Any other takeaways from week 0?
Yeah, certainly not super impressed with what Stanford was able to show, and that's a good sign for BYU. Not that you don't want to be untested going into the Big 12 season, but you also don't want to have a weird loss early in the year if you're going to be only so-so that could cost you when it comes to a bowl game.
Your Jayhawks managed a victory over the mighty Bulldogs of Fresno State.
Fresno State looked terrible.
Yeah, well, they're probably not good.
Yeah.
I would guess. But Kansas, we kind of wonder. And then I couldn't believe that Idaho State gave UNLV a game. And UNLV was pretty good last year. Their whole coaching staff is gone, right?
It is, yeah.
And it looks like it's probably back to business as usual for UNLV.
But Dan Mullen there, we'll see. You never know. Slow game 1. Sometimes teams turn it around. But Kansas, not to brush over them too quickly, Jalen Daniels out looking healthy is a great sign for them. When he's healthy, Kansas is dangerous. And he showed it, 18 of 20 passing, 176 yards. Very kind of a casual outing. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. So he looked good.
What exactly is Andrew Luck's role with the Cardinal?
He just kind of oversees, right?
The only good thing about that is we now have the Captain Andrew Luck Twitter guy back, which is funny.
Yeah.
And was always funny.
Is Ron Rivera doing something with them as well? And
Riverboat
Frank Reich
Ron?
is there. Am I right on that? They have a bunch of weird former NFL
But
coaches.
it's all temporary, right?
Yeah, everyone's kind of just stepping up. Yes, Ron Rivera is like working with Andrew Luck, I think, to run Stanford, and Frank Reich is there as the interim coach entering the season. Week 1 as the interim is very strange.
Well, they're doing a bad job.
Yeah.
I think he's there the whole year, but
He is.
It's just temporary.
I think Ron Rivera's at Cal, so he's a rival. So excuse me.
All right.
Anyways. Yeah, it's not going to be good.
Losing in Honolulu is rough.
Yeah, it's really bad. And they looked bad, and they couldn't stop anyone late in the game.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, the NFL wrapped their preseason. Cut day is tomorrow, and breaking news before the show, Terry McLaurin signed a big extension with the Washington Commanders.
The commies, McLaurin was holding out, demanding a trade, yada, yada, yada. We all knew this was going to happen. A 3-year contract extension worth up to $96 million.
He wanted to be a top 10. He wanted to be paid like a top 10 receiver in the NFL, and he certainly is.
$30 million signing bonus in the deal as well. So he's going to be catching passes for the commies this season, which, yeah, like we said, was predictable.
But I think everyone's eyes have turned now. The biggest holdout still is Micah Parsons, who was napping during the preseason game. Clearly a sign that he's trying to show up the Cowboys, right? You don't accidentally do that.
Well, no, unless you're Ron Artest.
Laying down on the table?
Yeah. Well, like on the scorer's table.
And then they threw a drink at his face?
I watched the stupid Netflix documentary about that the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I have thoughts if you'd ever want to hear, but...
On the Malice in the Palace?
Well, on that documentary.
Okay. Oh, on the documentary.
On that documentary.
So we'll see. But the NFL season wraps, or the NFL preseason wraps, now they have this awkward week off before kicking off. They do Thursday night to kick off, right?
Yeah.
We're not that far
on
away.
Amazon.
Week and a half away.
I
do like the college football official week 1 kind of gets its own weekend. And they play on Sunday, too, to fill that gap.
The Browns are keeping 4 quarterbacks. 4.
They didn't even pick their best 4 because they waived Tyler Huntley, who is certainly better than at least one of Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel.
Kenny Pickett, too.
The Browns are going to Browns. What are you doing? Most NFL teams don't keep 3 quarterbacks, let alone 4 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So why did you draft Shedeur in the first place?
Right. After you got Dylan Gabriel, all the pressure was off. We got our guy. We got a young guy.
They created this problem for themselves.
They did.
Old Stefanski taking heat for not playing Shedeur in a 2-minute drill in a preseason game. Like, that's all self-created.
And, I mean, what is the status of Deshaun Watson?
Injured.
He is it's a list that they call it.
Yeah.
So he's not technically on the roster. He's like on an injured list. So he doesn't count towards the 50.
He's on the PUP list?
Yes. Yeah.
But he's never going to play for them again, right? At least that's the expectation.
The owner loves him.
They're paying 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So, yes, they have 4 active quarterbacks. They're paying 5, including one of them is the highest paid in the NFL, and he's not playing. And Joe Flacco's your starter.
And one of them in Shedeur, good or bad, is just a lightning rod who has a speeding problem.
Yeah.
Totally self-created. That could have been somebody else's thing.
The other one can't grip a
4
football.
quarterbacks.
Hands are so little.
What is it, a 53-man active roster?
Yeah. Almost 10% of your
To
roster is
keep
quarterbacks.
3 players that are likely not going to play in a particular game, or you're not planning on playing. That's crazy. There's some backup guard that has to learn how to play tight end that's like, wait, hey, Kyle, Shedeur's doing nothing. Standing there picking his nose.
It's a mess.
I got to play offensive and defensive tackle.
You're right. It's a joke. But it's the Browns. They've always been that way. It's been that way my whole life.
And then the other Sanders son got cut.
Shiloh out.
Punched another player. Got
into a
dismissed from the
fist
game.
fight, got tossed from the game.
And then cut.
Might be the last time we see him.
Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hut, 118, hike, 187. It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy. No way! Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
On Grid stock number 25T0272R and 25T0326. 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, new 25 26 vehicles only. Base upgrade Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Valid until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com. BarWBeef.com.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lion House rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Sophia's here to see a pig. Jerry's here to buy some. And Carl's here for the mutton busting. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Don't miss Utah's own PRCA Rodeo September 5th, 6th, and 8th at the Days of 47 Arena. Watch the world's top cowboys and cowgirls compete in the final qualifier for the national finals. That's September 5th, 6th, and 8th only at the Utah State Fair.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your air conditioner keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or just want a second opinion about replacing it. Call Any Hour Services for help with your air conditioner today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Here's Utah quarterback Devin Dampier on where they can have the most success on offense.
Definitely in the area in the run game. I mean, our O-line, when you're able to depend on the front, you can do a lot of things. I expect the holes to be really big, and I expect to have time back there in the pass game, so it makes my job really easy.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Kenny J's.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay tuned. Big college football preview show coming up on Wednesday. We're excited about it. Ben and I will be there.
Kenny J is at the district.
Be out of Kenny J's, wolfing down some good barbecue.
I hope so.
Excited about that. Ben, I'm sure you were glued to California high school football over the weekend.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Ride or die Lions was, what do you think? 31 of 37, Ben, 408 yards, 4 passing touchdowns, and even ran one in.
He's got all the makings of a great high school quarterback.
I do like high school sports, but I also don't.
That makes one of us.
I don't like this aspect of high school sports that you have no idea. You know what I mean? Like these quarterbacks that put up huge numbers. I always throw to the Alex Smith example. I mean, he played with Reggie Bush and Todd Watkins, and nobody really saw him do anything because his job was to hand it off to Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
You know, and he never really got.
Yeah, I don't know who Derrick Henry's quarterback was. He might have been
attention,
great.
You know, Brandon Doman ran the option at Skyline. Yeah, he won the state title, but everybody at Lavelle Edwards thought he was a safety until the day he was forced to start him.
Chase Hansen, great high school quarterback.
And
Britton Covey, awesome high school quarterback.
And you just don't know.
And that's
you know
not
what
to
I mean?
that's not to demean Ryder Lyons at all. He's got the right size. He's clearly got the tools. That's awesome. You know, the hard part for me, again, is where we have really ruined college football. And look, I expect him to end up at BYU, but that is 2 years from now. He'll be getting on campus, ideally starting 2 years from now. We'll have no idea what the quarterback situation looks like before that. We don't know who the coaches are going to be. You know, we don't know what BYU will have brought in before that or not been able to do since.
So his plan is to take a 1-year mission. Is that? I don't understand this. If somebody wants to do a call in or hit us on the Snap Talk, I honestly, I've known a lot of missionaries in my life and obviously covered a lot of BYU football. And I do not know this 1-year mission thing. I've never heard
I'm with
of it.
you because the expectation is he will be on campus in 2027.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not judging. I mean,
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah, of course.
I have no idea. I've just never heard of it before.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it was 18 months.
Is that what it is?
An 18-month mission as opposed to 2 years.
Okay. Is that what I have heard of the 18-month mission? I have heard of that before. And that's like a calendar thing, right? Where you're kind of eligible to go home at 18 months and then it's just what works with the mission or something like that. Again, somebody explained. I apologize for my my negligence, but I have heard of that one.
I can't tell if it's even 18 months. I'm not sure that would match up, so it might be shorter. I've seen 18. I see 12. I see them all over the internet.
Yeah,
So
I've
we'll
seen the 1-year mission thing, and I've just never heard of that before.
Regardless, again, it's just month to month in college football is just so hard to know what to expect. Again, I mean, look at these two teams we're talking about. I mean, look at what we were expecting at BYU 3 months ago versus what's happening today. And that's not to say that's what's going to happen to Ryder Lions. It's just things change so quickly in college football anymore. I would think these schools will be in the Big 12. I don't know. We don't really have an ability. You would be silly to think you know anything about what the future is going to look like in college football for teams, for coaches, for players. So,
Man, the recipe for success at BYU is just still the same. You get a top-notch quarterback, and if they play as upperclassmen, then BYU is going to be really good.
Yeah.
And they can get a top-notch quarterback. Not all places can recruit players with such high ceilings. But with that said, one game in California high school I just kind of laughed that was a thing this weekend because, like, do you have any idea who they're playing? Are they on a super team?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, is he the quarterback of a team that's obviously way better than their competition?
I personally would not care if he was. How many Elite 11 guys have we seen come and be superstars or be talked about as superstars, and they went to the Elite 11 and they were going to be the MVP, and just a different animal. Get on that's why I can't wait to watch Bear Bachmeier. Some guys get on and they just ball out. Some guys get on the field and they can't play. You got to see it.
Well, Ride or Die Lions. Do you like that, by the way?
I love that.
He had a big game over the weekend.
Yeah. Lions not sheep. That's what I say.
Want to remind you that you can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, get tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 Tour September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Jimmy Eat World and New Found Glory. Get your tickets at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 Tour. September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Jimmy Eat World and New Found Glory. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, what have you been doing this summer? Hopefully you've been busy, enjoying the good weather, out and about, taking road trips. Do you really want to spend time with your financial planning on a day-to-day basis? Do you really want to be that guy that's living and dying with every single stock ticker report as opposed to, I don't know, enjoying going boating or playing golf or doing the things with your family? Well, listen. Have Trajan be a partner with you, a team on your side to help you manage and make those critical decisions and help take it off your top of mind. Set your goals for retirement, get Trajan on your side, and then you're doing the right stuff. So give them a call. You can sit down with them. They're local, have offices in Draper and Farmington, 801-899-7600, 801-899-7600. You can also get started at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a season-opening home game for the Aggies as they welcome UTEP to Maverick Stadium. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, join Hans and Scotty coming up tomorrow from noon to 3 at My Hearing Centers, 8941 South, 700 East. Let's see. Guy on a Buffalo Snap Talks in, Ben. Said, spoke to someone this weekend that just got home from being a mission president. Said he had never heard of the one-year mission. Said it is likely either special permission or he's just saying I'm coming home in a year. Deal with it? Okay. All right. Well, good times.
Whatever floats your boat. Yeah, it's not up to me. This seems like a very personal decision.
Now, do you think that would be like intentionally get sent home?
Sure. Just fake an injury.
Or like have really bad behavior. Isn't that why they send you home from a mission in theory?
I may know some people.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Just keep telling your mission president about your girlfriend that you have on your mission. That'll get you sent home.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you intentionally submarine the thing, or can you just bounce? How does that work? I honestly don't know.
I mean, they can't pull your passport, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there's nobody physically keeping somebody there.
So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Buy a plane ticket. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a free man. You're 18 years old.
But it might not be 18 kind
yet.
of weird to be going into it with that mentality, no?
You didn't bring enough suits? Why do you have
You're not
half
gonna
as
be here
much
for like
stuff
12
as
months?
I do.
I'm going to be QB1 at BYU, man? You kidding?
I'll be curious. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I don't know how that works either.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like I said, all the missionaries in my life have all been 2-year excursions. Then they come back with a Spanish accent.
Usually put on some weight or lost a lot.
It depends on where you go.
Yeah,
I did have that observation with my friends that the stateside missionaries were coming back heavy,
yeah,
and most of the time balding.
Oh, you went to Wisconsin. Interesting.
Yeah, right. And then if my friends that got sent to Brazil or Argentina or something where and especially if they got posted remote areas, it's like came back thin.
Yeah.
And a Spanish accent.
But admirable regardless.
I had a buddy that went to Europe, went to like Italy.
Mm-hmm.
He came back very defeated.
Why?
No, it's just you don't have a lot of success, you know?
Sure, it's a stronghold.
Yeah.
Notorious stronghold.
I don't know how many
the Catholics.
baptisms or whatever he had, but he came back and he's like, man, I got the door slammed in my face a lot. Not a whole lot of success.
Sure.
Whereas in other parts of the world, I think missionaries are a little more, the numbers come up a little bit.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right, a buddy went to the Philippines and ate monkey brains. That's pretty crazy. If you were on a mission, Ben, and monkey brains were slid in front of you, you would?
Do you know it's monkey brains beforehand?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm a polite man. I'm adventurous.
See, I am too, but I don't know. Monkey brains might be a bridge too far.
Where is the bridge? Is that where you cut it off?
Yeah. How far up the body are you willing to go?
Well, I told
How low
you.
are you willing to go? You eating chicken feet?
I told you I went to an like a traditional Chinese wedding that had like a 21-course meal, and I had to tell them like, hey, you got to stop telling me what this stuff is. I'm gonna eat it. I'm here for the experience. It's delicious, but you got to stop telling me what this stuff is because I do have a line. As much as I would like to pretend that I don't.
Christian, you have a line? You eating tongue?
I've had tongue.
Yeah, lengua. It's good.
Yeah,
it's really good. Lengua tacos are A+.
I'm sure that maybe in the moment I'd maybe be like, oh, I don't know if I'm feeling it today.
I don't know if I'd eat an eyeball.
Yeah, that's a good.
It seems textury. It seems the potential to pop is not something I'm all that interested in. I would rather eat a brain than an eyeball.
Yeah, I've had, I guess it's not super weird, but like cheek. They call it cabeza.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I knowingly ate a cow testicle.
Mm-hmm. You told that story.
I have. That was.
I've not done that.
That was thanks to Craig Bullerjack.
You've not done
and
the
Gordon
Rocky
Monson.
Mountain oyster.
But yeah, brain.
You gotta survive, man.
Oh well, we're not talking survival here.
Well, at some point, somebody ate a brain to survive, and then they were like, "This is pretty good."
Well, we're talking about etiquette, though. We're talking about how polite are you? Yeah. Because there's no way you're excited about eating the monkey brain.
Probably not.
So how polite are you?
Yeah. Sure. I don't know what's in a hot dog.
My father.
I've eaten some brains in a hot dog. I'm sure of it. Yeah, I've had brain.
My father-in-law's into like juicing things and that sort of stuff. He's kind of a naturalist that way. He makes cantaloupe juice, but he includes the rind, which I thought was pretty interesting. Making it like a green color, but it still tasted like a cantaloupe.
Yeah.
A lot of fiber in the rind.
Sure, I believe it.
Yeah, a lot of fiber in the rind. Oh man, that's funny. All right, Ben. College football week is upon us, which is fantastic. Super excited about our coverage here on the station. Christian, how did the first week of the football coverage go?
It was cool. Yeah, Saturday show is now replaced by College Football Saturday. Alex Curie is joining Alex Napolis and I every Saturday morning from 10 to noon. That's going to act as kind of the pregame shows this year for BYU and Utah instead of doing a pregame right beforehand. And then starting this week, we are going to be going live with true postgame shows immediately following the game. Most of those will be over air when we have space on the signals, but they're all going to be live streamed on YouTube, Facebook, X, and all that stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
That really sucks for you this upcoming week, though.
Yes, 9 p.m. kickoff for Utah, so that means post-game is going to be around probably 1-ish. And I was telling you guys my mother-in-law is coming to visit. She's staying in our extra bedroom, so I was like, hey, I got work, guys.
It's also my broadcast studio, so
yeah.
Hope you have some thoughts.
No, you should do it outside for the whole neighborhood.
That's great. That's a good idea.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I do feel for you there, but I also feel for you that how do you do a Utah pregame show where you know nothing about either team?
We've been doing it for the last 6 months. I don't know. What are you talking about?
You haven't. Nobody knows what to expect from UCLA, and I'm half joking about this, but it is obnoxious that we do not have more information because people want to know. People want to preview their games. They want to get stoked about their games, and what do we really know about? You know, we know some stuff about Utah because we are closer to the program and have watched at least last year. We know what to expect from somebody like Smith Snowden and Lander Barton, and there are probably a couple of examples of that with the Bruins, but like they're turning over their whole team, and we haven't seen anything.
Do you think we know more about Utah or BYU?
BYU.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they're bringing back their coaching staff.
Okay.
You don't know what Jason Beck's offense is going to look like at Utah.
I bet
You
it's
have
going
no
to look
idea.
a lot like what we saw last year at New Mexico.
And how's that going to meld with the rest of the team and the rest of the personnel? I mean, the offensive line is the strength of the team. You're asking them to play a totally different way.
Sure.
So
BYU's got an almost entirely new offensive line. Not entirely new, but
we know what the scheme looks
brand
like.
new tackles and a new quarterback who does things differently. And
we know what A-Rod
conceptually,
wants. We know what A-Rod wants to do.
Yeah.
We know what BYU wants to do defensively. This is Jay Hill's third season with the Cougs. Third. We know what he wants to accomplish. I absolutely think we know more about BYU.
Okay.
I mean,
here's the thing: you can change the offensive coordinator at Utah all you want, and WIT teams look like WIT teams for the most part.
I don't think so, because they did change offensive coordinators every year, and it was always a crapshoot what you were going to get and whether or not it was going to work. Again, the last time they did a spread option, go fast, go hard offense was Dave Christensen, and it was a disaster.
It has worked rarely at Utah, and I mean like a good offense. Rarely have they had a good offense, and it was once Cam Rising stepped on the field that Utah had a good offense. That's really the difference, and that's why I am curious about BYU, because you have a new quarterback stepping on the field that hasn't ever shown anything. At the very least, Devin Dampier has showed that he can do what Devin Dampier does. At the very least, his strengths should translate, and I think we should know what that's going to look like. Now,
in the Big 12?
No, of course it's different than the Mountain West, but he's going to be Devin Dampier. Like, this is not a guy. WIT right now, what I'm really curious is the balance of the offense, right? How much pass, how much throw, what do the percentages look like? WIT's going to tell you it needs to be 50-50. No one actually thinks that's what's going to look like. At least that's not what I think it's going to look like. And I think Devin Dampier's strength is going to be his ability to run the ball. And we have seen quarterbacks who run the ball and generally what that looks like. It's going to be similar over and over and over. But I don't expect an Andy Ludwig type offense. That's fine. I don't know if Andy Ludwig's offense was much to write home about until Cam Rising stepped on the field. And that, I think, can apply to A-Rod, which is, A-Rod wants to have a system and wants to run certain things, but if you don't have a quarterback who can do anything, it doesn't matter what A-Rod wants to do. So that's where I would say, maybe I know who the coaches are, but it may not mean anything to me.
Well, 12 touchdowns and 12 interceptions is not going to inspire confidence. If you're going to say you know what to expect from Dampier, because we saw it in New Mexico, 12 touchdowns and 12 interceptions is going to be rough for Ute fans. And I don't know, would WIT even let him get to 12 interceptions?
No. Well, 12 is not a crazy number by itself. Isn't that what Jake Retzlaff had last year? You have something like 20 and 12. But yeah, if you're as dangerous as you are on the ground, and how many rushing touchdowns did Devin Dampier have last year? 19. I mean, almost twice as many as he had throwing touchdowns. Not almost twice, but quite a few, 7 more. I just don't think Utah's going to be calling a lot of passing plays in the red zone.
Let's see. In 2022, let's call it that, Cam Rising played in 13 games, and this was his career high, by the way. 8 interceptions.
Okay.
The year before, in 13 games, he had 5 total interceptions. Let's see. He had 20 touchdowns in 2021. He had 26 touchdowns to go along with those 8 interceptions in 2022. So, did not turn the ball over, which might have been his superpower.
Tyler Huntley, 10 his first year as a starter, his sophomore season, in 10 games. Then it dropped to 6, then it dropped to 4.
Yeah,
Tyler really got, he's turned into a very good player.
12's a lot.
12 is a lot, yeah. I think Jake Retzlaff led the conference last year, right?
12's a lot. And a lot for a Utah team.
It is.
Now, Ty Detmer would tell you he doesn't give 2 rips about interceptions.
Yeah, Jake had 12 last year. Well, Ty had 6 in a game, right? How many was it in the NFL? He set the record?
He did. Do you know his Heisman campaign?
7 interceptions in a game. It's a lot.
Do you know how many interceptions Ty Detmer had in his Heisman campaign? The year he threw for 5,188 yards.
18. 22. 25. 28.
28.
28 interceptions is crazy.
41 touchdowns, though.
Yeah, well, it's
41 touchdowns, 5,188 yards. That's wild.
Matt Ryan, his final season at Boston College, he had 19 interceptions. So if it's worth it, it's worth it. If you're throwing for 5,000 yards, Like Ty Detmer, Matty Ice threw for 4,500 yards. Devin Dampier's throwing for, 2,400 yards, I think,
But
generously.
The hard part about it is, though, and think about this for a second, because this is why the offense-defense meld with Utah is so critical. Kyle Whittingham would have benched Ty Detmer. He would have. Witt would have benched Ty Detmer at interception like 15. Ty Detmer would never have gotten to 5,000 yards. He never would have sniffed it because he would have been not playing.
Well,
Lavelle Edwards famously was very patient with his quarterbacks making mistakes and turning it over. Kyle Whittingham is not.
I am with you then that it's going to be fascinating to watch what Utah does with Devin Dampier, because I think if you let him throw the ball, I think he's going to have turnovers. And you don't have another option.
So now he's playing fast, which does not complement the defense. And he's turning it over, which really does not complement the defense. How patient is the head coach with the offense? And at what point do we see Jason Beck do a protest game like Dave Christensen did against Arizona State, where he refused to pass the ball in the second half? Refused.
But I think this goes back to my point of who do we know more about? Are we sure we know more about BYU or Utah? We know Witt's not going to let that happen. You know that.
Not going to let what happen?
Let Devin Dampier throw for double-digit interceptions, certainly not 15. 12 is only if he's also throwing 20 or if he's rushing for 2 a game. If he has 20 on the ground, that's one thing, and 12 through the air, and he ends up with 32 and 12. That's one thing, and that's basically what he did last year at New Mexico. 31 and 12.
So if he does throw interceptions, you're telling me they're going to turn then to Isaac Wilson, and we're going to see exactly the same thing that happened last year?
No, I don't
again?
think so. But I just think
then they go to the true freshman?
No, they're not going to. They won't switch off of Devin Dampier. I don't think they have an option.
You just told me that we know Witt's going to do that.
No, I didn't say that. I said they will neuter. I didn't say this either. They will neuter Devin Dampier. They will neuter the offense, but they're not going to go away from him. But they will just go to what they did after Cam Rising got hurt when they had Nate Johnson, right? Just hand the ball off. Or a real simple timing route. Quick. But I don't think you're letting him sit back there. If he's throwing the ball away, the weird thing is he should have a lot of time. That offensive line should dominate. He should have time when he's sitting back there for 4 and 5 seconds.
But he wasn't playing the run and shoot at New Mexico last year. It's not like he was throwing the ball 40 times.
No, he wasn't.
So, it's pretty neutered already, if that's the term you want to use. It's already down to that. So I don't know. I think there's way more question with how that works necessarily than, we know this isn't a positive thing that we know about BYU, but
32 passing attempts a game last year.
We know that BYU is starting a freshman, and we know that that's not going to go well because it never goes well. And I'm not saying go well like he's the worst quarterback we've ever seen. I'm saying not goes well like they don't win 10 games. Freshmen don't win 10 games.
Sure.
We know that about BYU. Anybody who's expecting BYU to win 10 games should not be. We know that freshmen do not win 10 games.
So Isaac Wilson had 25 passing attempts per game last year. Devin Dampier had 32.
Bad comparison because Isaac Wilson was
and
inept.
They played quickly at New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. So you're talking about more drives, so more opportunities to throw the ball.
They wanted Isaac to play as slow as possible.
Correct. They just didn't want Isaac to have the ball.
Yeah.
So, but that's the question. If Dampier is throwing the ball away, Isaac had 11 interceptions last year. He was 1-1. Well, he's 10 interceptions or 10 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
But you talk about last year like
1-1.
You talk about last year like it was successful.
No, I'm not saying it's successful.
No,
at all.
I know, but you're like, but Isaac had this last year. Well, last year was a complete disaster. You can't have a replay of last year.
Right,
that's not a thing.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where they will neuter the offense if that's the case. If that's where Devin Dampier is heading, they will just turn into a full running offense.
And then lose a bunch of games?
Yeah.
Well, exactly. We don't know. We don't know. What do we know about Utah? They could lose a bunch of games if it doesn't go well. Exactly.
I just don't think they're going to be a well-balanced offense. I don't think it's going to be a very dangerous passing attack. I don't think they have the pass catchers. I don't think Devin Dampier has shown he's a great passer. That doesn't mean the offense can't be effective. I think he's going to be effective with his legs, and Utah has had good teams win double-digit seasons without quarterbacks who can throw the ball particularly well. And I won't be surprised if that's what we see from this Utah team at all. I think they will be up around 8, 9, 10 wins if everything goes well, even if Devin Dampier is not, 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio guy.
We have Brent weighing in on something real quick here. Ben on the Snap Talk. We were talking about missions And Ride or Die Lions, he says, Brent says, service missions can vary in length. It is fairly common for a service mission to last 1 year. There has been an effort to consider these missions as important and, quote, real as a proselytizing, say that right, mission.
Okay.
That seems reasonable. Like, that seems like it makes some sense. I don't know the difference between a service and the other mission is, but yeah, I could see that. So only 1 year, and that's why.
Absolutely.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready, go! It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you. Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account. And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your BYU 30 update. Here's Jay Hill on the pass rush showing improvement.
One of the places I'm most happy with is our pass rush looks different right now than it did last year. We got some dynamic guys off the edge. Some of those young bucks that we recruited the first years I was here are starting to show up, and I can't wait to watch them in the game because the pass rush looks good right now.
BYU at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty on Wednesday for the Cougar Preview Show, brought to you by Beehive Meals. Ben and I have a bunch of random conversations in the break oftentimes, and we were randomly talking about names. And actually, that is kind of relevant. We don't have to dwell on this, but this is something that happened over the weekend, and I have a question. Okay, so Atlanta Falcons quarterback Michael Penix was walking off of the field. That's another thing, Junior. Don't tell me Junior, Christian. Stevon Smith once corrected me. I was like, hey, we've got the great Stevon Smith on the air. And he's like, it's actually Stevon Smith Sr. It's like, come on, dude.
I'm with you on the senior thing. First of all, sorry to reveal your family secrets, but you're a junior. Right?
Beyond that. But
yeah, you're not like, actually,
you can call me by
Mr.
this.
Scott the Fourth or whatever. Yeah, nobody cares. And senior means you've adopted it yourself.
Yeah.
As an adult.
Right. Yeah, it's silly. So Michael Penix, though, is walking off the field, and a fan in Dallas calls him by the obvious name. If you were going to mispronounce his name, that's what they did.
Mike.
No.
Oh, no, his last name.
His last name.
I see. Yeah.
Which is, like, incredibly uncreative and juvenile. We can all agree. Well, Michael got mad. He starts yelling at this fan. And I got to think, like, here's my example for you. How old was Dick Butkus when he was like, I've heard them all in the book, dude?
Sure.
I've heard them all.
Right.
I'm not going to get worked up about this because, I've been called every funny name. By the time I got to fourth grade, I'd heard them all.
My name's Dick Butkus.
Like, if you're Michael Penix, I mean, how many times in your life has some mean kid or whatever done just that? I mean, I'm sure that's his entire 8th grade year. You know what I mean? Why would you get bent out of shape
Right.
now.
Sure.
Like, that's not the first person that made that joke during that game. Okay, very funny. Very funny. Any excuse. I meant to say disc.
Did you see this? Like last week, though, a TV station did it by accident. Like it must have auto-corrected
With
or
Michael
something.
Penix?
Yeah. It had his name up there, and it was misspelled.
Auto-corrected.
Whoops.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But
Maybe
I don't
Sugar
understand
Ray
his reaction.
Yelled at a fan one time because he did the same thing with Sugar Ray. I'm with you. Yeah. I'm sure at some point you would hope it would stop, right? Like that might, I'm sure it was a sensitive issue.
It's never going to stop.
I'm sure it was a sensitive issue. And he thought, I'm finally in the NFL and now it's going to go away. No, it's going to be worse than ever now. You've got a spotlight on you.
People are mean and people are dumb.
Yeah.
And so he's going to get that for as long as he plays sports.
Correct.
And every single person that comes up with it is going to think that they're a genius.
Change that.
You know what I mean?
Change that last letter.
Like,
That's my fantasy team's name.
that's funny. That is funny. You know how many people have been like, Jake the Snake?
Yeah, right.
It's like, oh, hadn't heard that.
You got me.
I mean, wow.
Yeah.
You just come up with that on your own?
Yeah.
So at what point are you like, oh, okay, all right, I got a good one. But anyway, apparently he's still quite sensitive about it.
Speaking of being sensitive, did you see Utah State's depth chart?
No.
Nobody did. Also, Bronco Mendenhall, no depth chart in Utah State's official media release this morning.
He doesn't have to, so they're not going to.
Yeah, it's just it has a depth chart. There's just there's literally nothing on it.
The only person we know is the pig farmer is starting, right?
That's the belief, yeah.
I think he said that, right?
So, yeah, but
That
otherwise,
the pig
nothing.
farmer's the guy.
So we're going to see this more and more. Which again, it's just, and you know, it is a disservice to the opposing media and people covering the game. It is just a bit of a disservice.
Oh,
so
big
disservice
time.
to your fans. It's just goofy. I am pro Wit. I am pro Bronco. I think this is silly.
Well, Bronco's justification, at least in spring ball, and I think it continues to be, that he doesn't want his roster to get rated. It's like at some point people are going to figure out who's playing for your team.
And I'm sure they are also feeling that way. At some point you're gonna watch the game on Saturday and you're gonna see who rolls out against UTEP, and that's gonna be who's starting, and that's gonna be the depth chart. Again, it's people trying to do their jobs leading up to it.
Yeah.
And it's no game, in my opinion, has ever been won or lost by the depth chart that came out a week before the game started.
That's so funny. I'm looking through it right now. Like they released the media guide, and it gets to a page like
it
you were
says
saying.
offense,
it says
defense, and special teams.
Depth chart, and it's just all blank.
It's all blank.
You know what honestly bothers me about it? Okay, let me put it this way. In college football in particular, fans actually don't care about players. They do in the temporary, but they're a Ute or a Cougar fan, and players come and go. It's the nature of the sport. You're a fan of the logo. You're not necessarily a fan of individual players. Thus, in college football, you can trade out 80% of the team, and the fans don't go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
If in the pros, if you traded out 80% of the team, fans would go somewhere. You know, they're rooting, especially in basketball, they're way more rooting for players and stars and that sort of thing. But in college football, fans really don't care that much about the players. And I'm sure the players really like attention.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a backup tackle that when he's listed on the 2 deep at that backup spot is sending an email to his mom being like, dude, look who hit the 2 deep or whatever. Look who made the paper.
Mm-hmm.
Look, those bozos, Jake and Ben, were talking about me, saying, wow, way to go. You made the 2 deep. None of that. I mean, it just takes attention off the players. In all honesty, it does. It just takes attention. And that's what Bronco admittedly wants, because when players get attention, then other teams find out about the player. But isn't Bronco, who is a pro player coach, isn't he actually doing that player a disservice? Yeah. And if you're not getting media attention, how much money are you getting for car endorsements or for throwing stuff out on the Snap Talk, and or all the ways that they're supposed to actually make NIL money by taking the attention away from the player? You're actually devaluing them and not doing the player a favor. So I feel bad. Our mutual friend, Carl Ganther, loved it every time his name was mentioned in the media.
Yeah.
Every time he got written about or whatever, it was a huge deal to him when he was playing. Hans, talk to Hans about it.
Of course, I'm totally with you. And I when I think of why Utah doesn't have a depth chart right now, and what you're saying about Bronco at Utah State, I think is exactly right. Bronco doesn't want his roster to get rated. Witt raves about Zach Williams after spring ball, and he immediately enters the transfer portal. Right? Is going somewhere else because somebody said, "Oh, good receiver at Utah. I bet we can sell him that he'll get catches somewhere else. That he'll have an opportunity to play and be more of a guy somewhere else," and he transfers and gets more money. So in that sense, I'm sure they don't feel like they ever want to do these guys any favors and put their name out there unless they've signed them to a multi-year contract that gives them some semblance of security. And even that's a false word. It's like you just leave your contract. Yeah, you don't get that money for the second year, but you already gotten paid the first year, and you go somewhere else that's going to give you money. But I think along those lines, that would be the reason they would tell you. But yeah, I think it's protecting the coach, not the player.
Not the player.
Yeah.
Not what's in the best interest for the player.
And if we're talking about, again, the myth of student athletes, what is this all about? It's not student athletes.
Well, and now Aggie fans are going to show up at the game, and they're still going to show up. And instead of going, wow, that Ben Anderson is pretty good, they're going to go, wow, that number 19 really plays well.
Really plays hard.
Yeah. I have no idea who he is, but boy, he looked like he was lighting it up out there.
Yeah. So,
I mean, people like going online and searching depth charts, and like, what's that one website that only exists for depth charts? What is it?
Yeah.
Our Lads or whatever it is?
Phil Steele's entire model and living is based off of depth charts. His entire lifeline is going out and putting out depth charts. And yeah, you can look at what his ratings are and what he thinks is going to be good here and there in his previews for the season. 99% of it is a depth chart and the team schedule.
How much money do you think Phil Steele has made for college football in his career?
Millions.
Yeah, hundreds of millions,
yeah,
maybe.
The
amount of attention that he brings to every program, and now the magazine format is certainly outdated, and he has evolved to do it electronically and all this stuff. But you can still find one of those in the airport during the summer.
Yeah, Barnes and Noble, it's a huge thing still.
Yeah, so that just brings attention to everybody, and you find out about the teams. And actually, it's more necessary now than ever. I have no idea who's on what team.
Right. Yeah. Right. Absolutely.
But why would you want to promote
your product
or your team? Because you're worried about that attention working against you. But I think that feels like trying to put water back into a fire hose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this behavior will prevent anybody at Utah State from transferring?
Of course not.
My guess is probably not.
In fact, I would think it might do the opposite.
Maybe a transfer over the summer. Maybe you saved. But you're artificially limiting the market for your players. Like there's a double-edged sword to that.
I don't think it's going to force anyone by themselves to leave when I say it might do the opposite. But if you're looking at other things, you're like, man, my brother plays for this other school and his name's on a depth chart. Mine's not. You know what I mean?
But
it's just like the final. It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. I'm just like, this is weird.
But Bronco was the guy who publicly said, until Ziggy Ansah, he publicly said at BYU he does not care about developing his players for the NFL. He said that. Mm-hmm. And now his justification for that was, we're raising better humans and we want them to succeed at life and all these other things, which are wonderful, right? But to not develop them for the NFL, that's like a policy that actually works against you, because recruits hear you say that and they want to go to the NFL, whether it's a realistic thing or not. In this case, I think he's justifying keeping an ultimate lid on his program to keep his players from being rated, but I think that works against him because players want attention and players want NIL money and players want there to be a market for them. And maybe they decide to stay in Logan, but they want there to be love. Everybody does. You want to be successful in the system. By artificially devaluing your players, I think you're doing a disservice to those players. And people aren't dumb. They're going to realize it. So I would guess this is a policy that at some point he's going to have to
adjust,
be a little bit more flexible. But Witt has gone entirely, he hasn't really given on any of this. He's only taken throughout his career, only limited access and taken away stuff. And he hasn't really gone the other direction, and it's worked fine for him. So, what do I know? But I think eventually you pay for giving away free advertising.
Your name has quite literally never been more valuable in print in college sports than it is today.
Yeah.
And it'll be even more tomorrow. And it's only growing because of name, image, likeness. Not having your name out there is a bad financial decision for you. If that's what you care about, that's the truth.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
all right, we'll wrap up the show. Coming up next, it's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier, and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to beehivemills.com and get signed up today. That's beehivemills.com.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy.
No way.
Yes way. Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight Champ, Riverton Chevy.
On approved red stock number 25T0272R and 25T0326 on 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, new 2526 vehicles only. Base upgrade Icon Pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Valid until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
Tonight on KSL, starting this year, Utah teachers finally have paid maternity leave. Isn't that wild? But even with maternity leave, there's another big assignment for teachers before they can leave to have their babies. In a job that requires a do-it-yourself mentality, KSL reveals why getting that leave comes with some homework.
You kind of are put in a position where you feel like you have to choose between your family and your work.
DIY teacher maternity leave, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Morgan Scally talking about the freshman standouts on the D-line.
Man, we've made a ton of progress. The freshmen came in and really have proven that they can play year one. So, Carson Kafusi and I would say Pupu Sepulona, listen, Semi and Sione. My guess is all of them see time at some point this season, but I would say that Carson and Pupu have kind of separated themselves from the freshman pack. Add to that Leaky, and you got Dallas, and you got Jonah. So that's a solid group right now. Very happy. Luther Ellis has done a heck of a job with that crew. We should be solid.
Utes 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
I think the biggest difference between Bear Bachmeier and Isaac Wilson is the fact that Bear Bachmeier is taking first-team reps before the season even begins. Isaac was on the second team, had to get shoved in the middle of the season. I think there's a big difference there. Bear has an opportunity to train a little bit more, get more prepared, be more comfortable with the system. Just one man's opinion.
Absolutely, Brian, right there on the call-in feature, KSL Sports app. I think a true frosh is a true frosh, and not to expect much. So I don't know if I 100% agree with Brian, but a true frosh, having as much time to prepare as possible, yeah, that's probably a better thing than just being thrown in.
I agree with both of you, where I would disagree with Brian and I guess agree with you, or disagree with you. I just don't think you know until they're on the field. If Isaac Wilson had gotten all the reps last year before the season, was Isaac Wilson going to be a significantly better player?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Probably not.
I don't know.
Probably not. It could have made a difference, but not.
How many first-string reps was, and again, we're talking true freshmen, it's different, but how many first-string reps was Cam Rising getting before the year he took over as starter in game 2 or 3, whatever it was?
Not many.
He was the backup.
Yeah.
So not many. He was better.
Maybe some in camp, but for the most part, no.
Yeah. So you just kind of get on the field and you got to see. So I don't know what to expect from Bear Bachmeier other than I just think there's only so much you can know as a freshman, as a true freshman. Even if you get all the reps, you don't have 12 or 13 games worth of reps. You don't have a season worth of reps. I mean, I've been listening to some stuff on Deshaun Foster at UCLA and the quarterback, as a head coach. He took the job in March last year. It was weird timing. Chip left or whatever happened, and he got the job at a weird spot. And he got promoted right from running backs coach. He was never even the OC. And now they're talking about UCLA and Deshaun Foster like this is his first year. Now he knows. This is a guy who's been in college football his whole life. Right? How long ago was he playing at UCLA? Long time ago. He's been doing this forever. And he now, as a coach, is in his second year and he feels like, okay, now I've kind of got it figured out. Jay Hill has been a head coach, talked about going to his second season at BYU, finally figuring out okay, I know what to expect. Bear doesn't know what he doesn't know, even if he gets 1 million first-team reps. Until you're on the field and play 12 games and know what it's like to go on the road in week 6, I just don't think it matters what you do all that much. The reps help. But there's certain things you just can't replicate.
He's the guy that snap talked out all of his relevant medical information and revealing a more serious injury when he was trying to say, do you remember this? He sent
Sean
out
Foster?
He sent out, and I should Google this to make sure I'm not slandering somebody, but he sent out a picture of an MRI trying to say something, and it revealed that he had a broken foot.
Okay.
But that he left all of his information on the MRI. It said all of his medical information on the MRI or whatever. So I don't know. take that for what you will, but that's what stands out to me about Deshaun Foster. And actually, that wasn't that long ago. Was that Arian Foster?
Different guy.
Dang. Slandered Deshaun
Former
Foster.
Texans running back.
Yeah, Arian Foster. You remember that, Christian?
No, I didn't. I was Googling the story, and
he was an
there's
interesting
ESPN artible about Arian Foster post
It was
MRI
Arian
photo.
Foster. Oh, corrections and retractions. Apologies.
He
Ben.
he was an interesting dude. Wasn't he vegan?
He is very weird. He
He
still
is a
is.
weird
He's
dude,
pretty
yeah.
active with Barstool Sports right now, and he's odd.
Yeah, he's a weird dude.
Ben, we talked about how poorly run, bad owners can win sometimes, but usually bad owners are destined to repeat the same bad behavior over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? The Cincinnati Bengals, I'll give you an example. They're owned by a dude named Mike Brown. Did you hear Boomer Esiason's probably the most famous Bengal in history?
Okay. Chris Collinsworth. Tony
Yeah.
Munoz. But yeah, okay.
But probably
Joe Burrow now.
Probably
Lamar.
Boomer.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the Bengals were going to have, they're doing a Ring of Honor ceremony or whatever. And so they're inviting their legend players to come into town. And Boomer got invited.
Okay.
And he got an email. Okay, he read the email on the radio, so let me just read you the email. The Bengals organization is excited to celebrate our legends community and kindly invite you and a guest to join us in celebrating Dave Lapham and Lamar Parrish on Ring of Honor weekend in October, culminating at our game on Sunday, October 26th, when the Bengals take on the New York Jets. More details are below, and we kindly ask you to RSVP no later than Friday, August 22nd. You and a guest can receive 2 complimentary tickets with an opportunity to purchase an additional one if you wish. If you are traveling in for the weekend from out of town, we have secured a block of rooms at the Renaissance Hotel at a preferred discount rate. Rooms are limited, so please book directly for the early and best rate. We look forward to hosting you in the jungle for an unforgettable weekend. Don't hesitate to reach out with me or another guy on the staff with any questions. Thank you, and Who Day.
Well, if you want a +1, you're going to have to pay for it.
You're the Bengals, and it's Boomer Esiason.
There's limited
you
seating.
can fly Boomer in.
There's limited seating.
You
There's a
don't-
group rate. There's a code.
That a Renaissance.
Send us an email, and we'll send you the code for the group rate.
Boomer Esiason's going to be like, I've got an additional 1 ticket I could purchase. Boomer Esiason. What did he do for that franchise?
Not enough. Gotta do more.
What did all the Bengals legends do for that franchise? They're like, we're going to send you an email. And if you could get here, we'd love to see you at the game. We'll give you a couple of tickets, but you got to pay for the 3rd. And the good news is we got you a discount rate at the Renaissance Inn. Are you kidding?
Well, bad teams are bad teams. I wish I could say it was anything different, but what have you come to expect from idiots or idiots? They're just going to continue to show that they're idiots, and this is the Browns.
It's crazy. Like, running the day-to-day operations of an NFL franchise is expensive. I mean, in comparison to other expenses that the NFL or that an NFL team has, a couple of plane tickets for your legends has got to be a drop in the bucket.
You have not accumulated enough miles, some way to get something taken care of.
Yeah,
You
that's
don't
what
have
I'm
a
saying.
sponsorship with Delta or Spirit.
What
or
other
whatever.
corners are they cutting?
Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, everywhere.
And that's bad. I mean, that's bad ownership.
Again, Ryan Smith buying the Utah Mammoth and
Where's
having
the
to
sound
take,
effect?
having to take on old bills from the hotels that the last owner wouldn't pay for his players during the season.
Having enough tape in the locker rooms.
Having enough tape in the locker rooms. Like, yeah, what is that? $2?
See, that stuff really matters.
It absolutely matters. It's why people think the Lakers are going to take a big jump forward now, moving on from the buses, who were weirdly cheap with stuff because they didn't have that much money.
Well, the kids were terrible.
Yeah.
The old man knew what he was doing. The kids they were all terrible.
BYU did release a depth chart quickly. I know we've got Hans and Scotty coming up next. A couple of things, I guess, to keep an eye on. Didn't name an official starter at either guard position. Waylon Lapuaho or Sonny Makasini at left guard listed as Oars or Austin Leosa, or a Kyle, Suffolchuk, I think is how you pronounce his last name. Both listed as oars. So we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. But otherwise, not a lot of battles undecided yet.
All right, Hans and Scotty are coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Jake and Ben
Thanks,
Show
Christian.
on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Ticket Tuesday is back. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to a Salt Lake Bees game. Don't miss a free family night out and your chance to check out the new stadium. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win a family pack of tickets every hour. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey Utah, tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's back to school time for a lot of us. That means life gets even busier and it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
Go to BeehiveMills.com and get signed up today. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week, folks. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're all in a great mood. We're fired up. We're ready to go. Let's do it.
Nobody's in a great mood. Lloyd already cussed at us. You and I got in a little argument just before the mics cracked.
Oh, that was all in love, though. I'm in a great mood.
Dude, it's a game week, and so I'm agitated. I'm already injured. I woke up with a stinger. Yeah, dude, my vertebrae is jacked. If I had to play an actual game right now, I would probably be tapping my helmet after 2 plays.
Wow.
I'm injured.
You need that, what is it, Toradol?
No, I need the Midol is what I need. Because I am just a big old crybaby. I can't do it anymore, man. My body is so weak.
Stop it.
I complain about everything. I'm whiny. You deal with it. Don't act like you don't know and you don't deal with it. You see me sometimes and you're like, oh, geez, he's a whiny crybaby.
No, but I do know, like, you push yourself probably harder now than in our whole 14 years of doing a show.
Oh, with exercise?
With weights and exercise, yeah.
I do. I'm running way too much. And I'm feeling weight fall off now that I'm like, I kind of want that back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm losing strength. And
yeah,
I feel like my bench is taking a step back. So I don't know what to do, Scotty. I think I might just start eating more. Might start carb loading.
Hey, I offered, man. I made the biggest batch of smoked mac and cheese over the weekend.
Mac and cheese death.
And it was, this thing was a massive pan. And
Is it Clay's recipe?
We didn't make hardly a dent in it. Lloyd, would you like some? I'll bring some in for you tomorrow if you want.
I would absolutely love some. Okay. That'd be great. Thank you.
It's the best.
And I didn't even ask about the other thing that I made was an equal size of cobbler.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so
don't do that to me.
I knew the cobbler was off limits, but I thought maybe the mac and cheese you might go for.
You got some extra cobbler. That.
Is it smoked too?
Smoked cobbler?
It was cooked on the smoker, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So, Scotty, I'm into this new craze, man. I can't stop cooking pizzas in my rock box. Homemade doughs.
Oh, yeah.
And doing calzones and pizzas in the rock box.
I need your dough recipe.
Amanda found the dough recipe of all dough recipes.
I can never find a good pizza dough recipe.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, let me get it to you.
Oh, yeah, please
because
do.
It's a 7 to 8 hours rise process. So in 7 to 8 hours, you're ready to go. So you make it in the morning, and then you do your pizzas in the evening. And we just did fresh pizzas out of the rock box yesterday, and it just makes your eyeballs roll in the back of your head. Fresh tomato sauce, fresh grated mozzarella. I do just because it's the base, I do a pepperoni, onion, and jalapeno, a candied jalapeno, and you know where I get those.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So it's pepperoni, onion, candied jalapeno, and then I do just a little stripe of that spicy honey.
There you go.
Oh, it's so good. It is the classic pizza. It's the classic game day pizza. Anybody out there that's like, oh, what could I do to be unique for game days? Get yourself a rock box. And all that rock box is, they call it a rock box because it has a big stone in the bottom of it. And it uses propane. It heats the stone up to about 800 degrees surface temperature. It heats the rock box up to about 850, 900 degrees internal. And it does take a minute. You got to get used to cooking with it, but I've dialed that in because you got to get your stone to about 800 degrees. You want the surface 700 to 800 degrees, and then you want the internal to sit where you can watch your toppings bake, and you don't want to burn the cheese, but you want to make sure you're cooking the whole dough. And Scotty, I got it dialed in, buddy.
Oh, nice.
And it's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes of pizza. So everybody makes their own individual pizza. Some want more sauce. Some want more, like a deeper, thicker mozzarella. I decided I'm going to do a calzone, so I loaded it with mozzarella, folded it over, loaded with pepperoni and onion and jalapeno, and then dipped it down into that fresh tomato sauce. It's just...
So were you able to get that even crust? Around the whole thing? Because sometimes
crust.
That's tough with a calzone.
And with this rock box, when you heat that stone the right way, you can get a nice crisp.
Yeah.
And I'm talking all the way to the middle. So when you cut it, your mozzarella goos over the top. You still have a nice layer of sauce, but you've got that hard, like that crispy crunch. You just gotta have the right dough, the right heat on the stone, and you can make yourself the best pizza you've ever had.
Now we're talking.
But the problem is, it's loaded with calories. So yesterday I got done, and I'm like, that's embarrassing. That is really embarrassing what I just did to myself.
No.
Yeah, full pizza and a calzone, all by my lonesome.
Hey, and then you ran for 20 miles this morning and lifted essentially the size of a Subaru. It all balances out.
Hopefully I burned out some of it. How was your week?
Bar Dub. I got to tell you about Bar Dub. I know you're heading there tonight.
Yeah.
Now,
this is, by the way, perks of having this job.
Yes.
This is a perk.
This is a absolute perk. Bart and the crew at Bar W, they're doing essentially a soft opening of their burger joint. It's called Bar Dub. It's going to be in the same building as the steak restaurant, which will be open here in a month or so. And they hope to be open here very soon. No specific date yet, but I imagine it's within a week, maybe 2 weeks tops, that this place is going to be open in Nephi. And my wife, Brooks, and I went down, and I am telling you.
No, Brode? Practice?
Brode wanted to go to the Bountiful game. So he went to the Bountiful game with his buddies on Friday, and we went down, and it was phenomenal. I mean, it is. They've got the milkshakes, they've got the donuts, they've got all kinds of pastries.
Did they have the Spud Nuts rocking?
They had the Spud Nuts rocking, and
did you eat one?
No, I did not.
Did Brooks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked fantastic.
Oh my gosh, the Spud Nut. For those of you who don't know, Spud Nut, they use potatoes. It's basically a donut.
Yeah.
They use potatoes. The potatoes keep it extra soft, really fluffy. And then it's just a nice smooth glaze that they typically put. Was it a dip glaze or a top glaze?
Just a dip glaze. Yeah. But they had a bunch of different toppings.
Okay.
You're absolutely going to love them. And then I got a mushroom sirloin sliders. And they had these caramelized caramelized onions, caramelized onions on top of this sirloin steak, and they put it in a slider. And there were 2 of these sliders. The bun
on
is
top
fantastic.
of sirloin steak.
Yeah,
not ground.
No, now
just a piece of sirloin.
It was a thin piece of sirloin with these onions on top of it. Huh. Oh my gosh, it was incredible. And they've got the fried pickles. They've got incredible fries. They've got the cross-cut fries.
Using tallow to cook their fries?
Using beef tallow to cook the fries. Beef tallow. They spared no expense. This place is phenomenal, and I know it's in Nephi. It's a little bit of a drive, but you know what? My wife and I and my son, we had a great time. Driving down there, listening to some music, having a good time, and my wife got a burger and this is her burger to a T. Like, she could not have designed a better burger. And I understand this may not be for everybody, but this just goes to show you the creativity that they have. I talked to the chef down there, and he has an Aussie burger that has beautiful ground beef, cheese, bacon, pineapple, fried egg, and a beet.
All on one?
All on one burger.
Fried egg, beet,
bacon.
Bacon. Did you say onion ring?
And no onion ring, but a pineapple. Pineapple, yeah.
Holy crap. But you didn't do that one.
No, I did not do that one because I'm not a big fan of pineapple. And I understand. They understand.
And a beat.
And a beat.
I've never heard of a beet.
My wife loved it. Now, this is up my wife's alley. She loves that kind of stuff. Me, no, not necessarily. I just want cheese, bacon, pickles, and burger.
Yeah.
And they have that as well. But that's the crazy thing. They're getting so creative. They can mix and match all different kinds of things on your burger.
Well, I'm excited to get down there. I'm headed out this evening, and I think I'll probably do the sirloin. Because you know how I feel about
do those sirloin sliders.
Yeah.
I
love the sirloin so much, man.
And you know what? The kind of effort they put into having the bun, people don't really put a good emphasis on buns these days when it comes to burgers.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. Just a perfect resistance. It didn't get mushy, held everything together.
Do they fry it? Do they butter it?
Oh, you can tell it's been buttered, yeah. And a little bit of crust on it.
Let's go.
Man, you're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. Again, Bar Dub, part of the Bar WB family down in Nephi, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, we've got Kyle Whittingham presser.
We do.
We've got a Kyle Whittingham presser. We're going to hear from Kalani Sitake. It's a busy Monday kicking off a game week for both Scotty and I. I saw the Utah State depth chart. So, interesting stuff there. that we might get into.
Lloyd, did you see the depth chart for Utah State?
Let's send it over to Lloyd.
You should
Have him
open
take a gander.
You should open up the game notes and look at the depth chart. Hands and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Game week is here, folks. You've waited all summer long, all since after BYU routed Colorado in the Alamo Bowl. As a Utah fan, you've been stewing in that 5-7 stink. If you're BYU, you've been loving life, riding high after that big victory against Colorado. For Utah State fans, you're waiting for the Bronco Mendenhall era to begin. Well, guess what, folks? It's finally here.
Oh, it's so good, man. So many rich storylines, dude. This is the most rich, healthy college football storylines we've had at one time in the state.
Yes.
Where you got a new coordinator that came out of state, brought a quarterback with him, and Coach Beck and Dan Pierre. And you got Bronco Mendenhall back in the state, man. If that was the only storyline that we had that was kind of a new storyline, that would be an incredible storyline. Just having him back in the state. The whole Jake Retzlaff thing, man, it added a lot of crazy conversation a couple of months back when we found out that there was a civil suit that was handed down on him that would leave him with really only the option to transfer. And he's done that. So now you've got this freshman quarterback. It's like, where do you start? Where do you go? And how do you even start to attack the different storylines? But for me, the storyline starts with University of Utah.
Yeah.
Because they're taking on a UCLA Bruins team that is unpredictable. And they're also going to be playing a Kansas State team that we just watched lose to Iowa State in that Big 12 opener. So there are a lot of storylines that we try to pay attention to at the University of Utah. And I did get an opportunity to listen to some of Kyle's presser. And you can hear it in Kyle's voice. He knows UCLA is going to be really good. He knows that they're as unpredictable as Utah is on the offensive side of the ball. They've made new hires. They've got a different quarterback, and they're in a pressed situation to try to find a way to win in the Big Ten. UCLA's got to find a way to win. They can't just continue to be the embarrassment of the Big Ten. They are already embarrassed because they're looked at as the baby brother that followed USC into a conference.
Yeah, you just got lucky that you're in the same zip code as USC.
Which I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Oh, it's absolutely true.
I think they were the interstate connection to USC, that there had to be an even number that came along, and UCLA just happened to hitch their wagon, and it's embarrassing for them. They're embarrassed, and they've got to start to dump money into this and find a way to win. So I can tell that Kyle Whittingham feels pressure to win. He knows what's on this opener and how important it is that he shows up well. We all got an opportunity to watch Avery Johnson over the weekend. Utah's going to face this Kansas State team. How do they look when they do it? Because Avery Johnson, I know the Kansas State lost, but Avery Johnson, the end of the year, because remember that Utah game is the second to the last game of the year. That Utah-Kansas State game is going to could probably have major implications.
Yes.
That is the toughest stretch of the Utah schedule, because it's at Baylor, Kansas State, at Kansas. At Baylor, Kansas State at home, and at Kansas. That is going to be a 3-game decider, in my opinion.
Yep.
So
season will be on the line there.
Season will be on the line, and I'm watching Kansas State, and I'm like, this is not the Kansas State team that's going to show up against Utah.
No.
They're not going to have these stupid turnovers. They're not going to, there were 4 total turnovers in the first half of that game.
Yeah, the first 3-4 minutes of that game were just an absolute mess.
It was sloppy.
It looked like, a Little League football game out there.
It was bad.
Yeah.
A muffed punt to start that game.
And then a bad pitch at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, bad play call.
Yeah.
That's a bad play call. Was that Kansas State or was
No,
that
was Iowa State.
That was Iowa State.
Yeah.
Bad play call. Yeah, you're second down, I think.
Goal from the 1 or 2.
From the 1.
Yeah.
And you go pitch in the rain. You could have QB snuck the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But there were a couple. I felt like the coordinators were as off as the players, and I thought that the coordinators and players were as off as the weather and the environment. But there was no shortage of fans.
Woo. Kansas State, Iowa State fans showed up for that bad boy.
And showed up pre-kick. Like
yeah.
When the cameras opened up and they were, hi, live from Dublin, it was like, geez, they're there.
Oh, yeah.
The fans were there. They were stacked in. And the whole event looked really good.
Everybody looked like they were having themselves a very good time.
I am actually, like, fingers crossed. I would love to call that game.
Oh, I guarantee. I don't know if it's going to be Ireland, but you're going to be calling an international game here soon. BYU is too much of a international product that absolutely they will be playing an international. And by the way, I've not heard any word of that whatsoever. I'm just assuming in the Big 12's ambitious approach to trying to put teams overseas to expand their reach, BYU just makes way too much sense to do that.
Well, it felt like Dublin got their money's worth.
Yeah.
Even though that first half was sloppy, that game tightened up and it got really good. And it was a crazy finish. And Iowa State got the win, but that was a pretty darn good second half in my opinion. I know still some sloppy stuff in the second half, but that fourth quarter.
That was awesome.
That fourth quarter was awesome. And Rocco Beck is very good. And I think both these teams, even though they didn't show as well, both of these teams had aspects that I really liked of them. So Utah plays Kansas State. BYU plays Iowa State. In fact, I just got my flights set for Ames, Iowa. So going to be flying into Ames here in a few weeks. And I will tell you, Scotty, that as much as I love the Big 12, some of these locations are just random, tough to get to.
It's nice.
They're random and tough to get to.
Yeah.
But I do love the Big 12, man. I love to make up the Big 12. I just got the play-by-play voice for the Bearcat just reached out to me this morning. And they were like, hey, excited to have you out here in a few weeks. And good luck. And, they, doing some radio stuff. And it was like, man, good people.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a really good, nice, close, tight-knit feel and community to the broadcasting teams. And, we always get together and have those dinners. And I love the Big 12, but there are random stops, man.
At what point did you bring up, how can I get that chili in me?
I actually didn't, because I think that he would probably try to move me away from it. Because there's so much criticism of that chili. There's so much criticism. A Skyline chili, for those of you that haven't had it.
Yeah. Cincinnati staple.
Yeah, there's a lot of criticism of it.
Hey, you know what? To each their own. We have funeral potatoes. They have Skyline chili.
But I'm going to go smash some Skyline chili.
And spaghetti and everything, right?
I'm going to do the dogs and spaghetti. Cause when I go, I'm just going to go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do it 4 ways, which means onions, the cheese, the mustard, and something else. I can't remember. There's one other topping on it. But what caught you? What caught your interest in this weekend's games?
To me, obviously, I was dialed into that Iowa State game. And to me, the thing that really jumped out to me is we'd been talking all summer long about quarterbacks and how the Big 12 is going to be loaded at quarterback. And it was like, yep, there you go. There you go. You saw 2 really good quarterbacks on display that are going to make a lot of teams miserable throughout the year. And did both of them play up to the standard that they'd hoped for? Not really. No.
Especially Avery.
Avery Johnson.
Had some good numbers,
yeah.
But the game was not his style game.
No, it wasn't. And he's not going to play like that. And, he and his family, they always have a punching chance of getting things right in the right direction. So it'll be interesting to see how they pull through some of this. And it should be interesting to watch, for sure.
Oh, geez. Yeah. We'll talk about that at the back end of this thing. Holy cow. Speaking of Dublin getting their money's worth. Jeez, they got a free pay-per-view.
I know, right?
That's bad.
It's a bad look. Bad look.
If my brother and my dad were caught on video fighting, could you imagine?
Oh, no.
This makes quarterback for Kansas City.
Oh, Patrick Mahomes.
This makes Patrick Mahomes Sr. look like a saint.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me sick, honestly. And first it was like, oh, his dad's getting into a fight. And everybody's like, wait a minute. That's his brother.
Whose dad was it that took all the money? Was it Bubby Hebert? Brister?
No, it was Bernie Kosar.
Oh, Kosar. This
Yeah.
makes Kosar's dad look like a saint.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't even imagine. You're waking up, like you just played a hell of a game in a tough environment, and you had a tough outcome, and you're getting a call from whoever's Doug Hoffman or Brett Pine or, whoever's making the call. And they're like,
we got a situation.
Hey, Hans, you got to come in here. Clark and Ryan had a really bad dust up on the streets of
my
Dublin.
Clark, my Ryan? Dust up on the streets of Dublin.
What do you mean? Did they fight a couple of Irishmen? No. Did they fight a couple of Kansas State fans, Iowa State fans?
No.
Well, who did they fight?
They fought each other.
And it was the big storyline throughout the whole weekend.
Sadly, it was. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up to welcome Bailey back to the show. Mint Medical. It's time to get you back in mint condition. How are you?
Hey, Bailey.
Good weekend?
Yes, it was. Good to see you both again.
It's good to see your shining, smiling face, bud.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of listeners that don't have a shiny, smiling face because they may be struggling with some issues in the bedroom. And Mint Medical can get you back to that mint condition that you need to be at.
Exactly. We focus on the ED treatments using that acoustic wave therapy that we've talked about before. It really is revolutionary how it can, as we said, get you back to mint condition, in the bedroom.
There's a lot of people out there that have been on the little blue pill for a long time.
Right.
And the longer you take it, the more, you get used to it. So you have to take more, and that means the side effects become worse. And it's never a fix. It's just a Band-Aid. Whereas Mint Medical, with the acoustic wave therapy, that is a fix to the problem.
That's right. And any guy that's taken those, they know the side effects, the kind of the hangover effect and the headaches and the blurred vision. I mean, it's just not fun. And the worst part about it is they lose that spontaneity. So when you have this acoustic wave therapy, it fixes that and kind of gets you back to where you have your confidence back again and things are working in your relationship.
There's a lot of things that we've learned about mint, and there's a lot of things I like about mint. It is all encompassing. Not to mention, you guys do Botox for men and women. So if you're looking for Botox, but if you feel like your hormones are off, you feel like you don't have the testosterone to gain the weight or put on the muscle or gain the strength, or you're just dealing with weight that you can't kick and you're interested in these semaglutides, that's Mint Medical. So, of course, they get to the root of the problem with ED, but I just love that you treat the whole human.
That's right.
Bailey.
Yeah, and talk about the energy loss that sometimes men and women have with the hormones. You can get that back in balance, and getting the GLPs. There's so many things that those can do to get the weight down, which also helps your energy. And it all comes back to it fixes the intimacy side as well. And we do offer that, and that's what makes us different. Is it's comprehensive. It's not just something that's a one shot, no pun intended. But we want to fix the root cause of the problem, but then we want to give you something that can help with energy and kind of a holistic approach to the problem.
I'm going to I'll put myself out there a little bit. I've Hans and I, we've talked about it a lot, but I've dropped a considerable amount of weight. Bailey, I showed you my before picture.
Yes, you did.
And I will say this, on Saturday, I did a ton of yard work that would have just absolutely wrecked me a couple of years ago. And to be able to plow through that, do everything I wanted to do, get everything done that I needed to do, and it still didn't feel like I needed to go to bed at 8 o'clock that night and wake up the next morning all sore. It is life-changing when you can address some of those weight issues and you've got the GLP medication to take care of it.
Exactly, and they really do work, and we combine that with a nice nutraceutical to kind of keep your muscle mass up, because as you know, as you lose the weight, sometimes you lose the muscle. But we want to make sure that you can get that energy back by when you lose the weight and have the right muscle mass so that you're healthy, all in all healthy. That's what we want.
Call right now, Mint Medical, and hey, a lot of freebies go along with it. We still hooking people up?
We are. We're still hooking people up. And we'll give you, if you do become a patient of ours on the acoustic wave therapy, you can choose either 1 month free of your GLP-1s or 1 month free of your hormone replacement. And we also, if you become a patient, you will get a 5-night stay in Hawaii on us.
Let's go. Hawaii, it can be yours. 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical. Call right now, and they'll send you to Hawaii. 801-804-8000 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch College Football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance, so 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Recovery is deeply personal and can look different for everyone. Recovery takes more than persistence and resilience. It takes support. Get help navigating your recovery journey, no matter where you are. Every step you take to navigate substance use and mental health challenges can help you reach your recovery goals. And staying connected to treatment and support makes long-term success more likely. Visit samhsa.gov/recoverme to find support and create a recovery plan that works for you.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big storyline heading into the season for the Cougars, obviously at quarterback, as Aaron Roderick gives the job to Bear Bachmeier.
He throws a lot of completions. Yeah, he's really accurate. He's done a great job in camp taking care of the football. Fewest interceptions of all the guys, and throws a really high completion percentage. and a lot of explosive plays, threw a bunch of touchdown passes, and just has done a good job leading our team. And he's very mature, man. Our players gravitate to him. He's a good leader, and all these guys are good leaders, but rare to see a freshman who can lead the team the way he does every day.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a good game week.
Lloyd knows
music right there, Lloyd.
Lloyd knows how to put my guy in a good mood. Hey, make sure to join us. It's Cougar Preview Shows kicking off this week, all brought to you by Beehive Mills.
She had the way to move me. I love those Beehive Meals, too.
Yes, sir.
Delicious, nutritious, good, hearty, hot and warm, ready when you need it.
Let's go.
All fresh cut veggies, fresh cut and pressed meat that all cooks slow in that slow cooker. It all melds together. Delicious stuff. Beehive Meals are delicious.
Yep. Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com. Well, it is game week. You did see some other teams in action that will be future opponents.
Yeah.
Stanford. Hello.
Yeah. Slightly better than Portland State.
Slightly?
Dude, Tarleton ran for 301 yards on Portland State.
Yeah.
Tarleton State. The Tarleton State Texans ran for 301. They averaged 7.9 yards per carry.
That's pretty good.
Now, Trey Page ran one for 89 yards. There was an 89-yard run, but still 7.9 yards per carry against Portland State, BYU's first opponent. So that kind of sets BYU up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, well, you better look better than Tarleton State. Well, not really. Not really. You just need to get the right reps and play the right guys and make sure you're getting the right experience and you're brushing up with a freshman quarterback and getting ready for a Stanford team that is putrid. Their quarterback was putrid.
Putrid, I think, is about the right way to say it, yeah.
Ben Goldbranson was awful. And the only person or persons that I saw that were worse were the two offensive tackles.
Yeah. Just like there were turnstiles.
Dude. So I took a bunch of video and I started to release it. And then I was like, oh, Uncle.
Yeah.
And I started to delete it.
Delete.
Because I don't want that call.
No, that would not be a friendly phone call.
No. So I was like, you know what? I'll keep all this information to myself. So when we're running BYU and Stanford pregame show in 2 weeks, I'll have that information. But the offensive tackles were bad. And Hawaii knew all they got to do is take out Sam Rouge.
Yes.
That's it.
Yep.
Stanford's got two tight ends that are really good, and my cousin is one of them. And he is a beast. He's an absolute monster. But Hawaii said, all right, take everything you got, throw it at Sam Rouge, and we'll see if Stanford could do anything else, and they couldn't. Stanford's bad. And Hawaii gifted Stanford 10 points to start the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
By the way, I learned something new. Well, no, I knew this. I was just refreshed in it, which happens in football a lot. You can't fair catch off the bounce.
Oh, yeah. Once that thing hits the ground, it's...
Can't fair catch off the bounce.
Nope.
And Hawaii learned that the hard way.
Yes, they did.
Because their returner watched it bounce, stepped close to the sideline, waved his arm while it was up in the air and caught it, and then was promptly tackled on the one, which led to a sack fumble in the end zone and a quick Stanford 7 points.
Yeah.
And then after that, the points were very, very tough to come by for Stanford.
Yeah, after that, Hawaii, and this is not a particularly good Hawaii team either, but they get the late field goal to beat Stanford 23-20.
And Alejandro, the quarterback, was jacked. His knee was broken. I don't even know how he was playing.
No.
He was hampered and hobbling, and his main go-to is his ability to break the pocket. And you saw it. He would try to break the pocket, and his leg would, like, wobble. So he'd fall down because his leg was so unstable.
Yeah.
But that Alejandro is not a world beater.
No.
And Stanford was thumped soundly.
So you got Stanford losing, and then you've got you go down the list and you see Portland State. If you're BYU, you're got to be licking your chops a little bit over what you're going to see over the next 2 weeks.
By the way, when I say thumped soundly, they were beat by a bad team. That's what I mean.
But again,
it's not like Hawaii abused them, but Hawaii stayed in the game and beat them.
Yes. And if BYU, and Stanford was gifted 10 points, and then after that just got pretty much run off the rails, especially on an offensive side.
They did.
So I don't think you're off in that characteristic at all.
Yeah, they mustered up another 10 points after that. BYU's opponents, all three lost this weekend. Kansas State, Portland State, and Stanford. So, you look at BYU, the way BYU starts, it couldn't be better for them in a Bear Bachmeier quarterback situation.
And honestly, I think that may have had something to do with it. I bet there was enough advanced scouting that BYU did on Stanford to think, okay, you know what? We can ramp this up for Bear Bachmeier.
Yeah.
And get him in a situation where he's going to get some confidence against Portland State. He should get some confidence against Stanford. And then it's off to the races after that.
So, unlike Utah and Utah State, BYU did actually release a depth chart. You want me to go through it real fast?
Yeah, let's do it.
Bear Bachmeier, starting quarterback. L.J. Martin, running back. Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston, and JoJo Phillips, your receivers. Carson Ryan, number one tight end. Kia Need is a kid that people are going to learn about. Spencer Need's nephew.
Okay.
You remember Spencer?
Yeah.
Spencer was great on that. He came right after.
I was going to say, did you not overlap with him? For some reason, I thought you did.
No, missed him. I think was he a part of that 2001 run with Dolman?
I believe so. Yeah.
So Spencer Need's nephew, Kian Need, who's 6'5", 260, big kid, great looking kid. Your offensive line: Isaiah Jada, Waylon Lapuahu, Bruce Mitchell, Austin Leusa, and Andrew Gentry. So there's your offense. Your defense is Vilma Poha, with an oar between him and Bodie Schoonover. I know in the media observation that I've had, Bodie Schoonover's had some plays.
Yeah, we've heard him being talked about a lot.
But Vilma Poha looks more the part. He's 6'3", 275. He's great looking.
But good depth,
athlete.
For sure.
Good depth. Keanu Tanavasa and John Tamaipiu are your starting tackles. Logan Latui is your starting DN on the other side. So Logan Latui has grabbed the start. And then a guy that you are going to see is Hunter Clegg. So people might wonder why they know that name. In-state defensive end product. Committed to Utah, right, Lloyd?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah? Is that right, Scotty?
Yeah.
Hunter Clegg. Didn't you say he committed to Utah? Yeah, committed to Utah and then a mission and then to BYU? I can't remember. Did he do it? So he did a mission and then came back and then committed to BYU. Hunter Clegg has had a camp. And I've seen him a couple of times in the media observation period, and he looked really good. So I expect good things from him.
American Fork High School. And by the way,
he was a big-time recruit.
He was. 4-star recruit out of high school. Top 300 recruit, ESPN, number 153 overall. When he signed, or when he was coming out of high school, number 3 player in the state of Utah.
Ooh, beast.
Yeah. And you want to know what else they have about him?
Yeah.
Personal best in solving a Rubik's Cube in 16 seconds.
That's wild.
Still, the best attraction, if you will, for a BYU player is you and the chin balancing.
Yeah.
But this is as close as I've seen anybody get to.
16 seconds?
16 seconds.
If you just turn the bottom part of a Rubik's one time, it would take me 16 seconds just to get it back to the full color scheme.
You got to bring a Rubik's Cube on a road trip.
6 sides, right? Is it 6 different colors?
Yeah, I think, or 9. No, 6.
Is it 6?
I think it's 6.
I think it's 6. I don't know. I don't know the base Rubik's Cube. Is it just a regular cube? Maybe that's why they call it the Rubik's Cube.
Have you never played with a Rubik's Cube before?
It's been years. It has been so many years. I have zero interest in a Rubik's Cube.
Oh, same.
You had a Rubik's Cube keychain. Don't say you didn't.
No, I didn't. I definitely did not. So Hunter Clegg will definitely get some rotation. Your linebackers, Isaiah Glasker, Siale Acer, and Shea Bryant Struther. You've heard me talking about Shea Bryant Struther.
Yeah, you have.
People are going to see a lot of the UCLA transfer. I think he's going to play a lot, and I think he's going to be pretty good. And then Jack Kelly. And your defensive backfield, Raider Demooney or Falatal Satowala, Tanner Wall, Tommy Parasis starting nickel. I thought that was an interesting
That is an interesting one.
They are going to run some nickel, and Tommy Parasis getting a lot of play. Evan Johnson at one corner and Maury Bamba at the other corner. Therian Alexander and Jane Dunlap are your rotators at corner. So that's your starting offensive and starting defense for BYU.
And by the way, thank you, Kalani. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you and the crew down at BYU for providing a depth chart.
Kind of nice, isn't it?
It is. Who knew that would be a rarity these days?
Parker Kingston will be returning kicks and punts. Cody Hagan and Tiger Bachmeier are backups. Remember, Tiger had a punt return for a touchdown last year.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but BYU replaced it with a bunch of oars, right? There's a bunch of oars on the depth chart, right?
Not a lot of oars.
No.
Oh.
There's just a couple.
No, your starting offense doesn't have an oar. I mean, there's one on offensive line with Waylon Apoawa and Sonny Makasini, but I think that's just Waylon. But your starting offense is set. There are a couple on starting defense, one on defensive end, and one on safety. That's it. So that's pretty solid. It's pretty set in granite, looks like.
That's nice.
Yeah, because remember, that was Kalani. Kalani would add a bunch of different positions, like Belsarian back.
Yeah.
And then 4 oars.
It's like, what is this? Trying to create a depth chart on those guys or a spotting board?
Well, if we go to our Belarus offense, then what we like to do is have a ground and pound fighter as a Belarusian. And it's like, stop it. Just it's football. It's a fullback and a halfback.
Starting a lineup, they would have a 2-deep with 16 positions on defense.
Yeah. It was great. It was very classic. But I kind of feel like this depth chart is like, you guys can go ahead and be cute. But here's our depth chart.
Yeah, this is what we're doing. Stop it. We understand. We know we're going to tell you exactly what we've got going on. It's up to you to try to stop it.
The depth chart's nice.
It is.
There's a lot of talent here.
I just like
there's a lot of talent on this depth chart.
So this is what I love about Utah State is that Bronco, and you look at their game notes, and people have tweeted it out. You look at their game notes, they actually have a sheet for the depth chart, and it's blank. Yeah. Now, Utah just didn't have it, just didn't include the sheet. They just took the sheet out. But Utah State put it in theirs, and it's blank. And it's
I think somebody's going to probably come to the table and say, so
you make the call. It's a you make the call.
You
decide.
You write your own in.
Yeah, it's like,
what
you know what?
think?
You want to write in? You know, they hand them out with pens, and you can just kind of fill in what you think it'll be. It's like a contest. Download.
What did you guys used to read those books where it was you make the call on the ending?
Oh yeah, or a choose your own adventure books?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Those were kind of fun.
All right, 12:48. Hans and Scotty. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hut, 118, hike, 187. It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First is an institution here to help us in the state of Utah. They started right here in Utah in 1939. They've got a great history. And their tradition is all based on giving back to the community. I mean, that's why they formed in 1939 here in the state anyways. A bunch of members of the community came together. They wanted to figure out how to extend loans and how to protect money and how to give people the best service. Well, America First Credit Union has built into what they are today 116 locations that make it really convenient for you. But it's all about giving back to the community. We see it attached to so many different sporting events, whether it's at the America First Square with the Bees or it's America Field with the Real. You're going to see America First Credit Union all over the state attached and associated with sports because they want to be a part of the community. And they know that sports is community. I love them. I've been a member of America First Credit Union going back to 2008, and now I've moved over all of my personal finances, my business accounts, and much more over to America First. How about this? If you're looking for a competitive car loan, maybe you're currently in a car loan situation, you can drop your rate, maybe save some money like I did. Just get into America First. Ask for somebody to help you out, and they'll get you taken care of. America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive Meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end solution to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is game week for the Utes, kicking off the season in the Rose Bowl against UCLA as Jason Beck, new offensive coordinator, set to debut his offense against the Bruins.
Even in the pass game, what can guys do, putting them in those positions to be successful. But we're looking to be an efficient offense. We'll lean on the guys up front, kind of count on them to lead the way. And then as those skill guys perform in games, then we'll see what direction that takes. I've been a part of this where you think you have a great idea and you hit week one, and then you really find out where exactly that is with the playmaking of the game.
Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. They've got the ribs, they've got the brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
See you driving round town with the girl I love, and I'm like, forget you.
Forget you? Okay. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love this song.
I do too. I mean, he may have alligator arms or T-Rex arms, but...
Yeah, he's a really strange little arms.
Yeah.
Speaking of, did you guys see the video I sent you?
Yes. Yeah. Did you see my response?
Yeah, I did. Man, we send dumb videos to each other. Okay, so I just went through the BYU depth chart.
Yeah.
Do you guys mind if I give you my best shot at the Utah depth chart?
Oh, please do.
Lloyd, I'm going to give you my best shot of the Utah depth chart. If you disagree with something I say, please tell me. But I'm going to give you my best shot at the Utah depth chart. Okay?
Let's go.
Devin Dampierre, quarterback. Isaac Wilson, number 2.
Okay, I think you need to stop right there.
All right. You're going Bird Ficklin. You feel Bird?
Okay, carry on.
Bird's the starter. Devin Dampierre starting. Running back, Wayshawn Parker.
Yep.
Nakari Rogers, number 2. Wide receivers, now this is a little bit more of a guess, but I'm going to go Ryan Davis as the slot. I'm going Tobias Merriweather on an outside, and I'm going a rotator of Larry Simmons, and I think some Nate Johnson.
Okay.
And then your other receiver, if you're going a 4 or 5 set, would be Creed Whitmore. So that's my best guess at the receiving situation. Tight end, Dallin Bentley. I'm going to go Hunter Andrews or Otto Tia, number 2.
Okay.
Offensive line, Caleb Lomu, left tackle. Tanoa Tagai, left guard. Jaron Kump, center. Michael Mokofisi, right guard. Spencer Fano, right tackle.
I don't know about the Fano one.
Or the Lomu, huh?
Yeah, those seem a little iffy.
It's okay, so if
You're
it's
going
not,
out on a limb on those.
If it's not them, then it's probably true freshman Nick Halleck. I don't know. Okay, there's your offense. Defensively, this is my best guess. Logan Fano at D end and Cash Dillon at the other D end.
You're going to go Cash Dillon.
Yep.
All right.
Aliki Viamahi and Dallas Vakalahi on your D tackles. Linebackers, Lander Barton, Lavani Damuni, and John O. Hall is your linebacking set. DBs, Teo Johnson, and Smith Snowden and Elijah Davis. I'm going to go. Those are your two corners and your nickel. And the safeties, Nate Ritchie, and who's the other safety? Lloyd? Is it Rabbit Evans?
That's what I thought.
It's going to be Nate Ritchie and Rabbit Evans?
Yeah.
That's my best shot at the starting, for corner. Or is he starting safety? Safety. Okay. So Smith Snowden and Elijah Davis at the corners. Taya Johnson, Rabbit Evans at the safety. That's my best, and Nate Ritchie in there as well.
Yeah.
That's my best shot.
I think defense is a lot easier than offense to figure out. Essentially, not I mean, the offensive line obviously is fine, but the wide receivers.
The wide receivers are the ones that are up in the air.
Yeah.
I feel like the tight ends I've got nailed down. Wide receivers are up in there. But I just know Ryan Davis.
Going off of we got some guys.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ryan Davis and Tobias Merriweather are going to get a lot of play.
Yeah.
And I actually think you got to find a way to use Nate Johnson. He's too good of an athlete.
Oh, yeah. You got to get him out on the field.
So that's why I kind of included him in there. Now, two guys that I didn't include, but I'll use a ton, Dadrin Zipper and Luca Caldarella.
Zipper had some moments.
But Dadrin Zipper and Luca Caldarella, I'm going to put those guys, I'm going to make sure I'm getting them some reps. It's my best shot, bud.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are here with the man himself, Bailey from Mint Medical. And Bailey, we've got a lot of listeners out there that have heard you on the phone or heard you on the air and realized they got to get on the phone. They got to call. Well, here's the thing. You have been graciously giving away these trips to Hawaii. If you become a Mint Medical client, you get that trip to Hawaii. But like all things, there is a limit. So we need you to call right now because those things are limited at this point.
That's right. We've set it up so the next 20 callers will be able to qualify and get that trip. And it is a great trip. And more than that, you're able to get the treatment, which is kind of a life-changing treatment to be able to get that fixed.
Yeah, think about this. Then you get that unpredictability back, to be able to just have that random adventure.
That's right.
Instead of being like, oh, so what are you thinking? What are you doing in 4 hours? I don't know. You got a little time?
You got to work it in your schedule.
I just don't know how people even do that. You got to have the spontaneity. It does help with relationships. Sure. And by the way, to the guys out there that may have feel like they've lost the flame, it's just gone.
Right.
Well, no, it's not. Just get your hormones in check. Get the testosterone levels in check. And get that ED taken care of. And, Bailey, you can get that great part of your life back.
That's right. And remember, it's just a few short treatments. And if you think about it, football season starting in just a couple weeks, you can have your game back, if you will.
Yeah. By October 1, probably,
Well, even it's only about 2 to 3 weeks, so you're talking the middle of September.
Yeah. And by that, and you really need spontaneity then because 10 hours of your Saturday is taken up.
That's correct.
The 5 minutes that you got, you got to be ready.
That's right.
You can't wait 4 hours for something.
That's right. And this acoustic wave therapy, it's revolutionary. It fixes that, and that's what we offer. And like you said, Hans, that spontaneity that is so important. And throw away the pills and the side effects that come with it.
I mean, the things people are doing to try to help out with injections and pills, it's just like. Yeesh, man. It doesn't hurt. It's not invasive, and it's going to fix the problem.
Right. There's no downtime. About 8 to 10 minutes per treatment, and you're back.
Now, if you want to tell your wife that, hey, guess what? I have to watch this game. I have to sit on the couch for a full day after. That's you. But just know that's not necessary. 801-804-8000. If you become a Mint Medical client, they will also hook you up with that stay in Hawaii. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide in 25 tour. September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Jimmy Eat World in Newfound Glory. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
There's nothing better than a long day at work and you come home and you open that door and you get hit right in the face with that smell of a home-cooked meal. And guess what? You can have that. It's easy, it's nutritious, it's Beehive Meals, and Hans, it's sent right to your door.
They're so good. And, you can add all your different toppings that you want, but what this is it's the base part of the meal. So you got the chicken Alfredo. You throw your chicken Alfredo in the pot, and it all kind of just melts down into this beautiful, creamy, cheesy Alfredo with the chunks of fresh cut chicken in it that's not pre-cooked and it's not full of preservatives. So you got your great creamy chicken Alfredo, and then you cook up your favorite pasta, and you can top it. Or you've got the meatball marinara. These are all hand-pressed meatballs that are absolutely delicious, packed full of flavor. With their classic marinara sauce, do the same thing. Cook up some of your favorite pasta. Or maybe you want to put it on potato. Maybe you want something just a little bit more, put it on a sweet potato. These meal options are delicious. They're nutritious. They aren't packed full of preservatives. And more importantly, they're cost-effective, like $3 a serving.
It's crazy.
And extremely convenient. You cut the top off, you put the frozen package in the slow cooker, you let it all slow cook to perfection.
BeehiveMills.com. Get there now. Use the promo code THEZONE. It's going to save you $20. BeehiveMills.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a season-opening home game for the Aggies as they welcome UTEP to Maverick Stadium. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Were you trying to get crazy with this, eh? Don't you know I'm loco?
It is game week. You know what that means. Throughout the course of the season, every Monday at this time, you'll hear from Kalani Sitake. Every Monday at 2:05, you will hear from Kyle Whittingham. So, let's, without further ado, Hans, here he is, the head coach of the BYU Cougars on a game week. Finally, it is here, Kalani Sitake.
Well, we're game week, and I'm excited. So, it was a lot of fun watching football over the weekend, and I think there's a lot of really cool matchups coming up this week. Just really excited that we get to get back to, what we know, and that's prep for the opponent and get everything rolling and be within a week of the game day. So I don't think school starts yet, so there's no excuse for anybody not being on time to the game. It'd be a lot of fun, but really, looking at our opportunities as a team to perform at our best, regardless who the opponent. The opponent happens to be Portland State. I have a lot of respect for them. Bruce Barnum is a well-known coach, has a great reputation, and has done a great job as a leader, as a coach for decades. And so I have a lot of respect for him and how he does his job. I've had a lot of interactions and then have met him on the field as opponent many times. And so he always has a team ready. I think you look at Portland State, they played a nationally ranked team at the FCS level in Tarleton State last week, and it didn't go well for them. But the thing that is you can see that they play a variety of players at quarterback, and they have they've just been using a lot of different sets. It's good to get on film, but their tendencies aren't going to be shown on one game. But they do have the leg up on having a game under their belt now, and we're still hoping that our guys show up and do their best right away, but you just never know. And so I think that's something that I've said this before, and I'll say it again next week, that you make a lot of improvement from week 1 to week 2. And so we imagine that they're going to come in here ready to play and they have nothing to lose. They got to give us the best shot. We just got to make sure that we return the favor. So the focus will be us playing at our best. I feel really good about the program. I feel good about all 3 phases right now and the coaching. We just got to get some work done today and go throughout the week of prep and see what happens on Saturday. So what questions do you guys have?
All right, we'll start with Jake Hatch.
Yeah, Kalani, just wanted to start off. You mentioned the fact that you know Coach Barnum really well. What do you know about Portland State, and what's your philosophy, I guess, overall on FCS games and how you approach them?
Well, I think the approach is just to make sure that we're playing at our best. I mean, it's one of the games out of the 12 that we have guaranteed on our schedule, and this one happens to be, week 1. They were fortunate to get a week 0 game and to get a game going, but it was good that it's kind of a trade-off. We get to watch them play and get to scout the one game that they played, and so there's still a little bit, probably some new things that for them to see from us, but most of that's personnel. When you're looking at the coaches that we've been able to retain on the entire staff, and so I think there's not going to be much change from last year to now, but you just never know. We're creative coaches, but Coach Barnum, I mean, they call it Barney Ball for a reason. So he'll have his guys ready. They're tough. They'll play hard. And I've been a coach at the FCS level before, and having the opportunity to go to a place like Provo and play in LaVell Edwards Stadium is going to be something that you're going to mark on your calendar. You're really looking forward to. So we know those guys are going to be ready to play us, and so we just got to be at our best. I mean, have a lot of respect for every opponent. At the same time, we want to make sure that we do what we want to do in terms of executing the plays and being fundamentally sound. But you still have to have respect for your opponents. You still have to, what you see on film. I mean, they do everything that you do too. They work hard, so you can't. Nothing's just going to happen. They're just not going to show up and bow down to us. They're going to give us a game, so we need to make sure that we give it to them too.
All right, next question from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, what are your expectations for Bear Bachmeier in his debut as the starter?
Just do what he's been doing all camp, and just lead the offense. I think he's done a great job, especially when we announced him as the starter. He's done a great job being the leader and connecting with his teammates, working with everyone. I mean, I've been really impressed with the entire quarterback room. But I think he'll be ready, looking at his demeanor and his intelligence and things that he's picking up. I think he's amped up. He's ready to play. They got excited when we came back and played in front of 1,000 or so fans I think the Cougar Club came to one of our night practices in the stadium. You can tell that the players are getting really excited for that moment. So I know that he's going to be excited just like the rest of the team for the game on Saturday night. But I just expect him to just do what he does and nothing more. I don't need him to do anything extra. just be Bear Bachmeyer and we'll be fine.
And then wanted to ask you, Jonathan Cabella is not on the depth chart. What's his status and timeline for how long he's out?
Yeah, we got some guys working through some things, and like you said before, we're not going to name any injuries or any issues unless it's a season ending. So we're hoping to get him back. We got some guys on that list that are still on our roster that are working through some things, and we're hoping to get him back. I think when we start doing the availability list, that'll be going to the Big 12 conference play.
All right, next question we'll hear from Jay Drew.
Kalani, since you named Bear the starter last Tuesday, how has that been received among his teammates, and have they kind of rallied around him, or maybe increased their efforts, knowing that there's a true freshman back there? What have you kind of seen from the rest of the guys?
Yeah, I think I've seen the team rally around the whole entire quarterback room. When we're going into camp, knowing that there's a quarterback competition, and that's what I've seen from the beginning. So it's not like that just started happening on Tuesday. The team's been rallying around each other and rallying around the quarterback room from the beginning, from when Jake left. So I've been really happy with the leadership and the way the guys have been able to rally around each other and rally around the quarterback room. It's a lot of trust that our team has in that room. And so I think when the announcement came through, the guys already expected it. So, what we expect our guys to do right now is continue to keep going. It's not like there's a set moment where like, hey, let's all believe in him now. That's already been happening since he got here, since McKay and Trayson and Emerson, all those guys have been under center. Our guys have rallied around that position altogether.
And as a follow-up, how would you describe to BYU fans Bear Bachmeyer's makeup, his personality, his characteristics? What kind of stands out on that side of the young man?
I think they'll find out for themselves. I mean, I don't make any statements. I let them get to know him, and I think people have got to know him already, just like his teammates do. I don't want to. Just he's a good kid, just like the rest of the team. We have good young men that are here working hard, and they're here for the reasons and all the right reasons. So we just want to then highlight the things that they can do and they can perform on the field as well as off the field. So I'm really proud of who he is and decisions he makes on and off the field. And just happens that this Saturday we get to see it on the field.
All right, next question from Brandon Gurney.
Yeah, Coach, Che was listed as an or along with Ciali at Mac linebacker. What has Che shown you during fall practices during that designation where he's a co-starter?
Well, I think the shows you that we have a lot of different, if you look at the depth chart, there's a lot of oars there. We have versatility with our defense, and Jay's been able to utilize a lot of different body types at different places. And, you see a little bit of that this Saturday. I think there's a lot of creativity and innovation in our room, in the defensive side and offensive side, but I trust them all. It just happens that we have more guys than just 11 that can play, and so we have to find a way to utilize all of them. And they've earned the right to be on the field, maybe even at the same time. So with that being said, I mean that's good that you have more than just 11 starters, and that you have more than just 3 backers that can play. We have 6 to 7 backers that can play at one time. And the fact that we trust them all and that they understand the defense and they're grasping the scheme has been really nice to see. And Jay's one of those guys that's done a great job at it.
All right, another question from Jake Hatch.
Kalani, Matt Campbell, after their game in Dublin over the weekend, pointed to his staff continuity as one of the strengths he thought of the program. You have all of your coaches back this year. How much do you think that continuity can help you guys this season?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, there's not a lot of new teaching and learning, so there's the coaches are able to establish. We have our team culture, and then these assistants have their own unique spin on things and their own unique culture in their position rooms. And so to have that and the continuity of that and the continuity of our analysts and our graduate assistants and our support staff and everybody that's kind of been there the whole time, it's just nice that our guys are able to kind of be around them for a while in a time where there's a lot of change in staff, it's really good to have it be, the guys that were here last year and the guys that were here before. So I think it's going to be a benefit for us, is why we wanted to do everything we can to keep him here. And I hope it's going to show up like it did for Iowa State in their first game.
How would you assess the readiness of your guys on the offensive and defensive lines right now?
Yeah, we'll find out, man. I feel good about them. I mean, they've been battling each other, so they're either really, really good or really, really bad. So there's been some really good battles. So that's hard to tell sometimes, but I have a good feeling that it can be a good thing, but not perfect. But we want to be as good as we can and perform as best we can this game one.
All right, next question from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, why was there still an Orr at backup spot after camp, where A-Rod noted that McKay and Bear were the ones kind of getting the majority of reps, or splitting or kind of separating? Why the still kind of up for debate at the backup spot at quarterback?
Because we want more competition still. We like that. I felt like the competition was really good at the beginning of the year for the entire room, elevated Bear and the others, and we'd like to see that continue to elevate the entire room. I mean, if we feel comfortable with all those quarterbacks being able to get on the field and play for us. So that's pretty much the reason for it. I mean, we have an idea of who we want to put out there if something does happen, but and we just have an idea for all different possibilities and things that could happen. The probabilities of a lot of different things happen in the game of football. We just want to make sure that we're ready. So, but I think the competition has been really good for everybody.
And then just wanted to ask you, year 10 for you, how do you feel like you've evolved as a coach since those early years when you were last up against Portland State and Coach Barnum? How have you evolved, do you feel, as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, I think I learned quite a bit. I mean, I'm still learning, so there's still a lot for me to learn. I mean, I think I'm getting older, so I'm making probably better decisions than I ever had before. But I'm getting older, and I think there's a trade-off. You can't jump as high or run as fast, but you learn some wisdom, and sometimes there's the school of learning is difficult, is a different thing. I mean, sometimes you learn the hard way, and sometimes you learn from others' mistakes. I think as a coach, I've learned quite a bit from both, but I've had some amazing people around me that have been great mentors and advisors to me, and many of them I get to work with on a day-to-day. As I go through my schedule, and I'm just around really good people. And then I get to coach amazing young men and be around a fantastic fan base that I just absolutely love. And so, still learning. I don't give up on me yet. I'm still learning and hopefully keep getting better. So, but I've learned quite a bit from. Yeah, you look at me from year 1 to year 10. Yeah, it's night and day difference, and I hope in all the good ways.
All right, question from Jake Hatch.
Kalani, kind of associated with that, you were recently named an associate athletic director inside the athletic department. What does that add to your day-to-day responsibilities, if anything?
Yeah, it gives a little bit more meetings, and I mean, I'm able to be in different settings, and probably not just all ball, but fortunately for me, I have coaches that are able to delegate decision making on offense, defense, and special teams. But what I don't want to do is jeopardize any of my time with the players or my availability to them. So it's a little bit extra work, but it's okay. I don't mind it. I like being busy, and I like things to do. So if it's a benefit for the program, benefits our student athletes, and can be a benefit for the university, then I'm excited to do it. And so hopefully I can do that role just as good as I can do everything else. But yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm excited to being there and learning under, following Brian Santiago's lead as athletic director, and with our vice president. I mean, it's been great for me to be involved with them and kind of be more in the behind the scenes of things. And so it gives a different perspective for me as a head coach too, to realize that there's so many people out there working so hard for us, and gives me just a better understanding and a more appreciation for all the energy that goes into us playing, even this Saturday, just all the work that it takes from so many people that don't get any recognition. So I think in a way that's been a huge benefit for me to realize that there's a lot of really cool things that happen from so many people in different areas that that it's humbling for me.
Also, we're almost 2 months into the house settlement era with the revenue share and the like. From your vantage point, how's it gone so far?
Yeah, great. I mean, we brought in a general manager for a reason, and Dave George has done a great job at that. I've been really pleased with everything that he's done. That's not an easy job, and that's why I don't do it. I know some head coaches can do that stuff. I'd rather go be an associate athletic director rather than be a general manager. But I know that he does a great job being general manager. And then having him work with Travis Hansen and the administration in that regard, with the idea of just the concept of just taking care of the student athletes. And that doesn't mean just straight money. It means education. It means giving them the right platform and the right resources to allow them to be successful. So I've been really pleased with what he's done there and what guys have done around him. So I'm just really happy with everything. We just got to keep it rolling.
All right, last question will be from Sean Walker.
It's a lot of pressure at that last question, but Coach, I did want to circle us back to the defensive line conversation a little bit, because we've seen a lot of really good things from Keanu Tanavasa and some of the guys in that area. But what stood out to you in particular in training camp about JT and Logan Latui, who are both on top of that depth chart right now?
I think the entire position and entire front seven has been really impressive to me. And I think that goes down to the leadership. You mentioned Keanu, JT, those guys at Vil, Woha, Bodie. I mean, all those guys have done an amazing job. I know I'm leaving guys out like Logan and all those, but it's just they're a really good group, close group, and to have Sione and K-pop. So Sione, K-pop, Gary Anderson, and Justin Enna, Chad Kaha'a, those guys handle the front seven has been nice for me because I know what they're doing. I know all the things that are being taught, and the guys are responding really well to it. They're about it, and they're really close as a unit. And I'm excited to see them play Saturday. But yeah, that combined with the linebackers, I think we've had. You guys are going to hear from Jack. He's a great leader for us. And he's going to do, I mean, him being the captain for our defense and being able to be the leader for us last year and then carry over, he's here this year with Glasker and others. I mean, that stuff matters. And then to have all the new parts come in and be just right as a cohesive group has been really nice to see. So I just want to see them ball out on Saturday, man. We're going to try to get ready today and prep this week and give the fans what they're, hopefully match their expectations of what they want to see this weekend.
Great stuff. There he is, Kalani Sitake, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Feels good about his quarterback.
Yep.
You can tell that he's kind of painting a steady picture. He doesn't want to sound overconfident. But with Portland State and Stanford sitting in the crosshairs, you don't want your team to get overconfident. You don't want to come out of either one of those games with a 30-point win and think, oh, well, we got it made. Both those teams showed that they're not good. So you're going to have to keep your team humble, keep them all grounded, keep your staff grounded, and just make sure that the media stays grounded. Because let's say you win these next two games by 68 points collectively.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, geez, you've only allowed 7 points in the first two games of the season, and you've put up – it can be a false front. And Kalani doesn't want any of that.
No.
We are going to get a chance to see East Carolina in a couple days. They open up on Thursday. East Carolina taking on NC State.
That's and NC State's a pretty good team, too.
They're a good team, and they're favored by 14. So NC State favored by 14. That opens up at 5 p.m. on Thursday. That's going to be on the ACC network, but that's in Raleigh.
I would very much want to watch that if I were a BYU fan.
Yeah. That's in Raleigh, North Carolina, and again, NC State, East Carolina. That's BYU's third opponent, and that's the one that it's like you don't want to false front and get to East Carolina and think that you got it all figured out on a long road trip against a tough American Conference team.
Rabid fan base, too.
Yep.
Those guys get crazy. All right, Mint Medical's the place you need to be calling right now. Bailey's with us, and Bailey, when guys struggle with ED, obviously, it feels lonely and you're isolated, all that stuff, and a bunch of emotions. You actually want the partner to come in with our listeners and make it an opportunity for both of you to learn, and both of you can walk away with some freebies too.
That's right, because it does affect both sides. Both partners in the relationship, it does affect them. So we want to give the incentive for the wife or the spouse to come in, the significant other. We'll give her, if she comes in with you for that free assessment, remember, it's free. There's no obligation to do the blood flow analysis, the free exam. We'll do that. But if she comes with you, she'll also get a free, if she wants Botox or if she wants 1 month worth of tirzepatide or GLP-1 of her choice, we'd give that to her as well.
What a great gift.
It really is.
All this is just it's incentive. It's incentive to get you into better health. And I know that medical, they don't need to do this. I mean, you just wanting to improve your love life should push you to the point where you want to do this. But just to get you over the hump, this is something that is going to go right into your bank. You're going to be able to have that trip. You're going to get that gift for your wife. And that comes with the free blood
flow analysis
and everything else.
Yeah, and it's such a compliment to the relationship when the spouse, they're supportive of it. And so we want to capitalize on that and say, well, let's reward you for being supportive of having your significant other to deal with this. And it's a medical issue. I mean, it's something as we get older, it's going to affect all of us.
Yeah.
So it's time to get it fixed, and this is an incentive to bring in the spouse.
What'd you say, 1 in 2 over the age of 50?
Yeah, but we're seeing so many younger folks that are dealing with some issue, and that has to do with our diet and obesity and things like that affect ED that a lot of people don't realize, but it truly does.
So only a limited amount of these trips left, but if we're talking about individual freebies for you and your significant other, collectively, we can get you to Hawaii.
That's right. Come in and get all those freebies, but also if you become a patient, we're going to send you to Hawaii for 5 nights in a luxury resort. And keep in mind, we have 2 locations. So if you're closer up to Layton, we have one there, and you have one in Sandy. So we've got it covered for being convenient for you to come in.
North, south, they got you covered. It's Mint Medical. Get yourself back in mint condition with Mint Medical. Simple phone call, 801-804-8000. If you become a patient, you got a trip to Hawaii. 801-804-8000. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. Artist Rashid Johnson uses different mediums to examine race, identity, and masculinity. He hopes his work can bring joy to others.
I'll tell you what I'm not afraid of. I'm not afraid to be vulnerable. The first thing that I learned to love outside of my family was art.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by.
Get a bottle of Seafoam Motor Treatment for just $8.99 and receive 5 times O Rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Is it me or is it musty?
Oh, damp. Check the bathroom.
Damp! Wait!
Yeah?
I'm ordering Damp Rid!
Get rid of the damp by trapping excess moisture with Damp Rid.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and 0 hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougars at 30 update. Keanu Tanavasa making his debut in a Cougar uniform coming up this weekend, and he wants to create some havoc.
I had it a goal last year. I didn't achieve it. I'd love to reinstate that goal, and that's to, have a QB sack every play. I think the NFL looks for people that are pass rushers as well as run stoppers, and I try to cause havoc. I may not be the terminator of the play, but I try to determine where the play goes, right? And so just having a natural and big presence on that field every play, though I may not make the play, just being patient within my technique and bringing that defense along, bringing the best out of everybody.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Well, Hans, you just heard from Keanu Tanavasa in the Cougars at 30 update. Well, guess what? Shocker. He's also on our top 60 and 60. Well, no, let's actually, never mind. We're going to go to Logan and hear from Bronco Mendenhall talking about his new running back that he brought with him from New Mexico.
Javen Jacobs came with me from the University of New Mexico. Javen's good from the backfield at running back. He's also good in the slot. He returns kicks. Very versatile transfer from Arizona State to us at New Mexico. Was one of our best players there. Broke his collarbone in our game against Utah State, so he missed the rest of the year. Really has done a nice job culturally, work ethic-wise, and setting a really good example for everyone else in our program.
There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, talking about Javen Jacobs, running back for Utah State. Part of that trio of running backs that he had at New Mexico last year.
So is he the go-to? Is he the man?
I think he will be your starter, yes. Or, you know who else is right there with him? Miles Davis.
Former BYU running back. Should be.
So I think those two are neck and neck for that starting job.
I was wondering why Miles didn't get more run. There was something that was holding him back at BYU. But I felt like he's got a lot of outside speed. Really good on the stretch.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't my fault.
Keanu Tanavasa.
If he were playing Utah State, he would be trying to go after
on this dog, and I'm like, huh? Oh, okay. I got my a little mixed up there. My bad. Sorry.
If Utah State was on the schedule this year,
Keanu Tanavasa would try to tackle Javen Jacobs.
Get this man next in the 60 and 60.
All right. Hey, you know what? I don't care as long as it's not my fault.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. All right. Good, the bad, the ugly. Let's kick it off right here on The Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Good, the bad, the ugly, brought to you by Tim and the crew at RGS Exteriors and Construction. They are obsessed with quality results. Hans, let's start with the good.
Okay, we're going to go to Broward County National Football Showcase. Corner Canyon Chargers taking on the West Broward Bobcats.
West Broward.
In Florida, by the way. So Corner Canyon, this high school here in Utah, they get on an airplane, they fly out to Florida for this Broward County National Football Showcase. And as they're getting ready to walk out on the field, the West Broward Bobcats meet them right there on the outside part of the field and start to jaw jack and butt helmets and talk trash and, throw all their hand stuff and acting like complete idiots. And then Corner Canyon goes out there and wipes the entire field with their stupidity. Made the Broward Bobcats look completely stupid. Beat them, and beat them soundly. It was 17-0 at halftime, and they ended up winning 38-13. Multiple big performances from some Corner Canyon players. Weston Briggs went for 16-yard rush and 2-yard rush to the end zone for touchdowns. There was a freshman, King Cooper, who had a touchdown to make it 38-13 at the end of this game. But Corner Canyon beat the crap out of this trash-talking Florida team in their own state, in their own county.
We're coming to your state, and we're going to beat the you-know-what out of you right there.
Yeah, whooped them.
That's awesome.
Exactly how it should be.
Love it. Love it. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Shiloh Sanders out. Received an ejection after punching tight end Zach Davidson during Saturday's preseason game against the Buccaneers. The next day, Tampa waived him.
Yeah, not even 24 hours later.
No. Drew Rosenhaus's agent said, "We are hoping it gets claimed on waivers." Sanders' punch appeared to be the result of being excessively blocked by Davidson. Well, guess what? That happens sometimes. Who continued to block Sanders after the play. It ended. Sanders, though, was the one who got ejected because, well, he threw the punch. The other guy was just blocking through the whistle. That just happens.
Yeah, and he's not getting cut because of this.
No. He's getting cut because he's not good.
Yeah, it's the collective.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't helping his case, but if he was a really good safety, he would not be getting cut.
It reminds me of remember when Rudy went after Vince Vaughn? Remember he went after him?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You're acting like this is the Super Bowl. It's kind of what it's like. And then essentially he dropped.
Oh, you mean Vince Vaughn went after Rudy?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vince Vaughn went after Rudy. I mean, Rudy was just playing till the end of the whistle.
Yeah, and Vaughn
Vince Vaughn took exception to it.
It still blows me away. Vince Vaughn was in that movie.
Well, here's the thing. You got to expect to be blocked like this in a preseason game because everybody is fighting for their jobs. So if you feel like Zach Davidson is coming up the field and he's got safety responsibility and he picks you up, fight off the block. Hey, Zach's got a job to hold the block and run you because guess what? That gives him good film.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If he
He's making
can
a name for himself.
Yeah, if he can grab you as a safety and run you down the field, it's your job to get the hands off and try to rip through the block and see if you can get back into the play, not throw a punch out of frustration. So I've seen a lot of people trying to excuse this action. Like, oh, this was brought on by Zach Davidson. He was drawing Shiloh into this type of... Shut up, man.
Shut up. Right.
He was blocking a safety down the field. He was running him as long as he possibly can. And he's getting under his skin. That's what you're supposed to do as a tight end. And that happens in every game. And that should happen every game. And that's exactly what I want my tight end to do. What do I want my safety to do? I want him to rip the arms, get through the block, and get back into the play. Not continue to get blocked, almost into the goal, and then throw a punch. That's stupidity.
You know what? Shiloh Sanders, he wasn't provoked. He wasn't, pushed to the edge. He was embarrassed because he got punked.
He got punked.
He got punked by a tight end out on the field, and he's embarrassed. And so he reacted the way some people do when they get embarrassed and punked. He threw a punch. No, but it wasn't anger or it wasn't, competition or anything like that. He just got flat out punked and embarrassed on a national NFL game, and he responded, why throwing a punch?
Yeah.
How many defensive backs actually own tight ends? Tight ends own defensive backs. What are you all upset about?
Man,
because he's a Sanders.
And
he can't be punked by a tight end.
But I love the block. Zach Davison ripped him in half. I love that. And I do want people to understand, Todd Bowles isn't cutting anybody for just throwing a punch.
No. If you're good enough, he's like, hey, don't do that again.
What Todd Bowles saw was, hey, Shiloh, you got locked up and drove. The punch aside, you got locked up and drove. Where's the rip?
Yeah.
Why didn't you get through the block? Why did you continue to backpedal with the block? At what point were you going to resist and get to your safety position to make sure that run doesn't break for a touchdown?
Yeah.
Where was your angle? Where was your aggression? Why did the aggression come after the whistle? And then you threw the punch. So Todd Bowles he's one of my favorites. And I've got Tampa. Tampa is going to be a very difficult out in the NFL this year.
Yep.
Tampa Bay is going to be a really difficult out. And I could see them, because I do love Todd Bowles, I could see them shocking a lot of people.
The dude got ran 30 yards downfield. He ran him into a different zip code, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Come on, Shiloh. Don't be throwing a punch just because you got owned. All right. Let's get to this ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
It doesn't get much uglier than this one.
Talk about a video clip going viral.
Oof.
The video clip of that Quarter Canyon thing, it went viral. This went, what would you call, supersonic viral?
Yes.
The dad and the brother of Avery Johnson got in a fight in some watery street in Dublin after this Kansas State-Iowa State game went final. I don't know what started the fight, but I'm talking about father and son decided that they were going to get in a fight, in a scrap, on a street, right next to a big puddle of water, in the water, essentially.
Everybody's got cameras. It's on a cobblestone street in the middle of Dublin. It's gross. It's like, you can't have this conversation. You can't even do this in private. You got to do it in public.
So the video starts, and Avery Johnson's father is on top of his brother, Mark. I think his brother's Mark. Or no, his brother's Anthony. So Mark, his dad, is on top of Anthony, and he's choking him. He's got him in a choke lock, and Anthony's trying to get off, but you've got Kansas State fans, and it looked like maybe some local Dublins that are trying to pull these two apart, probably not understanding that this is a father and son scrap.
That'd be Dublinians.
Sorry. Dublinians, trying to pull these guys apart, and they couldn't. They were at each other's throats. And then once they pulled Mark off of brother Anthony, Anthony tried to get back to the dad to try to attack him while the people were holding him back, and it's an ugly look. They have released an apology, and I don't know if anybody's buying it.
Nope.
It says, we sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We've resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University's, its alumni, and its fans. We regret this incident. We've learned from it.
No, you haven't.
And are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again. Please accept our deepest apologies.
Thank you for the PR guy that wrote that, but
you guys know
nobody
what this
buys
is about,
it.
Right? I mean, Avery Johnson's the favorite son.
Oh, is that what it was?
The favorite son, and he loses, and he's like, see, he's not that special.
And the dad goes over and chokes him.
See, he's not that special, Dad.
So if you would have said to your dad, Ryan's not that great, Clark would have come across the room and choked you?
He would have choked me.
Yeah. Same with Richard and John.
Ambition is a virtue too, Father.
Oh,
why
Commodus.
won't you love me?
Commodus.
My failures as a father. What does he say? Something, my failures as a father is your shortcomings as a son.
Yeah.
I'd have butchered the moon, the bulls.
Holy cow, man. This is a brawl, too.
Yeah, it's a bad deal.
Hey, Anthony, Dad had you.
Dad had you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mark had him dealt.
Yep.
Anthony looks really dumb in this whole thing.
It's a bad look. It's a real bad look for him.
But the only one that comes out of this completely nationally embarrassed is Avery.
Avery Johnson, yeah.
Because he's the only one that's done anything with his life.
Nope. And who knows how much these two have been dipping into his pockets for his NIL money.
Yeah, probably. That's probably how they got to Dublin.
Yeah.
Is this Matt Will's nightmare?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I feel bad for him on this.
Oh, I'd butcher the world.
It's not the best audio we've got there.
I'd butcher the world for you. How do you think Matt Wells is dealing with this? Former Utah State head coach Matt Wells is the offensive coordinator.
He's the offensive coordinator. Matt and I will exchange texts every now and then. I purposely
leave this one out.
Laid off this one. So.
Yeah.
Like, have fun with that.
For those of you that didn't see the fight, it is really embarrassing.
It's horrible.
But Dad did have son wrapped up.
Oh, yeah. No, he was. And that's the other thing, too. It's like Shiloh getting punked. So the kid gets up and he wants to go again because he just realized a bunch of people had their cell phone cameras that just saw my dad whoop me. It's like, when you're
in a puddle of mud, too.
Exactly. Like, imagine losing to somebody in arm wrestling that's 30 years older than you. That can't go over well.
No. And that's not how things would have gone either if it was me and Rock.
Yeah.
Rock would freaking trash me. And it would look worse, though, if Anthony was whooping his dad, don't you think? Now that dad's whooped son, it's like, see, son, now you better straighten up. Anthony does look to be mid-20s, though.
Yeah, it was not good. Not good. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, a little whole world news coming up next. And then you'll hear from Kyle Whittingham coming up at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, I was there on Friday. You are going there tonight. Our guys from Bar W Beef, so close to opening up the burger joint Bar Dub.
Yeah, just off the freeway there in Nephi. And remember, they do have their beef all on display and for sale in their new facilities in Nephi already. So if you're in that Nephi area, they always have in-store specials.
Yep.
Major discounts on their beef. But we're talking about 14 days dry-aged beef, perfectly selected, fed, born, raised right here in the state of Utah. We don't bring any of this beef in. This is all born and raised here in Utah, and it's done the right way by Utah ranchers. This beef is so well taken care of, and you can taste it. You can taste and you can
100%.
You can tell, you can feel the difference in the Bar W beef.
14-day dry age, you can have that beef shipped right to your house, barwbeef.com. They'll give it shipping for free on orders over $150 or more, shipped right to your house anywhere in the state of Utah for free. It's barwbeef.com.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes head to Southern California to open up the season on Saturday when Kyle Whittingham takes his new look offense on the road to take on UCLA.
There's a lot of new faces, I can tell you that. So 50% of the guys we got weren't a part of what went on last year. But we're excited about the things we're doing on offense. You know, it's a new scheme and new quarterback and hopefully some good stuff there. Defense has been very solid all through fall camp. But you never know what you're going to get until you line up and play somebody else. You know, you can only learn so much playing against yourselves. But I know our guys that were here last year and went through that debacle, I guess, for lack of a better word, are excited to get back on the field and get going and try to make a better showing.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. They've got your ribs, they've got your brisket, they've got the smoked turkey, all your barbecue favorites right there at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world.
All right, Hans, real quick to the point edition of Whole World News. I'm taking you to Brazoria County, Texas. Now, one thing I've always found fascinating are videos of sheepdogs doing their thing. When they herd sheep, it's just amazing.
They're an amazing creature.
The wits, the smarts that these dogs have in being able to track down large numbers of sheep and essentially direct them everywhere they need to go. Well, Brazoria County Sheriff's Office saw a sheepdog essentially guiding one singular sheep into the police department.
Okay.
And they said, okay, we don't know why the sheepdog brought this one sheep to the police station.
But he brought it to the police station.
He brought it to the police station. The sheriff's office then posted a Facebook post that said, hey, if these two beauties are yours, please call, and they give the number. This guardian sheepdog and his friend showed up at the sheriff's office in Angleton, Texas.
Let's see the picture. So cute. Oh, I can't. That's just too much cute and too much love.
Sheepdog and a sheep. And for some reason,
they're both laying there exhausted.
Now, I don't know if that sheep did something bad and the dog's turning it in. I don't know if that sheep was on the lamb or not. I don't know what's going on. But come on. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Hit it.
No.
That sheep was on the lamb. I don't know if that sheep was on the lamb, Lloyd. Wink, wink. You know, as in on the run from law.
But the sheepdog brought him in and said, nuh-uh, whatever you're up to is no good. It's unclear if someone had claimed the animals as of Sunday afternoon.
I thought somebody would for sure call and be like,
not yet, but I will give you updates if I hear more.
Please do, because they're adorable.
That picture, I knew that picture was going to sink you, though.
And that's not a healer either. That's
it looks like a lab.
No, that's one of those high mountains. These guys are the wolf fighters.
The Bernese, or
I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Trying to remember, what is the name of these white ones that are they're the actual wolf fighters. There's stories about these guys taking out a full pack of wolves.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you don't want to mess with that guy.
Well, and that sheep was in good company. Yeah. He was well protected, and they'll find their home. Somebody's looking for both of them.
One dog just, and for whatever reason, saw the police station like, okay, that's where we need to go.
Is it a Romanian Shepherd dog?
Yeah, that's
right. Okay,
that's right. Yeah, have you ever looked at some of the stories of those when they'll go after a wolf pack?
Oh, they're
and they'll show up ripped in half, but they'll go up and they'll find 3 or 4 wolves that they're dead.
Wow,
they'll just kill them. They're the best, man.
Wow,
and they'll shred coyotes too.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bailey from Mint Medical joining us. If you're struggling with issues inside the bedroom, Mint Medical can help out, because here's the thing. The acoustic wave therapy, it's the latest technology. It works, but it's a 3-pronged approach to making sure that guys get back in mint condition.
That's right. Yeah, the acoustic wave therapy is the foundational piece, and it really does work. There's been 60 clinical trials that proves that it works, and we know it from our customers who have experienced that, the great results from it. But also we talked about the getting your hormones in balance. That's part of it. So once we fix that, we want to make sure that you can maintain that. And the other part is that we have a cryotherapy side of it, which accelerates the healing.
So let's get you back to good mint condition. I think that's a great name for your company. I think it describes what men want in their life. And if you're losing that edge and you feel like you're taking a step back and you feel like your relationship is suffering and now you're starting to mess with the pills or other ideas to get it back, don't do that. Just come in. It's a free blood flow analysis, and then we're going to get a good idea where you're at health-wise. And if you need to lose a little bit of weight, Bailey, you guys have an answer for that. If you feel like your testosterone is off, you'll check and you can help them with that. You've got the answers in so many different ways.
Right, and there's no obligation to just come in and check out and find out where you're at. So, Dr. B, he's awesome. He'll be able to assess right away with the blood flow analysis, and just a few short minutes, we can kind of determine where you're at and then have some solutions for you that are real solutions, not Band-Aids. And it's non-invasive what we offer. And so that's what we really like to preach to everybody is this is not going to get better on its own. It's just going to get worse. And so let's deal with it now.
So that blood flow analysis is free.
That's right.
The free consultation to start things off. So you get all that information for free.
Right.
And then if you decide to proceed, there's even more freebies.
That's right. And we also offer, a free intimacy gift that we give our patients when they come in that we've never seen not work. But we do offer some things that we, to incentivize people to call in, to make that call. And that's, you're going to get 1 month free of either the tirzepatide or semaglutide, whatever your GLP-1 you need, or you can get 1 month free of hormone. A lot of people, they come in and say, well, I know I've got to fix that too, but you guys seem like you're doing a comprehensive approach, and we are. We want to fix it holistically, not just one piece at a time.
So get yourself to Hawaii Get that analysis for free. All of that's available for you at Mint Medical. It just starts with one simple phone call right now. Bailey and the crew ready to help you out with whatever you may need. 801-804-8000.
Hey, what is that place in Hawaii like? It's nice?
It
You've
is
been
nice.
out to it?
Yeah, it's a 5-star resort, so it is it's a very nice resort.
People have to be in complete disbelief when you hand that over to them.
Yeah,
when they get that.
Yeah, and they think, well, why are you doing? Well, the incentive is strong enough so that we can get you to overcome your
the fears.
The fears, like,
yes.
I don't know if I want to come in. Well, here's a big incentive to get you to come in and make the call.
And these consultations are private, and your offices are very private. Everything is very discreet. Right. You'll be protected.
Right.
And we'll get you help, get you sent to Hawaii, and get you back to good mint condition.
Exactly. And that's why we offer those things to just get you over that hump.
2 locations, Sandy and Layton, 801-804-8000. Mint Medical. Get yourself back in mint condition, then get yourself to Hawaii. 801-804-8000.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City. The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last? Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG.
parental guidance suggested.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaVell Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
I would swallow my pride, I would choke on the rinds, but the lack thereof would leave me empty inside. Swallow my doubt, turn it inside out, find nothing but faith in nothing. Wanna put my tender heart in a blender.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a tradition unlike any other. It is Kyle Whittingham's okay, all right. Now, we don't have a game to really base it on. Usually what happens the week before kind of leads to the mood of Kyle Whittingham, and then that kind of determines if it's an okay or all right. But in case you're new to the show, Kyle Whittingham will begin every press conference with either one of two words, okay or all right. We had a string of okays last year. All right didn't make a lot of appearances. So with that, Hans, what are you going with?
Well, I think it is an initial presser. Everybody's in a good mood. He's in a good mood. So it's just going to be a soft, simple, okay.
See, here's the thing. I think it's going to be okay as well.
So we both go okay.
Do you think Whit does anything soft?
Well, I think he's...
I'm just saying. I haven't listened to it, so I don't know.
Oh, so you don't know.
Oh, so it might not open with an all right or okay. Do we leave an alternative and just say other?
Yeah, but that very rarely happens.
Very rarely. I'm going to stay okay.
All right, I'm going okay as well. All right, here he is, Kyle Whittingham.
Ready to roll? Okay, season is here. Going down to the Rose Bowl in 5 days for a game against the Bruins. Program is very familiar to us, although I would venture to say probably 90% of the players are different from when we played them 2 years ago the last time. And so even though we're very familiar with the venue and the program, it'll be very new as far as personnel and the guys we're going to face. So, we know they got a new offensive coordinator, come from Indiana, so a lot of film study on the Indiana scheme last year. Defense coordinator's back, new special teams coordinator, big, strong, athletic quarterback transfer from Tennessee. So we're doing, like any opener, there's a lot of unknowns. Even when you're playing a team that has had very little turnover, there's still a lot of unknowns and things that you're going to have to adjust for in game, and not at halftime, well before that. So there may be some adjustments we have to make, very likely in the first quarter. And typically in an opener, teams that do the best job of that have the best chance of winning. So hopefully we'll be on our game as far as that goes. So questions?
Okay, this question is from
What are you doing, Paul? Okay, all right. Justin, we better start off with Justin. I forgot about that. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you coming, Justin.
Okay, Justin says, coming out of fall camp and after last year's struggles, what do you see the identity of the team being this year?
Well, there's a lot of new faces, I can tell you that. So 50% of the guys we got, weren't a part of what went on last year. But we're excited about things we're doing on offense. It's a new scheme and new quarterback, and I think there'll be some hopefully some good stuff there. Defense has been very solid all through fall camp. And although they've had some difficulty stopping the offense at times, so hopefully that's a good indicator for our offense. But you never know what you're going to get until you line up and play somebody else. You can only learn so much playing against yourselves. But I know our guys that were here last year and went through that debacle, I guess, for lack of a better word, are excited to get back on the field and get going and try to make a better showing.
Now, speaking with that the identity, how important is it to establish that offensive identity in week one as just letting it kind of evolve as the season goes? What's your
Well, I think there'll probably be a little of both. We know who we want to be and what the scheme entails and what the emphases, whatever that word is. But it'll also be an evolution. I mean, that's just how it is when you have again half a new team. You don't know a whole lot about a lot of the guys, and you got to see how they react in the game situation and who starts to come on and make plays. And every year seems to be two or three guys will really surprise you, and a couple guys that thought you were going to be able to count on don't produce as well. So we'll see how that goes.
Kyle, you kind of already harkened on just the struggle that you had last year, but I kind of want to go back to the transfer portal. Does the opportunity, I guess, to reload to the transfer portal every single season kind of make it more enticing to come back in your shoes when you were considering?
That's a good question. First of all, with the 2 portal windows, it's tough to sometimes manage your roster because you got to do it twice a year and you don't know exactly what you're going to come away with. But the roster or the portal has definitely cuts both ways. We feel like we did a good job in the portal this year, and then of course the finances come into play as well. Portal guys are more expensive than retaining your own guys, and so but you can't just retain your own guys or you'll run out of guys because they'll eventually graduate, and you got to continually replenish with new guys. Typically high school guys are priced pretty high as well, and so it's a balancing act. I mean, it's they have the NFL has the capologist guys, that do the manage the cap, and that's essentially what we have to do, and it's a challenge. It's a challenge, but the portal certainly allows you to go out and cover up, or not cover up, but replenish and get, if you're thin at a position or whatever, that helps you in that regard. But it's certainly a different ballgame than it used to be, and it's not going to, well, I guess it could return somewhat to how it used to be, but they're going to have a major overhaul of the rules and how things are structured.
Kyle, you brought in a number of receivers through the transfer portal, one with Tobias Merriweather. What gives you confidence that he can become a guy that you need on offense this year?
Well, what we've seen in practice gives us confidence. He's got a big catch radius, 6'5", or close to it, 200 pounds. Very smooth, athletic guy. Runs real well, and just has a real knack for playing the contested ball, as you would expect with a guy with that frame. So what we've seen in practice has been very encouraging. But again, you got to do it on game day.
Kyle, you've opened up against FCS opponents and power conferences teams. What are the advantages of opening up against a team like UCLA as opposed to an FCS opponent?
Well, get your players' attention right away. They've been pointing towards this game since last January, essentially. So it's a little more of an attention getter in that respect. There's pros and cons, and it's a level playing field. I mean, if UCLA's in the same boat, so I don't know if there's a preferred way. If I was going to say what I absolutely prefer is probably maybe to have maybe a lesser opponent that you can find out who you are early on. But I think everyone probably feels the same way. But I don't know if college is going to ever go to a preseason, like the NFL, and that wouldn't be a bad idea, in my opinion. Have a couple preseason games that don't count on the record, but we'll see.
Kyle, you said this is the best offensive line you've had, which brings up the question: how good is UCLA's defensive line, and then their front seven?
Yeah, they're good up front. 58, I believe, is the number. That's their best guy. The interior guy is a really good D tackle. And UCLA, they're going to have big, strong athletic guys. They always do. They always have ever since we joined the Pac-12, and so they never have a shortage of athletes or physicality. So it'll be a big challenge for our guys, but again, I stand by that this, on paper, this is the best offensive line we've had. We got to go out and prove it, but you got two guys that are, hopefully high draft choices and 3 seniors inside. I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't be very solid up front, and that's really the starting point for the offense this year is leaning on that offensive line.
Kyle, you've gone through spring, now fall camp. How do you feel about your decision to come back every year or a game week?
Good. I mean, it's if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have come back. If I wasn't having the passion for the game and the energy, and because you better have a lot of energy for this job, that. So no second thoughts whatsoever. I'm excited to get the season going and watch these guys play and see what we can do.
UCLA has a similar situation. You guys, new quarterback, new offensive coordinator. What stands out about their offense on film?
Well, the quarterback, first of all, you watch him at Tennessee last year, and he's a playmaker. He's he can throw the ball, he can run the ball. He's a true dual threat guy. He's a tough runner too. He's not looking for a place to fall down or step out of bounds. He dips his shoulder and has some physicality to his runs. A lot like our guy, Devin. Devin is the same way. He rushed for over 1,100 or whatever it was last year, and so there's other than stature, Devin's more of a compact guy, thicker, shorter guy, whereas their quarterback is like I said, 6'6" or thereabouts. So, but he's impressive. He's got a big arm and he's a specimen. That's he looks like Cam Newton, got a stature. That's what he looks like out there.
Kyle, Nico, UCLA's quarterback, held out in the spring and obviously ended up at UCLA. I'm curious just on your thoughts on that situation, but also harken on the idea of multi-year contracts, kind of stopping the idea of players entering the portal.
Yeah, well, I don't really have any thoughts on his holdout stuff. I mean, that's his business, and I wasn't real close to that situation, monitoring it or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't really have a take on that. What was the second part of your question?
The idea of multi-year contracts.
Multi-year contracts. I think there's some merit to that, but I think somehow we've got to get to the point where, and again I say it, a minor league NFL, not technically, but theoretically, where we're just the same type of setup, same structure, salary cap, that type of thing. With it will probably come a union, players union, all that. I mean, what we do right now is not sustainable. I don't believe it is, personally. And so they've got to figure out a way to get some sanity to the whole thing. And the prices are spiraling out of control for the NIL, it's not NIL, rev share monies now, and so it's still in a place where I don't think you can continue this way without some major changes.
You talked about needing to establish the run with this team, this offense. How important, though, is it to have success with those wide receivers, and what does success look like that way?
Well, it's very important, and the way that Devin runs the football, with the quarterback run game, we think that's going to force teams to really load the box in order to be able to combat that, which in turn opens up the throw game, and so they work off of each other, but it's important to be balanced on offense. I don't think it's critical to be really good at one and just both subpar at the other. I think balance is the key to all great offenses, and being able to make teams respect both the run game and the throw game, I think, is what you're looking for.
So you mentioned that Nico is a true dual threat quarterback, and you've also used the same phrase to talk about Devin.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think having Devin as your guys' starting quarterback is going to help this defense, as you go up against a true dual threat quarterback in week one?
Help our defense?
Yes.
Well, they've seen him all spring and all fall, and so and that's obviously a plus for us. We're still, best guess scenario with the coordinator, is he going to bring everything he did in Indiana to, you say, is there going to be different influences? Like I said, there's a lot of unknowns going into an opener, but certainly helped us because the Q run game is part of what we do, and so that was obviously something that would be a good preparation aspect for this game.
Hello, Coach.
Hey, PK.
Could you?
Very stoic and old.
Could you put a percentage on
Devin's design runs as opposed to him improvising?
Like what percent of the time he carries the ball will be designed as opposed to
per game, say.
Yeah, he's very elusive, breaking the pocket, I can tell you right now. So it might be close to 50-50 in that regard as far as design pure QB runs and him just getting out of jams. I'll say 50-50. That's a safe starting point.
Kyle, you're getting older now.
I sure am. You got that right.
A couple old guys in the back row.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
How are you different now than you were 3 decades ago?
How am I different? Gosh, that's a good question. I've probably mellowed a little bit, I would think. I think if you talk to some of the guys when I first came on board as a head coach, it was very intense and very maybe too intense. But hopefully I know I've become a better listener through the years and being able to not have knee-jerk reactions and be able to think things through a little better than I did at the very beginning and patient, a little more patient than I used to be. How about that? Yeah.
This will be the last question here in the front of the seat.
Oh, Keeler, all right.
Coach, the Game 0 action, there were, with Iowa State and Kansas State, a couple broken down coverages. How important is having experience in chemistry with your defensive secondary against this UCLA attack?
Well, that's always important, and the secondary is the first place that can get you beat. I mean, if you're going to, you give up big plays, and so that's, you blow a gap in a run game, it might be a 15-yard gain instead of a 5-yard gain, but you blow something in the secondary, it's usually a touchdown. So that's obviously a critical component of your defense. I wasn't able to see that game. We were practicing right during it, so I didn't have a chance to see it. But we feel like we've got an experienced secondary coming back. The scheme has remained the same for years and years, so the learning curve of those guys was virtually nothing. The new guys had some learning curve, obviously, but we feel like we're in good shape back there, and hopefully, in an opener, you're going to make mistakes. There's no doubt about it. And if you can just play with great effort, that covers up a lot of the errors that are going to happen.
There he is, Kyle Whittingham. You'll hear him every Monday at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very, this is the time of year, Kyle Whittingham in a little bit of a better mood, having a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
But, that fun's going to end pretty quickly when it's time for kickoff against UCLA. He called last year a debacle.
He did call it a debacle. He also only brought up one UCLA player by number, not by name, but number 58, who's Gary Smith. Gary Smith's really good. So he'll be patrolling some of the interior of that defense. He's a senior. They've got 3 seniors across their offensive front. Cortland Ford, Akinshilo, the center, and Garrett DiGiorgio, who is the right tackle. But they've got a freshman who's playing at the left guard position. He's a transfer out of Oklahoma that they've implemented that they're going to try to work on. Other than that, I think that there's a lot of just the unknowns. Nico is going to be somewhat known, but unknown to UCLA as he transferred out of Tennessee. And I just feel like UCLA and Utah are both meeting up, needing a win more than anybody else in the given conference.
No, there's no doubt about that.
Utah needs a win.
Badly.
They got to reestablish themselves.
Yep. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as we continue to get you ready for the start of the college football season. It is almost here. And we talk about your team being ready. Well, you need to be ready. And if you're not in mint condition, Mint Medical can help you get there. Bailey's with us again. And Bailey, when you look at a lot of guys out there that just haven't quite been able to hit send, they'll dial that number and they just haven't been able to hit that button to go in there and get the help they need. You've got a lot of incentives to get people there.
Right, and a lot of times they want, does this acoustic wave therapy really work? And it's been proven that it does. Or I just don't know how to get over that hump to make the call. So yes, those incentives are there. If you're taking any type of Ozempics or any weight loss, we have those. That's part of it. But that acoustic wave therapy, the foundation of what we offer, it really does fix that ED problem that, a lot more men than you'd think are dealing with. And so we want to address that. And also, if you're needing hormones to kind of maintain that, we offer 1 month free of that with your acoustic wave therapy.
A couple of things, too, because I think a lot of people may be in the situation where they need the help, but they're afraid of the cost, or they're not real sure if flex spending or those kinds of things might be able to help. What I would say is come in and talk to Bailey, because Bailey, you don't turn people away. You'll figure out a way to help somebody, and you'll get them all the answers that they have in regards to flex spending or HSAs or any of those types of situations, and then you'll help them figure out the financial part. So don't let that stop you from getting back to your best self, getting back to mint condition.
Right, and what's more important than fixing this part of your life? I mean, it's critical to all of us if we can have that relationship working again. But yes, if you have HSA or FSA, or if you need help with getting the financing done, we do that all in-house. So it's not something you need to worry about. We, as you mentioned, we'll find a way to make sure you can get the treatment you need.
I hope that Bailey is coming across to everybody out there as the type of guy he is, because you're very personable, very relatable, very kind, very generous. And so when you hear the free giveaways, like Mint Medical giving away this 5-day trip to Hawaii, it's incredibly generous. Well, that's Bailey. So if you've ever thought in your life, I want to get this fixed, Bailey and Mint Medical is the perfect time to do it. Trust that he can help you, trust that the clinic can help you, and just call. And there's so many freebies that we're trying to alleviate any fears from you to actually call and get this taken care of. But Bailey, I just hope it's coming across that you're out there, you really do want to help the men and the listeners of this show.
That's correct. I mean, we not just because we're great people. Our staff is awesome. Yes, Dr. B is incredible. Dr. B cures EDs, we always say. But we just want this to get this part of their life back in order. And so we offer those incentives so that they can get over the hump, make the call, and just come in. It's everything. There's no obligation to come in. Everything's free in the beginning for you to just find out where you're at. And there is a solution out there. That's the good news. Get the hope, get the confidence back, and, get you back to mint condition.
And not a Band-Aid, an actual fix to the problem.
That's right. It's not a temporary, it is a fix to it, and that's what we love.
801-804-8000. Call, get yourself back in mint condition, and claim all those freebies that come along with it. Mint Medical, here to help you out right now. 801-804-8000, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year. Only at the Utah State Fair.
Tonight on KSL, starting this year, Utah teachers finally have paid maternity leave. Isn't that wild? But even with maternity leave, there's another big assignment for teachers before they can leave to have their babies. In a job that requires a do-it-yourself mentality, KSL reveals why getting that leave comes with some homework.
You kind of are put in a position where you feel like you have to choose between your family and your work.
DIY teacher maternity leave. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think Bear ends his career at BYU?
Well,
No chance in hell. Not a chance.
Oh, there's certainly a chance.
There's no chance he's going to be at BYU for the next 4 years. There's no chance he's going to be at BYU for 4 years. You've got Ryder Lyons coming in. Like, you've already got an end date for Bear.
Dude, bird in the handball on the carpet. If the dude blows up, you're not chasing him out of town. The enticing factor about starting the freshman is, what if this person becomes the best quarterback in the country?
Yes, but the problem is that's no longer a thing, because when you're saying, what if they become the best in the country, you enter the market, right? You're training a guy who's going to hit the market, and I don't care what school you're at, the market will dictate whether they want to leave or not.
It is true, but you have them under your umbrella. Ella, hilarious. But you hope that you can keep them there, and you worry about that down the line.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers. Changing lives through better hearing.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Actually, Cougars at 30 update, excuse me. Bear Bachmeyer talking about how he grasped the playbook so quickly going into this season.
It's a big testament to Coach Mitchell and Coach A-Rod. I met with Coach Mitchell, almost every day. Install 1, install 2, install 3, and so forth. I think me learning the playbook, I give a lot of credit to Coach Mitchell because he taught me the whole playbook in, a month, 2 months. And then I had extra hours to kind of memorize and regurgitate the information. I test the learning process to Coach Mitchell. He helped out immensely.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Burns and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, put it on roulette wheel. Wherever that little ball lands is what we end up talking about. All right, let's not waste any time. Let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Poking the Bear.
So Bear Bachmeier had his first press conference. Game week, mic in front of him, and he started talking about the biggest hurdles that he's got from his high school time, now jumping into the college game.
When I think about the whole process, I obviously had the opportunity to go to Stanford and end up transferring to BYU. I think the biggest thing to get acclimated to was obviously the speed of play coming from high school to college football. And, I think that's kind of self-explanatory in itself. You're playing against Division I ballers and, trying to get acclimated to that. So I think that was the biggest discrepancy coming from high school to college.
And then one thing I'd say is don't trust what you see in practice, that will be what you see in the game, because you won't get the true speed of the game until you're actually in game time.
Yeah.
And I know that, BYU's defense is out there giving them the best look, and they're definitely breaking on routes and wanting to put up their best film and have their best moments. But, Scotty, you just don't get game time until you get game time. So I'm glad that he's starting to feel confident with the timing and the rhythm of it, but there's a lot more to come.
Hey, shocker. You ready for this?
Yeah.
There's a John Beck connection.
Sure.
He's done a great deal. I mean, he's such a great resource to utilize. Started training with him when I was in 7th grade, and I don't want to nerd out, but we get into the weeds of biomechanics and trying to refine my kinematic sequence, and actually just called him last week about his process going into game days and what it is from Sunday to Friday night. And so, yeah, he's just been a great resource and very grateful for him.
Shocker.
Well, that's good, man. It's helpful.
We're going to hear about the road trips to California.
Oh, I'm sure. John sure funnels them to Aaron, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Was it Zach Wilson?
Zach, yeah.
Jaron Hall didn't have any ties to John, did he?
Not that I can remember, but I remember Zach Wilson. It was a big, heavy storyline. It's also like, hey, you know what? This Aaron Roderick guy has a little bit to do with this, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember there were times where you're like, hey, Zach, you are being coached the majority of the time now by Aaron Roderick.
Yeah.
People love to ask about John, don't they?
Yeah, they do. All right. Lloyd, spin that wheel.
Another Roderick QB throws a TD.
So Keaton Slovis is playing with the Houston Texans and threw a touchdown pass in the preseason. He's actually looked pretty good for the Texans. Don't know if he makes a roster. My guess is he at least makes the practice squad. I don't think he's going to be C.J. Stroud's number one. I don't think he'll be the number one backup.
Yeah.
But there's a good chance he makes the roster, one way, shape, form, or the other. He finished the game 14 of 16 for 111 yards and a touchdown. He has put together 27 of 40 for 240 yards and a touchdown in the preseason for Houston. He's played better this preseason than his first preseason in the NFL. And remember, he got, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he get, I can't remember. Did he start with the Colts?
I can't remember.
I thought he started with the Colts and then ended up with the Texans and then cut. And then, anyways, he's been through a trial, but it'd be kind of crazy if Aaron Roderick had another one make an NFL roster.
Yeah. And the one that really didn't have the high school or the college career that we all thought he was going to have.
Yeah.
With that, that first year at USC, it's like, wow, this guy's going to be going like gangbusters here.
He ended up getting injured. He was 5-2 with BYU and got injured in a game that they lost. So he would have been 5-3, but 5-2 when he went out and they made the change and went with Jake Retzlaff.
All right. Lloyd, spin it.
Raiders' prediction for the season.
So, news report coming out of Las Vegas.
Recent one, too, huh?
I believe so. News reporter goes up to a young kid and decides to ask him. This kid is decked out in Raiders gear. You can tell he's a diehard Raiders fan.
Yeah.
And reporter puts a mic in his face and says, hey, what do you think?
You're so into the NFL. You know your Raiders. I can tell right here. How are you feeling with the team this year?
We're not going to the Super Bowl. I already know it.
We got a realistic Raiders fan here. This is odd. This is the first interview I've ever had like this. The Super Bowl chances are not good, but what is it going to take for the Raiders to have a successful season, you think?
Not to get arrested.
Okay, that's definitely an interesting one. I would agree with that. Yeah, getting someone in prison, that's going to hurt the chances.
Don't get arrested.
How old is this kid?
He looks like he's probably 10 or 11, maybe 9.
That's funny.
Hey, he ain't wrong.
He's not wrong.
Not wrong, huh?
Yeah.
Well, if the preseason is any indicator, not winning any one of the 3 preseason games.
That's actually a good omen.
Is it a good omen?
You don't want to.
All right, good.
You don't want to go undefeated in the preseason.
When the Lions went 0-16, they actually went undefeated in the preseason.
Did they?
Yeah.
And I feel like the last few years, the Raiders have actually been really good in the preseason.
Like
you don't want to be good in the preseason.
It makes me nervous that the Broncos went 3-0 in the preseason.
Ooh.
How
much did Bo Nix play in the preseason?
He played. I have not actually watched the third one. I know he played in that third preseason game, and but I'm not sure how long. Played in the first. Didn't even suit up for the second one. So he played 2 out of the 3 games.
Is Aiden O'Connell done? How bad was he injured?
He might be done.
He might be done?
Yeah, he might be done.
Jeez.
That's a blow. That hurts you.
Real bad. Yeah,
So
they need him right there. Gino will be fine.
You're down to Cam. You're down to Geno Smith and Cam Miller.
Cam Miller. Huh. You know what's interesting about that guy?
North Dakota State, Cam Miller.
How's Mr. Boise State looked in the preseason? I have not watched the Raiders preseason.
Genty has gone crazy. After the first game, he's had some good moments.
He's trucked some guys. I think he had like two runs in that last game. Trucked one guy. I mean, he only got like 7 yards, 6 yards, something like that. But that game against the 49ers, he looked pretty good.
Let's spin it.
Huntley back on the open market.
Cleveland Browns have released Tyler Huntley.
The Browns are going to keep 4 quarterbacks on that roster, though.
Shador will be one of them?
Yeah. Apparently Shador is going to be there.
On the game day roster?
On the game day roster, yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So you got Flacco, Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shador.
They're going to keep them all.
They're going to keep them all.
Holy cow. That does not make a lot of sense. Is that because they don't want to face the backlash?
They don't want to give up on anybody.
Shador has not looked good enough to be on a roster.
No.
But they have released Tyler Huntley, and he will now move on. A couple of other locals that have been released. Mekhi Bernard and Cole Fotheringham both released with New England. Minnesota just released Max Tooley. This is the no fun time of a football player's life.
Got to get down to 53, I think, by tomorrow or Wednesday.
Oh, is it final cuts this week?
Yeah, I think it's this week.
Those are tough.
So most teams are in that 80 range, and they've got to cut it all the way down to 53.
Those are hard times.
Yeah, and everybody's standing by their phones. Everybody's nervous for that guy to come up and say, "Hey, coach wants to see you."
Well, you got to
bring your playbook.
You got to think of it this way: it's an $895,000 call.
I saw that the league minimum right now.
I think it's $895,000. Yeah, I think that's league minimum.
And if you're a veteran, it's like 1.2.
Yeah, it's a high number.
And so, when you were a rookie, what was it? 300?
298,000. Second year was 345, and then my second contract I signed started at 425, and then 495. I think were the two numbers.
Wow.
Now your rookie minimum is nearly $1 million. So it's $1 million call. I mean, to me, it was a $300,000 call, and that was life-changing money to me. And you just sit there and you're like, if I could just make it, if I could eke it out just for 3 or 4 years. And I don't even care. Like, yeah, I want to make a name for myself. I want to be great, but I just want a couple of game checks. So I can get going. Now, the college kids now, maybe they've got a couple of game checks from college under their belt that give them a leg up. But
$800,000 is probably a pay cut for a lot of these guys.
Might be a pay cut for some of these quarterbacks.
Do they do direct deposit, or would they give you an actual
It's a check? It was a physical check back in our day.
Like a giant check?
No, it wasn't a Happy Gilmore check. Just
I need one of those big checks.
A regular check. I told you that the time I told Peyton before, because Peyton was getting his, and I was a few lockers down, and I walked up to him and I said,
"Want to trade?"
I said, "You give me that one check that you got in your hand. I'll give you my full year of checks. I'll give you every envelope from this day on." And he laughed at me.
He said, "No,
not a chance." Because whatever was in his envelope was way more than what I made through a full year. A lot of these big names, they'll make. But it's still nothing like an NBA game check.
Oh, no. That's where the money's at. Baseball, that's where you need to have your kid be playing
Yeah,
baseball.
because you can be injured and still get those checks. You're good.
Could you imagine, though, guys? You're right there. You're one of 70 guys left to get to 53, and it's $890,000 on the line.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
Or zero.
Zip. It's either $1 million or nothing, and you're waiting for that phone call. And there are a couple of different cuts. You got a first line of cuts, and then you got the second line of cuts, and then typically you've got the cleanup cuts that are like 5 or 6 guys that they just couldn't make the determination on. And typically 3 or 4 of those guys will be put on waivers, claimed, or they'll be brought back to the team on the look squad, which, now I think those guys are making $350,000. That's still a good chunk of money. But it's a tough couple days for these NFL guys.
All right, we'll wrap up this show up next. Hans and Scott. Lloyd, wrap up this.
Go ahead.
Stop it. Great.
You were saying?
Now I'm going to get beeped. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hut, 118, hike, 187. It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't think we take enough time to talk about the water in our homes because it's so critical that you have the best water available to your hands. And Culligan, remember, this is a local family-owned business. Culligan has been here for over 50 years, here to stay and here to serve your family's water needs. If it includes water delivery to your home, they can do that. Or if they want to really work in a filtration system in your home, they can do that as well.
More affordable than you would think.
Oh, yeah.
But if you just want to have the water bottles delivered, Scotty, you have that service.
Love
How
it.
nice is it? How convenient is that water service?
Tomorrow, I'm going to put 2 empty jugs outside my door. When I come home, I'll have 2 full jugs waiting for me. I'll bring them in the house. I put them on my back porch. They're right there. It's really simple. And to know you have great water available. When my kid comes home from football practice.
I'll bet he drowns.
He just kills it. Yeah. Or when he takes his water bottle to school or to football practice. I know he's getting the best water available to him, and he's going to need it.
Yeah, clean with all the right minerals, delicious, and cold right out of the tap. You get the cold or the hot right out of the tap.
It's really simple. Call right now, 801-509-9602, or go to CulliganSLC.com. That number again, 801-509-9602.
Summer's wrapping up, and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve, to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC-branded pain relievers. Aleve helps keep you moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
How far is too far? In the all-new 2026 Jeep Cherokee, that's up to you. Powered by a new 1.6-liter Turbo 4 engine, it's the iconic SUV, reimagined to put today's adventures and tomorrow's dreams in reach. So go ahead, Keep the good times going. The all-new 2026 Jeep Cherokee. Jeep, there's only one. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kyle Whittingham, not ready to hang it up yet. Fired up to be back for another season on the Hill.
You know, if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have come back. If I wasn't having the passion for the game and the energy, and you better have a lot of energy for this job. You know that. So no second thoughts whatsoever. I'm excited to get the season going and watch these guys play and see what we can do.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. They've got the ribs, the brisket, the chicken, the turkey, all available for you. Go to, again, Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join us coming up tomorrow. We will be at My Hearing Center in Sandy, 8941 South, 700 East. Make sure to stop by and say hi. We'll get your hearing fixed. Let's go.
Man, we got some fun games coming up this week. Quickly, coming up on Thursday, Boise State versus South Florida. Nice little Mount West Conference opener against South Florida, who's supposed to be pretty dang good.
Usually are.
East Carolina versus NC State, so another BYU opponent against NC State. We'll get to see our guy Teague out there with NC State.
Yes, sir.
And I'll get a nice first look at East Carolina. That's a 5 o'clock kick on Thursday. You'll see UCF in action on Thursday with their new head coach. You're going to see Oklahoma State in action on Thursday with their kind of rebrand and rebuild. They're a similar situation to University of Utah. They got to prove a lot. You got Cincinnati, Nebraska, another Big 12 matchup against Nebraska. That thing goes down in Kansas City, Missouri. And you've got Wisconsin that's in action a little bit later that night. Then on Friday, you got Baylor, Auburn, Colorado, Georgia Tech. Those are the two. You got to circle those. Those are Friday.
Yep.
Baylor's got to beat Auburn to get that nice SEC win, and Colorado's got to beat Georgia Tech. Take care of business and make sure you send Georgia Tech packing.
Yes.
And you could put an SEC and an ACC win in your Big 12 back pocket. That's coming up on Friday. So big games coming down this weekend.
I cannot wait.
Or this week.
Getting ready
for this week.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Bailey's with us one more time from Mint Medical. We cannot stress this enough. Mint Medical is here to help you out. Whether you're up north, hey, you're not forgetting about your Davis County. You got a location in Layton. You got one in Sandy as well. There's no excuse with all the free stuff that's available for you to get yourself back in mint condition. If you're struggling inside the bedroom, Bailey, now's the time to get it fixed.
It is, and a lot of people ask, well, what is that acoustic wave therapy? What does it really do? And what it does, in essence, it restores blood flow in the area that they need it.
Yeah.
And it's non-invasive. We want to make sure we mention that. There's no injections. There's no downtime either. So it's something in just the next couple of weeks you could be back, have your confidence back as well.
Average time to get to where you need to be is what, 2 to 3 weeks? Is that what you said?
2 to 3 weeks, right? About every 2 days, yeah.
Wow. Imagine that. And some of these guys have been struggling with this for decades.
That's right. And they've tried a lot of the other things, which over time your body builds up a resistance to it, and all the side effects too. And the lack of spontaneity, Hans mentioned that. It fixes that. It restores you.
A lot of guys have heard the acoustic wave therapy. They've heard about it, but what exactly is it?
It's gentle pressure waves that help open up and restore blood flow. And that's the simplest way to describe it, but it's been clinically proven to do just that.
And here's the thing, it doesn't hurt.
No, it's painless.
It's painless. You can get it taken care of immediately. This isn't something you get put on a waiting list and have to wait months to get taken care of. You can get it taken care of. And I just want to tell you that the freebies are worth it.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're talking about taking your partner with you and getting her a little bit of Botox or getting her a little bit of testosterone, whatever treatment that she might want, and then also getting yourself the Hawaiian trip. You know, there's just so much to take away from this, let alone getting your health in check. So, Bailey, I'm hoping our listeners will respond and come out and get themselves back to mint condition.
Yeah, we'd love to help them, and that's why we offer those incentives. We want to make sure that they feel, hey, there's a good reason to come in and just get this taken care of. It can be done, and we offer those incentives so that you'll come in and just make the call.
And just peace of mind.
That's
you
right.
know, confidence, everything else that goes along with it.
Exactly.
Let's get you squared away, get you in mint condition. 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical. And again, that number will take you to either location that's closer to you.
That's correct. We'll find one that's closest for you and a time that's convenient for you, too.
Let's do it. 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 Tour. September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Jimmy Eat World in Newfound Glory. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think we know more about Utah or BYU?
BYU.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they're bringing back their coaching staff. You don't know what Jason Beck's offense is going to look like at Utah.
I bet it's going to look
idea.
a lot like what we saw last year at New Mexico.
We know that BYU is starting a freshman, and we know that that's not going to go well because it never goes well. And I'm not saying go well like he's the worst quarterback we've ever seen. I'm saying not goes well like they don't win 10 games. Freshmen don't win 10 games.
Sure.
We know that about BYU. Anybody who's expecting BYU to win 10 games should not be. We know that freshmen do not win 10 games.
Bear doesn't know what he doesn't know, even if he gets 1 million first-team reps. Until you're on the field and play 12 games and know what it's like to go on the road in week 6, I just don't think it matters what you do all that much. The reps help, but there's certain things you just can't replicate.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Football week is upon you. Thank the Lord that we're here now. Thank heavens we're back into actual football. JJ, I want to apologize to all my friends and family out there. I talked about how great that Fremont-Davis game was going to be on Friday night. It was 21-0, and I went, oh, Davis has got this. When they punched in a touchdown with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left on Friday night, I went, oh, they got this. I left the stadium early to put my kids to bed. Like a terrible dad, I took my boys away from a great ending of a football game.
Narrator, they didn't have this.
They did not have this.
28-14.
Ooh.
And Fremont came back to win.
You know
overtime.
what, though? This is
what. 3 minutes left. It was 28-14.
Well, let me tell you how I got bailed out. So I get home. In the 3.5 minutes it took me to get home, I walk in the door. My wife goes, "What are you guys doing?" I go, "What?" She goes, "It's tied." I went, "No!" What did I do? Hit the old KSL Sports app, start watching JJ and Sly with the coin toss at the middle of the field for overtime. I went, well, at least this works out.
Yeah.
And there you are. You get fireworks at the beginning of the season. So we got football, high school football in the books. You've got your local teams finally game prepping. Now they've been game prepping, but now they have to actually start talking about their opponents, JJ. BYU put out a depth chart. We're starting to see some reality going on here. Kyle Whittingham's talking about an opponent. Kalani Sitake's talking about an opponent. Here we are in the middle of football season, JJ. It's official. It'll be week 9 before we even breathe. We're going to suddenly wake up and it's going to be 2 months into the season, 2 bye weeks in the books. You know how this goes. This thing isn't going to stop, man.
And you know what I love about this season is the unknown.
Oh, it's great.
Last year, we thought we knew things, and we were humbled, and we learned our lesson. This year, I have no idea what Utah's going to do. I have no idea what BYU is going to do with a true freshman quarterback. We know nothing about Utah State. They released their depth chart today. It's literally blank. In the release they put out today, they have a depth chart. It's literally blank. There's nothing on it.
Kyle should have drawn us a middle finger. That's what he should have done.
I mean, Bronco Mendenhall put out a depth chart that has nothing on it.
I know.
Utah didn't even try to put one out.
No.
But Utah State literally released a depth chart that's white.
Hey, listen.
No names on it.
We have
no idea.
We're in the new age of college football, man. Our show.
I love the unknown.
I love it too. Our show is brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients, no preservatives. The G2G Bar is a perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. We got to talk some college football on Saturday. Alex Napolis, our producer, Christian Esparza, who produces, of course, in the mornings, mid-mornings with Jake and Ben. How'd you feel about it? You felt like football season was real? You felt like we got off to a normal start here?
I feel like we're ready, man. We're ready to roll.
It was such an ugly game, though, on Saturday. And we're texting. JJ and I are texting during the game. We're like, bleh, what's going on here? Now, it was Irish weather, but you know what?
It was gross.
What are we going to complain about? We got to see Hawaii come back against a very good Stanford team.
Oh, man. BYU's in big trouble week 2.
Oh, no. You know what, though? You'll get
How the mighty have fallen. You'll
get surprised. Things will
Stanford lost to Hawaii.
Things will start to look. You know how it is going over to the islands. It's not necessarily easy. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, man. So lots of storylines. Yeah, Portland State lost 42-0 in their opener at home, by the way, against Tarleton State. So
who?
Yeah,
they lost to who?
The Texans.
Who?
Look, I watched that game for about 45 minutes and I went, yuck. But you know what I learned is that you can get a great education at Tarleton State where you, too, could be a Texan. I love that. So I learned a lot over the weekend about the teams that are going to be playing BYU the first weeks of the season, and that is that right now they've got a lot of work to do. You do not want – I heard Hans say it during their program, too. He goes, you do not want to win those games by 1,000,000 points and then have a false attitude about how your team's going to be performing the rest of the year.
Well,
but it's a perfect place for you to incubate, a true freshman, get a couple games under his belt, figure some things out. Why not?
You also don't want to win 17-3 or 17-10 against a Portland State. BYU has a history of poor opening performances against
them.
FCS opponents. 2 years ago, who was the team that they struggled with? Sam Houston?
It was Sam Houston. Were they FCS, or was it their first year in FBS or something like that? Either way,
it was. That was a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
You need to blow the doors off these FCS teams week 1 if that's who you're playing. Blow the doors off. Even Utah crushed Southern Utah last year. Of course, that didn't really tell us anything.
No.
We also couldn't predict that somebody would break their hand on a Gatorade jug. So
you make it sound so trite. Too soon. How dare you? Hey, we got to talk about it. You have to bring it up. Lots going on. Like I said, we've got tons to jump into here. We have sound from Provo. We've got sound from Utah. We've got all of these teams trying to figure out how to wrap their heads around what this first opponent's going to look like. The questions that these teams have to answer are all basically the same, but at the same time, the things you worry about for BYU are very different about the things you worry about with Utah. And worry might not be the right word because of how long you're going to have to wait to take on opponents that might give you an actual read on what your team looks like. So let's kick things off here. We've got some sound to play from Provo. We have a depth chart, like we said, for BYU versus Portland State for this week. So it's getting real. Let's jump in here with a cut, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Trajan Wealth. All right, so the depth chart gets released from BYU. It does not blank. Decidedly, there are lots of names on it and an actual kind of depth chart. It looks like. So I think we're looking good on this because there's something to actually look at. And when you start to look at some of these names, anything pop out to you? I think the big one, of course, was the fact that one of their cornerbacks is going to be is not listed on the opening week depth chart with an undisclosed injury. Jonathan Cabella, one of these guys that's hoping to be a multi-down cornerback for this BYU defense. You've got a name that's not on the list, then you got a couple of weeks probably to get right. Wondering what that injury, the nature of that's going to be, but you don't know. We won't know until maybe an injury report actually comes out and you actually see what's listed. But in terms of a depth chart, it's all the ones you knew were going to happen. It's all the ones you knew BYU was probably going to list, and a surprising number or a surprising lack of oars across the board. However, LJ Martin or Sione Moa, what are we doing, Coach? I always love those.
You're going to see both.
I know you got to see a couple. Bear Bachmeier, obviously your starter. You've got on the defensive side of things, you have a handful of names you're going to have to get to know this year. And I think for BYU, obviously the big one's Bear Bachmeier. But the good news is you have a lot of names, JJ, that fans are used to seeing listed on that depth chart. And they're used to seeing those names there. And that at least brings a little bit of comfort because you know what you got from a lot of those guys last year who learned how to win a lot in the Big 12.
Yeah. I think that there's really no surprises as I'm looking at the depth chart. Shea Bryan Strother as an oar at MAC, I think is probably the only thing. Now we're getting into the minutia of the depth chart. Bottom line is BYU is who we thought they were going to be coming into the season, with the one exception. That is the quarterback position, and that is the big unknown. How is Bear Bachmeier going to handle being a true freshman, playing his first Division I football game? And I talked about this earlier. Like, it is perfect. BYU is really fortunate with their scheduling this year. Now, I don't love their non-conference. It's a weak non-conference slate. It does have a Power 4 team in it. It's just not. It might be the worst Power 4 team in football right now with Stanford. But this is going to be perfect for their situation because Bear Bachmeier is going to be able to go out there and find a comfortability in this position. There's not a huge amount of pressure. It's not like BYU's opening up against UCLA at the Rose Bowl, right? You're not rolling your quarterback out there in a big venue with a spotlight on him. It's Portland State. So he's going to be able to get his feet wet with that game, figure out who he is, playing in front of the Lavelle Edwards Stadium crowd, which I'm sure is going to be very nerve-wracking. But kid seems cool as a cucumber anyway. You're not putting him in this brutally tough situation. He's going to be able to ease himself into Division I college football and Power 4 college football eventually. So the schedule, I think, lines up very nicely for BYU to do just that. But so many other places I'm looking here, like you know who BYU is. You know what they have. So many returning guys from last year. It's just a matter of how good can Bear Bachmeier be year one as a true freshman quarterback. And we may not know the answer to that until we get into October when the schedule really heats up.
8 years ago, it was 2017, and Kalani Sitake was embarking on the worst season that he's had as a head coach at BYU. I'm not saying that to be flippant or mean. I'm saying that was an absolute wild corner-turning moment for this program, JJ, and for this guy as a head coach. And it started with that Portland State kind of slow start, right? And I think that BYU got, they looked at that, and if you'll remember, it was a 20-6 game. And I don't need to it's not like it matters who was under center, but here we are, Tanner Mangum, 16 for 27, 194 yards. Let me just throw some names out there for people who led the team. Squally Canada with a wily 16 carries and 98 yards. This was the last time you heard Squally Canada's name mentioned. Matt Bushman led BYU in receptions that day, 3 for 56 yards. So not a super productive day there, but it was also, it was a sputtering kind of a start for BYU. It was 14-6 at the half, and you were kind of like, what's going on here? And you know what? It turned out to be a very, very weird season where you fire one of the best, the biggest names in program's history in Ty Detmer at the offensive coordinator position. Kalani Sitake had that moment where he was like, am I going to hire my friends here, or am I going to hire the best names? And it was the beginning of the end for some of those guys. And it was also the beginning of when Kalani really started to become a head coach, because the year before he was going off of those last dregs of really talented people of Bronco Mendenhall's time when he was coaching, and those recruits turned out to be like superstar dudes that probably underperformed even by the end of their careers, but they won 9 games his opening year. Then they lost 9 games as a team. And so you look at how far that they've come. That was the last time the Portland State came into Provo, was 8 years ago in 2017. Very different program, very different team. And Kalani actually talked at practice about FCS teams coming into Provo, what that looks like, and why it's important for the team to have games like this against Portland State to start the year.
I've been a coach at the FCS level before, and having the opportunity to go to a place like Provo and play in LaVell Edwards Stadium is going to be something that you're going to mark on your calendar. You're really looking forward to. So we know those guys are going to be ready to play us, and so we just got to be at our best. I mean, have a lot of respect for every opponent. At the same time, we want to make sure that we do what we want to do in terms of executing the plays and being fundamentally sound.
What's a good version of what this looks like? Not a score necessarily, JJ, but what are the hits that you want to actually have happen in a game like this to check the boxes to feel like you're on track, or that you're not sputtering, I guess, at the very least?
Efficient and clean play from the quarterback position, dominance in the trenches. That's where I'd start. So you're playing a very inferior opponent. Portland State's not just an FCS program. It's a putrid FCS program. You should absolutely dominate this team. You need to do that. You can't come out looking sluggish or sloppy. I know Bear's going to make mistakes. I'm not saying he has to play perfect, but if Bear Bachmeier comes out and he only completes 50% of his passes and has 3 interceptions, you're going to have questions. If that offensive line allows a sack or 2 or 3 against a Portland State team, you have questions. If that defensive line can't put pressure on the quarterback against Portland State, how are you doing that against Utah?
Yeah.
Who's going to have one of the best offensive lines in college football? You need to absolutely dominate that game and be efficient and clean in doing it. There's no excuse. You're on your home field against an opponent that's not ready for what you have to bring. They cannot match you athletically. They can't match you with size and strength. Show it. Dominate. And if you don't, we're going to have questions.
Yeah, and here's the thing too is I was watching that the Portland Tarleton game, and Tarleton State goes down and immediately fumbles on their first drive down deep into Portland State territory, and I thought, well, that's the last thing you need. Obviously, eliminating those types of things can happen, but you can have moments where you have to kind of get yourself right. I mean, you come into these games, and JJ, they script, the first handful of plays, right? You go into these games and you have, hey, freshman quarterback, here are the first 14 plays for you. Here's what we're going to do the first drive. Here's how we're going to map this thing out for you. And so in the middle of the week, he's already going to have exactly what he's going to want to do on the first handful of plays, and even on the first couple of drives, really. I mean, if you're looking at it, and I know A-Rod, and they'll be able to pull out of any of that at any point and say, hey, let's go deep on this. Hey, let's go big here. You know that they like to go deep. You know they like to go big in an A-Rod offense. And sometimes he does it at wild moments, right? First play of the season when people are going, you're expecting that handoff off the right guard or off the right tackle to LJ Martin, and maybe instead it's a double pass. That's an A-Rod kind of a move. You know what I mean? But at the same time, solidify kind of where you're at. Get your guys comfortable immediately. Get your guys to the point where they can feel like, all right, just get your feet under you, and you want to get out of there healthy. Obviously, that's also a big time deal, because I don't know what the injuries are going to look like right now. Kalani also going on to talk about having that staff that I talked about. It was a tumultuous year in 2017, last time Portland State came into town, but now there's continuity. There are guys that know each other. They know the offense. They know the defense very well. Here's what Kalani said about having staff continuity every year.
I think it's huge. There's not a lot of new teaching and learning, so the coaches are able to establish, we have our team culture, and then these assistants have their own unique spin on things and their own unique culture in their position rooms. It's just nice that our guys are able to kind of be around them for a while. And at a time where there's a lot of change in staff, it's really good to have it be, the guys that were here last year and the guys that were here before. So I think it's going to be a benefit for us, is why we wanted to do everything we can to keep them here. And I hope it's going to show up like it did for Iowa State in their first game.
Gone are the days, JJ, of freshmen, true freshmen, redshirt freshmen, whomever. Remember the old BYU rule? Not until they play it down can you ask them a question, right? Remember that old school way of doing it?
Yeah, those days are over.
Can we talk to that guy? They're like, no, you know the rules. He hasn't played yet. We're not going to let it. You can't hear from him. Bear Bachmeier, the true freshman quarterback for BYU, the first one to ever start an opening game coming up this weekend, talking about the expectations that A-Rod has for him as a quarterback. So here's our first being able to hear from Bear officially at the first opening press conference, getting ready for Portland State.
The expectation is to win a championship, I think the individual expectation is we want to complete the ball. We want to put the ball in our playmakers' hands, and, we want to go score touchdowns. But the end goal is to win a championship.
Next up, he talked about what it's been like now that he has been named that QB1. You got to get the I love this too, because I'm sure his teammates, and he talked about this, how they've kind of rallied around him, and look, they're not going to roll their eyes and try to second guess what the coaches are picking. They've seen the same thing in practice, what made him QB1. Here's what he said about how his teammates have responded to him being named that QB1.
The support has been second to none. I mean, when leaders of the team are happy and gravitating towards you, and it's special. We got a great team, and I think we're going to go really far.
How far is really far, JJ, for a true freshman season? He talked about championships. Why not?
He has to.
No one's going to ask you.
I love that.
No one wants you to come in and say, we want to lose 3 games at the most. No one's going to say that.
If BYU had a senior quarterback right now who won 11 games last year, a lot of people thought they'd be a top 10, 15 team in the country, which means you think that BYU can win the Big 12. So why does that suddenly have to change just because your quarterback's no longer a senior? That's the challenge for Bear Bachmeier, is to have the kind of confidence in himself and the belief in himself that, yeah, I can come in here and I can get the job done. I don't have to be Superman. I don't have to be an All-American. I just need to be efficient and take care of the football and play my best and show people what I can do. I got enough dudes around me that are good enough that we can do this. He's got to have that confidence. I love to hear that. He knows who BYU is. He knows why he came here. He knew when he left Stanford he was coming to play for a program that had a chance to win a Big 12 championship. And he clearly believed in himself in camp that he could win this job. That's what you need out of your quarterback. I don't care if he's a senior or a freshman. You need to have a guy that believes in himself. You can't expect fans or his teammates or anybody else to believe in him if he doesn't believe in himself. So I have no problem with him saying, hey, we're trying to win a championship. You're dang right you are. Just because you're a freshman doesn't eliminate you from that.
I think he'd be the first one to say it, right? Like, we expect the championships, like he said. And then the next one he said is kind of the biggest thing that's been difficult for him, is making that adjustment. It's one thing to be a senior in high school and be dominating a bunch of kids, and maybe a handful of them are D1 dudes, but the reality was all eyes were on him in high school his entire career. Everybody knew he was the best, if not one of the best players on the entire field, and that shifts quite a bit. I'm sure it's going to be tough for him. He talked a little bit about that.
When I think about the whole process, I obviously had the opportunity to go to Stanford and end up transferring to BYU. I think the biggest thing to get acclimated to was obviously the speed of play coming from high school to college football. And, I think that's kind of self-explanatory in itself. You're playing against Division I ballers and, trying to get acclimated to that. So I think that was the biggest discrepancy coming from high school to college.
It's a lot of adjustment, but it's funny how these kids come packaged ready for this these days, JJ. A true freshman nowadays is so much different than what they used to be.
Yeah.
This is a kid who's been learning how to play football and quarterback from a guy who played football and quarterback at BYU.
Brother started as a freshman at Boise State.
Right. I mean, so you've got an older brother who's a phenomenal collegiate player. You've got John Beck, who you've been learning how to play quarterback from. This is a paid coach for you. And these guys come unboxed a little bit different at the collegiate level now. I don't think the true freshman label is the same nowadays as it used to be. and that's not to say that these guys come in and because there's a premium on experience at the P4
100%.
level, and that's going to be something. I mean, he's talking about making that transition to play ball, but he's playing against a P4 defense every day. And that's a
one of the better, possibly the best in the Big 12. They
right.
were last year.
That goes for something, right? But when you get into the game and you get into actual game play and you've got a different colored jersey across from you that you're not used to, then things get a little bit different. And I think that this is one of those moments that we look around and we say, hey, you've got to figure out what BYU is what they've got to figure out for this year. It's not just about Bear. It's about how everybody is going to respond to what they did last year and how they can respond and get better this year again. We got all this other sound here I still want to get to, but should we save
pull it later in the show?
We save a little bit of it still. We got Jack Kelly, who's one of the defensive captains, Chase Roberts, another one of the leaders on the offensive side of the football. We'll hear from those guys as well. Joining us on the program right now, it's been a minute, fellas.
It has.
It's the Water Boys here with us.
It's football season. It's go time.
It's go time. Let's do this.
It's time to play.
If you haven't heard us chatting with Colson and Kent before, they're back in studio. Fellas, you look good. I like the color blue on you there, Kent. Everything looks really good here, man. It's
Thank you.
It's Culligan blue. I don't know what that is. I mean, it's almost like a Detroit Lions with the Honolulu blue.
There's a little Honolulu blue going on there.
Azure.
Oh,
okay. Get out the color code. You know what?
We need to get some red in here.
I feel sheepish wearing this burnt orange polo in studio. It feels icky. I'm not a Texas Longhorns fan, but
you sure look like
here
it.
I am wearing burnt orange in the studio. Fellas, good to hear from you. Good to see you. Everything going well in the water industry?
Yeah, everything's been great. It's been a hot summer.
Yeah, it
so
has.
We've been selling a lot of water, a lot of bottled water, a lot of 5-gal. There's a competitor of ours in the market that's kind of dropped the ball. And so if you have any listeners out there that are frustrated by their current water provider, please give us a call. We've got a team of local customer service reps that would be more than happy to accept your business.
Well, and you got a great incentive, guys, right now. Did I say Labor Day special? What are the details?
This is where Kent rolls out the sales city, baby. I love it.
Yeah, we've got some Labor Day specials. Colson was talking about drinking water for the Labor Day special for the drinking water. If you call us now at 801-509-9602, we can give you a $100 credit for a new drinking water account.
Wow.
So
5-gallon delivery.
If people aren't familiar too,
for home
great
or
way to
business.
get started.
Yeah,
and we haven't seen you guys in person here in a minute in the studio, but you guys are present in our lives every day because of the cooler out here. We see the Culligan brand out here in front of us. We love that cooler outside. It's turned into our go-to. And if you're not familiar with having not just clean drinking water, we're talking purified. We're talking removed from everything out of that water you don't want and need. Nothing that your family's going to be loving this thing. So if you've never had like that on tap water at the home or at your office, it's a phenomenal time to get going on it too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an important part of your overall health journey. I know both of you guys have been on your weight loss journeys, and you guys look fantastic. I know we haven't seen you in a couple of months, but I'm pretty sure it's because you're just drinking a ton more water.
You know what?
You should drink a gallon a day.
I will say that I've been off of the soda for a long time, and water's key for me. And even if I'm doing like a mix in with something else, when you have that base of like some freezing cold, like really pure
purified
water, too, it's awesome too. So I know that we've talked a lot about the in-home systems as well, whether it's the full home drinking water system, whether it's the water softeners. You guys do it all, and you do it better than anybody else.
Yeah, that's the big special that we've got today for the Labor Day special. We've got $1,500 off.
Oh!
But you got to call, right? You got to call, book an appointment for a free in-home water test. You got to call before the end of the show today, and we can get you $1,500 off this whole home system.
Let me give the phone number out again. But we've done 500 before, by the way.
I know.
1,500. You guys are kind of pulling out of the stops here. I love it.
We've had a fun summer, and we want more business, baby.
I love it. Let's get it going.
Let's get some business going.
By the way, the water test will blow your mind. The stuff that's coming through your pipes. Just do that, just to get an idea of what's going on at your house in your neck of the woods, because the water across the Wasatch Front is full of minerals,
You
full
don't
of
want
wild
to drink
stuff.
that.
Well, on top of it, it's different from municipality to municipality as well. So get that water test done. It's no cost to you. Have them come in and take a look and have them tell you what they can do for you. Let me give you that phone number again so you get that $1,500 off starting today. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. 9602. You can go to CulliganSLC.com. That's CulliganSLC.com. But remember that number, 801-509-9602. Tell them you heard it right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Get that $1,500 off. Just get it booked. Have them come down and look at it, and they want to just test that water, tell you what they can do for you. It will change your family's water lives. 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. Fellas, we'll chat with you in a few minutes.
Thanks,
here.
guys.
Good to see you. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. It's legit. Football season's underway. Let's keep it going here. Notable games of week 0 that are of importance to you. Yes, maybe you had Kansas flying under the radar for you if you were just watching that Kansas State-Iowa State game. So stay right here with us. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU's QB1, Bear Bachmeier, shares his reaction to being named the Week 1 starter.
Yeah, it was thrilling. It was a great moment. It's an incredible honor to represent such a profound university and, obviously being on the football team. It's an incredible honor.
That's your Cougars at 30 update, and it's brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at a district in South Jordan. They've got mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. You don't want to miss it. Go check them out. That's your Cougar Update at 30. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, there it is. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for the drop. I was waiting for that classic sound. It's not as classic nowadays, though, is it?
It's an oldie.
It is an oldie. Here we are playing it. Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us. Hey, on Wednesday, a couple things going on. One, we're going to be at our roundtable at Kenny J's Barbecue out there in the district. That's Wednesday, right? Yeah.
That's great news.
Great news. Short commute for you that day.
I'm not talking about the commute.
No, you're driving straight into you're driving your car straight next to the smoker and just
I'm
grabbing
taking a
stuff
brisket
off.
bath on Wednesday, baby.
Nice. It's going to be your barbecue baptism at Kenny J's, man.
I look forward to it.
It's going to be awesome. Join us there. And then on every Wednesday, just like it is across every week of the year, it's a Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone all day long. Every show, you get tickets. This week is going to be The Offspring, the Supercharged Worldwide Tour. Who else is going to be there? Jimmy Eat World, Newfound Glory, and The Offspring all at one place. LiveNation.com is where you can find the tickets, or you can just go and listen to our program and all the other programs across the entire day of the KSL Sports Zone all day long. It's your Win Ticket Wednesday. JJ, impressed by Rocco Beck and Iowa State? Do we sort of just give him a pass on, hey, it's a slow start to the year because you're playing a ranked opponent right out of the gates in week 0? You're across the pond and at a very unfamiliar place. It's pouring freaking rain all day long. What were your thoughts taken away from that Big 12 matchup between Iowa State and Kansas State? You and I both were like, ooh, this is we wondered if whatever team was going to lose this game, you go 0-1 already in conference play. That's a weird 8-ball to be behind.
I think Kansas State's already done when it comes to the Big 12 race. Go look at their schedule.
Okay.
How are they not losing 2 more games in conference? That was a huge game for them. I expected them to be the better team. We were told they're the better team. Guys like Joel Klatt put them in the college football playoff preseason. That's not a college football playoff team.
No, they didn't look like
they're
it.
not. Avery Johnson, I haven't seen massive improvement there, and I think you needed to see that. Their offensive line wasn't good, and their running back got hurt. Everything went bad for Kansas State. They were still in the game, but I think Iowa State was the better team. I'm not sold that Iowa State's a juggernaut either. It felt like Farmageddon in November with the cold rain, and it felt like we got a November game in August, which was weird. But I think that was it wasn't a pretty game, but I think it told us a lot about the Big 12 race. I don't think Kansas State's in it. I just don't.
So they're playing North Dakota this week. They could lose that game. They could absolutely lose that game against North Dakota.
They got to pick themselves up off the floor. They got to get over this controversy with Avery Johnson's dad.
Oh, my gosh, what a mess.
And brother fighting on the streets of Dublin.
Imagine being a coach. Imagine being Coach Kleiman and going, I guess we're dealing with that now too? What the heck, man? Then they have Army the week after, but they are here is just their road schedule. They're at Arizona. They're at Baylor. They're at Kansas, in-state rival. They're at Oklahoma State. They're at Utah.
How many of those games are they winning?
They lose against Utah in November. They lose against Kansas at their new place, I think. And they probably lose one of the games between Arizona and Baylor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they probably lose 3 of those games. Just the road games. Even if you give them all wins at home, including against Texas Tech, who's coming to their place.
Then they go 5-4 in conference play.
And then they play. They have to host TCU at their place, too. So the only real freebie they get at home this year is UCF, who comes in the 3rd week of the season. So Kansas State, this is interesting because Mitch Harper and I, we're doing our Big 12 show again this year. And so we do a lot of, we dig in a lot on these teams. And we were having this discussion about these guys, like, this is a mess. Like this is a mess of a situation right here. You see these teams. I mean, Mike Gundy took a $1 million pay cut this year. Okay, say what you will about that guy. Do you think he's motivated? That's not really what we call a vote of confidence from your employer that you've that have had you in good graces the past 20 years. When they say we're actually going to cut your salary by $1 million, and you better freaking figure it out. And you know what?
You're a legendary coach here, but you're on watch.
But I'm telling you, why not? Well, they have to go to Stillwater, so, 3rd to last week of the season. And Oklahoma State could be at that point fighting for a bowl game, fighting for Mike Gundy's job, maybe even outperforming what the expectations were. You see what I'm saying? Like this is what happens in this league. So
that's
a loss like
is that honestly their easiest road game?
It really is.
And that's not necessarily easy.
No.
I don't know that going to Arizona and winning in Tucson's a given.
Nope, absolutely not. That's not a fun trip to make.
They're not beating Utah and Baylor on the road?
Nope. I don't think so either. They're going to have a hard enough time against TCU at home.
Right.
Going to Kansas and playing Kansas at their new stadium.
They've already lost to Iowa State. I mean, they got Texas Tech on the schedule too. I just don't like it. I don't like it for Kansas State.
Maybe they turn it all around. Maybe we were fooled by the weather and this whole thing. But Avery Johnson, I feel bad for him because
Iowa State was playing in the same weather and they were better.
Yeah, and both teams looked kind of ugly. They had a hard time with securing the football. So if you're an Iowa State fan and you're Matt Campbell, you're probably going, we got a lot to clean up too. You were glad to escape out of there with a close win over a rival when you're going on the road, bad weather, all those things, they come into play. So Jalen Daniels, by the way, they play a Fresno State team there at their new building in Kansas, and Jalen Daniels looked really sharp. They blew the doors off of Fresno State.
Mm-hmm.
They could have beaten them. They could have scored 2 more touchdowns. And this is the Jalen Daniels who never got a great start to the season in any of the years he's been there. He's either had injuries or he just kind of sputtered. So it's a great start for him. And I don't know what Kansas is going to be by the end of the year. I don't think it's going to be I think we're going to see a Kansas team that's similar to what we saw beating all those teams at the end of the year more than we would see the team that was out of sorts and struggling at the front end of their conference slate from last year.
We may have to add Kansas into the mix of Big 12 teams that have a shot.
They might be the best team in Kansas this year, to be honest.
Yeah. I think at this point, I mean, it's a little early. I may be overreacting to what I saw on Saturday with Kansas State, but I was texting, in the group back and forth. I'm like, I'm not liking what I'm seeing from Kansas State at all. Week 0.
It's weird to not win the battle in the trenches if you're Kansas State.
No, you got it. You should be better than Iowa State there. You should be. If you're the higher ranked team,
that's your calling card too. That's your program's
100%.
calling card. They're being tougher than everybody else in the trenches.
Just couldn't have been more disappointed with what I saw from them. I know it was close, but it wasn't. You know what I mean? Like they got that touchdown late that cut the gap, but I felt like Iowa State was a touchdown better on Saturday, and that doesn't spell well for Kansas State. And you bring up Kansas, that's a team that's kind of on that line of are they good or are they not. Last year they had a lot. We talked about close wins all the time and regression in the mean, all that kind of stuff. Kansas was just snake bitten last year. They had a lot of close losses early in the season. Later in the year they became a spoiler in the league, but they had talent. And you wonder if this is a year where Kansas can be that team that kind of benefits from some of those good bounces, right?
Absolutely. Stanford, we already mentioned this. They, of course, went on the road. It's not easy to play at Hawaii, but at the same time, you got to beat Hawaii. You got to beat Hawaii. And Frank Reich, not a good start to his tenure there. Not a great start because Andrew Luck was shown about every 7 minutes on that screen, right? And we know what you're getting with that. But when Hawaii has a kicker who learned how to kick off of YouTube. We have all these YouTube guys. Remember the guy from remember the Finnish dude who plays for West Virginia?
Yeah.
He's like, I learned how to play football on YouTube. Watch a lot of the YouTube videos. I'm like,
YouTube
what?
University.
Now, YouTube can't teach you how to be 6'6" and 250. He had that part already going for him. But I'm telling you, like, it's wild to see Stanford come out of the gates and look like just, I mean, it's always been easy to, not easy necessarily, but it's always been something that they could hang their hat on and go, we get people to come to Stanford. We win recruiting battles. Who doesn't want to go play at Stanford? You know what I mean? Now you have guys transferring out. Think about how many transfers have come from Stanford to Utah and BYU over the past few years.
It's been a long list, and both programs have benefited from that and are still benefiting from it. While Stanford obviously can't play the transfer portal game. They can't play the NIL game. The standards are too high academically. I worry about Stanford as a program moving forward in this new era of college football. We've seen programs being able to take advantage of it, like a Texas Tech can possibly emerge as a powerhouse because of the ability to go out and get players with NIL. And you have the boosters and the support you need to be able to compete in that realm. Stanford's the opposite. If they're not going to play ball in that realm, how are they going to survive and succeed? You have Cal, the president, I think it was the president of Cal, talking about the possibility of dropping football.
Oh.
Are you serious?
This is that. I mean, what a wild era that we're in. You talked about Stanford and how the irony of Stanford is, and obviously this is not, one doesn't feed the other, but in terms of like where money is at the school level, from an endowment perspective, Stanford is by a factor of 10 bigger than any Big 12 school on the endowment side of things. They're JJ, their endowment sits at $39 billion. The only schools that have larger endowments than they do are Yale and Harvard. From a Power 4 perspective, nobody touches it. The next closest Power 4 program is a third of that. It's Notre Dame at $16 billion. Okay, now what I'm saying with that is endowment money doesn't turn into NIL money. That's not the argument I'm making here. It's you have willing alumni who would participate in being a part of this. But you're right. Like this is a tough ask of a university that will not budge on academic standards and shouldn't. I don't think they should. But then you have to redefine yourself. Are you more along the lines of Harvard and Yale? I mean, they would be more fit in the freaking Ivy League than they would be where they're at right now.
If this is how they're going to play it, yeah.
Yeah.
You might as well go FCS and play the Ivy League schools.
It's crazy.
Cal's in the same. Cal's president is considering, open to the idea of dropping football. Cal and Stanford, their alumni base is probably some of the most wealthy in the country. If they wanted to play ball in that realm, just NIL-wise, they could be killing it. And forever, Andrew Luck, McCaffrey, like you think of all these great athletes that come from Stanford.
How about
Richard
just out of
Sherman.
Cal? How about just out of Cal? The quarterbacks alone, Jared Goff and Aaron Rodgers, those guys, I think
Marshawn Lynch.
Crazy.
Deshaun Jackson, like these schools have pumped out
Tom Holmoe,
some of the best NFL players of the last 20 years. And now they're just kind of like, they can't survive in this area. It's really crazy to watch Stanford become what it is right now. Yeah. And I hate it.
Yeah. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. We have our weekend warriors, people who won the weekend for you. And we'll jump in there, and plus we'll chat with the guys from Culligan SLC as well. Colson and Kent going to jump in the studio here. So stay with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You probably got punched in the mouth this last week like we did at our house. We could tell ourselves we were ready for the school year.
Oh, man.
But we were not. I'm telling you. Part of it is just the mix-up of the routines. And one of the things that doesn't happen, the number one thing that kind of lacks is the ability to be able to get together and eat a meal as a family. That is harder and harder to do when everybody has so many activities going on. But let me tell you what makes it easier. And let me tell you the key to being able to get that family around the table during your school year, during your busiest days, it's Beehive Meals. Beehive Meals is a fantastic alternative to you just sitting around all day trying to figure out what you're going to eat for a meal, and certainly way better than the fast food options that you end up just sort of settling on as things start to get busy at the end of the day. Beehive Meals is hot, it's fresh, it's out of your slow cooker at home. You put it in there at the beginning of the day. You just come home. It smells fantastic. The kids already are going, what is for dinner tonight? As soon as they walk in the door because they can smell it. It's phenomenal. You've got to get with Beehive Meals like JJ and I have. 7 kids and 2 working parents, 4 kids and 2 working parents at JJ's house. We can't mess around. We got to get the meals figured out, and Beehive has it all sorted out for us.
Your time is money, and all the money you're going to be saving from not having to spend it on pizzas and fast food every night when you just have no other options all goes away. You're going to save a ton of money by signing up with Beehive Meals, because for a fraction of what it would cost to do that, just throw it in the cooker in the morning and you're ready to go. And Beehive Meals wants to give you a little bit more incentive. They want to save you some money as well, even on top of the money you're already going to save by doing this. You can save an additional $20 off by using the code THEZONE. Go to their website, beehivemeals.com. Make the order. Some of these meals are awesome. Right now in August, meatball marinara, chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls. Are you kidding? Creamy Italian sausage.
Hawaiian pork, brother. It is so good.
All ready for you when you come home. It's worth it. I can't tell you how many times it's bailed us out of situations and saved us money at the same time. So go to the website right now, beehivemeals.com. Use the code THEZONE to save $20. Beehive Meals will change your life and save you money. beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy.
No way!
Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight champ, Riverton Chevy.
On approved roads, stock number 2520272R and 2520326 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, 25 to 26 vehicles only. Base upgrade Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Valid until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last? Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability, day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham talks on UCLA's defense and the challenge that they're going to be up against on Saturday.
They're good up front, 58, I believe is the number. That's their best guy. The interior guy is a really good D tackle. And UCLA, they're going to have big, strong, athletic guys. They always do. They always have ever since we joined the Pac-12. And so they never have a shortage of athletes or physicality.
Your Utes of 50 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. I'm getting the meat sweats just thinking about it. That is your Utes of 50 update. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, thank you for hanging out with us on a Monday. It is football season officially. Yes, the press conferences today weren't just a bunch of platitudes, JJ. The coaches actually had to say some stuff that meant things about a game that's actually going on this weekend.
Good to be here.
we forced them into it.
Finally,
Coach,
game week is here.
Tell me what you think about Portland State and their defense. Well, you got to talk about it. You got to talk about these guys.
You don't really have to talk about Portland State, do you?
No, but you have to at least address the fact that your guys are playing.
I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you I know all about their defensive front.
No, and you're not supposed to.
I'm not going to dive that deep into the scouting report on
The only
Portland
person
State.
who will do that is going to be A-Rod, right?
Yeah, and Jay Hill.
And Jay Hill is going to dive in on the offensive side of things. However, we're talking actual games, actual prep. And Utah State took it so seriously they sent out a blank depth chart.
A white sheet of paper.
Do you think that was like, oh, whoops? Oh, no, the PDF. Oh, it didn't open in this format. I got to
Some kind of technical difficulty?
Let me resend.
Nope, that's their depth chart. None of your business.
Like I said, I think Bronco and Kyle would probably prefer to send out a big old middle finger on the on the depth chart, or middle finger.
Blank sheet or middle finger.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, who's starting? This guy or my middle finger? Don't worry about it. I'll tell you when it's game time.
None your business.
I'll tell you when I have to, when I'm forced to. Weekend Warriors brought to you by Gillette Heating and Air Conditioning. Right now, seasonal maintenance can be done on that furnace or AC. It's kind of weird. We're going to be talking about getting your furnace looked at here in just a couple of months, but that's how it works here. We'll get used to it. All you have to do is make an appointment, GilletteHVAC.com. That's GilletteHVAC.com. Weekend Warriors, people who won the weekend here for us. How about a couple of them? Kansei Matsuzawa. That's the name you got to learn, at least from this weekend. He hit 2 big field goals, and he learned how to kick field goals off of YouTube. And, of course, Hawaii gets the win over Stanford. Here's what it sounded like afterward.
Snap. Kick is up and good! And Hawaii has done it!
Unbelievable, gritty performance by Mike Alejado, setting up his kicker. Stanford thought they had it in the bag.
I'm kind of nervous right now, more than like when I kicked game-winning field goal. Like, speaking English is tough. But, yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the moment.
Pretty cool. Didn't sound like he was nervous about the English part.
Well, he did fine.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think he understands or knows what he did.
Well, that's probably, honestly.
Dude, just kicked the game-winning field goal to beat Stanford. You seem pretty chill.
Here's the thing is, I listened to the rest of that press conference. He knows very well who Stanford is. He knows what Stanford represents. He knows from an academic standpoint, like what Stanford is. And that is a massive moment for a kid. Imagine learning that on YouTube and just.
Well, that's 2025 for you.
And where do you find uprights to practice on in Japan? You probably have to go to some like specialty college where maybe a school plays it, because there are schools that do play it, but probably a club situation. Probably more often finding the skinnier rugby post to kick through. Maybe
there's a lot of skyscrapers in Tokyo. Just kick in between them. You're good.
All right, joining us in studio right now, Colson Firmage. We know him affectionately as the Water Boy. It sounds very much like we're putting you down, but this is you own.
The Water Boy was the hero in the end.
That's
right?
a term of endearment for me, man. I'm happy to be the Water Boy. There's no better compliment out there.
I love it.
Where else are we going to get our high-quality H2O?
That's right.
Where did this come from? And you know what's funny is you are like that with the Water Boy. We've been in you guys' office. You and Kent have done the chemistry experiments for us. You've done the water tests.
Yeah.
You guys will get water out of the tap that's from your office and say, hey, we got to have filters on our stuff, too. We got to have the Culligan products on our office, too, because here's what comes straight out of the tap from the municipality. We've been able to walk through the office, and there's so much technology that people have no idea what's going on, and you guys have let out on all that technology over the years.
Yeah, there's a reason that we've been in business since 1939. That's almost 90 years, and it doesn't come from being second rate or, doing things that aren't above board. I mean, Culligan has prided itself on being the pioneer in water filtration technology. We created the world's first water softener. Everybody else has come along, kind of riding our coattails, and now we need to get our name back out there and say, hey, look, we're the ones who pioneered this industry. We're the ones who have the best technology, and let us prove it to you.
You guys do everything. If you just want some clean drinking water in your home, you guys can do that. If you want the whole home system, the whole shebang, you guys do that as well. And Kent, right now, you guys have an awesome Labor Day special if you want that whole home system.
Yeah. If you give us a call before the end of the show and book a free water test where we can come out to your home, test the water, talk about the technology. If you end up getting a system with us, we can give you $1,500 off that whole home system. That's the best deal we've ever offered.
Discount. Yeah, I remember you guys last year when we first got on board with you guys, and the deal was like, hey, get $500 off, and we're like, that's phenomenal. Sign up today. But this is $1,500 off, and I don't think people understand too, like the difference that it makes. And the education that I got, just be able to sit down and go, well, I've got a filter in my fridge, and you're like, that's hilarious. That's very nice. I think that's great.
That's
that you
cute.
feel like, but it's a different. Purified water is very different from filtered water. Making sure that you're bathing, drinking, cooking with purified water, that's a legit deal.
Yeah.
I was going to say, a lot of people have water softeners right now. They're not actually even working, right?
That's the thing. So that's what I wanted to talk about. You want to when you do business with Culligan, not only are you investing in the current best technology that's out there, but we can remotely update your system so that you know that it's working properly for years and years into the future. We can monitor your water quality from our office.
Wow.
How cool is that?
That's awesome.
Right?
Yeah,
If you're like, hey, I'm not sure if my water softener is working, I can log in through the back end and say, oh, yeah, it looks like, you're out of salt. Kent needs to come by and deliver more salt for you.
I love it.
Or,
the salt boy.
Yeah.
The water and the salt.
Salt
Kent
man.
can be the salt boy. Kent can be the salt boy. I'll be the water boy. You can be the salt boy.
You don't seem salty at all to me.
You know what? Too nice to be the salty guy. Too nice. Let me give that phone number out. If you're listening right now, if you've got it's the home situation is great. You can get the whole home system, great. You can get the water delivered to your home, great. If you've got an office, if you have needs on an industrial level, they'll take care of you also. Call them for all of these needs. Let me give you that phone number. And to get the $1,500 off right now, the whole home system, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Call them right now. Get on the schedule and just at least schedule that water test. That's free of charge. You can just get it and just see what they can do for you. 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. Thanks, guys. We'll chat with you in a few minutes here. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Pete Futak, collegefootballnews.com. He's going to join us. Pete's got some thoughts. The season kicks off officially with Pete Futak next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ticket Tuesday is back. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to a Salt Lake Bees game. Don't miss a free family night out and your chance to check out the new stadium. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win a family pack of tickets every hour. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that "would you like to leave a tip" stuff is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. It's a season-opening home game for the Aggies as they welcome UTEP to Maverick Stadium. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thank you for being with us on the program here. Are you a U.S. Open guy, JJ? Big, it's like people, if they are tennis people, I know it's a Grand Slam, but man.
You know what?
New York takes it seriously. I just have never gotten into it, man.
I would tell you no, but then, I'm working here at night, and they've got matches going all day long.
Hard not to watch some of these guys.
And every now and again, you'll have one that pops, and you get like a 5-set thriller, and you just turn on and you start watching it, and it's really compelling. So I'm not a hardcore tennis guy, but there's a lot of compelling matchups, and there's something special about the U.S. Open, playing at night, those kind of things that are kind of fun.
Yeah. Well, the good news is we have football to lean on, so we don't have to talk about tennis.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. G2G Bars brings you this program. Find the G2G Bar at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, many other retailers in the refrigerated section. It is a phenomenal protein bar. Give it a shot today. Let's kick off the hour. He's Pete Futak, and yes, his life just got a lot easier too. Now the football season is officially underway. College Football News, where you can find his byline. Let's kick off the hour here with Pete. Let's jump in right here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. You can find the Mitsubishi brand also now under that umbrella. He's Pete Futak, College Football News, where you can find that byline. Pete, thanks for being with us, man. We appreciate it. I'm sure now that things are actually starting up, not that your life is not chaos all the time, but, man, we have real games to talk about.
Yeah, you'd say, but none of them are going to be more – you dog tennis. Did you see the Medvedev thing last night? Do you know what I'm talking about here? Daniil Medvedev.
Did he? Is he one of these guys that beat up his racket on the ground? Is that what happened?
He's one of the best in the world, and he's sort of going through a overall life thing or something. And he yelled at a photographer, bothered him. He got him kicked out. He rallied back, and it was like it was an amazing match because he came flying back, and then he gagged late and then just knocked the stuffing out of his racket.
I love it. Yeah, I'm seeing a still photo of it right now, and it's the kind of stuff you teach your kids not to do. But these pro tennis players, man, they know how to break those rackets really well.
Oh, they're awesome. They're awesome. So in that way, you might not like tennis, but you're right. This stuff is really, really entertaining stuff if you can. Like, I come from a tennis family, so I kind of into it. But yeah, that was pretty cool.
That's cool and all, but did he beat up his son in the streets of Dublin?
Wow. Yeah,
I don't think so.
That's terrible.
So college football wins again.
I've been there in Dublin before, and I'm not gonna lie, I've seen that stuff happens there. So I guess, but
so they were just trying to fit in.
Look, I'm a proponent that the college and college football has to be there. I don't play games in Ireland. Like, that's an NFL thing, or maybe it's a non-conference game, or I get it if it's Notre Dame or there's some weird hook to it. But Kansas State versus Iowa State, that might have been the Big 12 championship. And you're playing that on August 24th. First of all, it's like 80 and sunny in both Ames and Manhattan on Saturday. And you're playing on this field that it's not really built for this, and it was breaking down, and no one could get any footing. And I don't like a game of that magnitude being played in some sort of gimmicky exhibition like this. But all right, Iowa State won, and now Kansas State. It's crazy as it sounds. They're not obviously out of the Big 12 title chase, but they maybe have one more strike now after this.
Yeah, we were just talking about how tough their schedule looks too, and if they can't piece some things together. Weirdly, Kansas State and their O-line getting beat up that game. I mean, they just did not. That's a wild thing for me to imagine. Having grown up watching those Bill Snyder, Kansas State teams that were always good in the trenches at the very least, and they got beat up. I mean, I don't know how good Iowa State is or how quote unquote not very good Kansas State would be, but they didn't show a lot. And I know it was messy in that first half. It was gross weather and everything. But how much should we attribute this thing to Kansas State? Maybe looking at it and going, man, it's another year that everybody's looking at Avery Johnson going, what are you going to do, kid? And he can't take everybody on his back the whole game.
It's week 0, and they're in freaking Ireland, and what are you doing? Like, I blame the athletic directors for this. You've got to be so dumb if you don't have a non-conference schedule that starts with some central directional state school and then some school for the blind and, just get 3 warm-ups in. Like, I don't know why Texas or Ohio State are playing each other in week 1. You don't have any tune-up time. And it's the same thing for this. I have a feeling that if you play that game, Kansas State or Iowa State game in, I don't know, a month from now, it's vastly different because they're still college kids. Everyone, for as professionalized as this thing is, everyone always forgets they only get like a third of the practice time the NFL guys do. So they don't get that much time in practice to gear everything up and get all the timing down. And yet you're going to play a game of that magnitude right out of the gate. So in terms of trying to take something away from it, basically all you can take away from it is Iowa State has a win and Kansas State doesn't. Because, again, we'll see in like 2 or 3 weeks, once they get their legs down, once they get their wind, once they get everything else in place to see if it works for either one of them.
So there's 3 games on the schedule this week in week 1 that look like they're going to have massive playoff implications. Texas, Ohio State, obviously. And then you go to LSU, Clemson. And then on Sunday, you've got Notre Dame, Miami, which is sneaky good as well.
Yep.
Do you think these games are too early? Or is this something that the sport can take advantage of, having such big games this early?
I mean, it happens every year. I mean, we've had this since the beginning of college football time. It's one of the joys of the sport. It's not like the old pole and bowl days when you lose that and basically you're out of the national championship hunt before kids get back to school already. So, it is better in that respect. We have that you can have a mistake, you can have a misfire, and still be alive. But yeah, Again, you don't have preseason games, so I'm preaching this until it happens into existence. Last week should have been 136 FBS teams hosting 136 FCS teams in a nice, easy paycheck win where you get the scrimmage and get everything off of it. Because we don't know if C.J. Carr can play for Notre Dame yet. We don't know if Julian Sayin is ready. all these new quarterbacks, they're going to have to be sharp right out of the gate. And that's just too hard to do. So part of it is I am hoping going forward with the new changes and how the College Football Playoff Committee is looking at things is that they don't just do the thing that they always do, which is just say, okay, well, Ohio State lost to Texas, so that's just a loss. And take more into account that was week 1 and see how they play in, week 10 and 11 and go by that instead of just going with the records because – early on in the season, this is fun. It's great. This is going to be a fun weekend of games. But, yeah, for these big ones, I wish all these teams would get, one easy tune-up game first and then dive in.
So, in that vein, Kyle Whittingham today at practice actually was asked about, the very first press conference about getting guys ready and blah, blah, blah. And he said, maybe we do like the NFL. We go to some preseason games. And then he even ventured to say, I actually like that idea, like to have preseason games. Do you think college ever gets there? And my question is I harp on these FCS games and how they just don't need to be played. Maybe that's a way to sneak those games in. You don't have to pay them the full $1 million, but bring some teams in and beat them up a little bit and maybe get some guys with some feet under them. Is there a preseason version of a now semi-professional football league that college football has become?
Yeah, that's exactly my proposal. Is you have that one game where it's look. If you want to bring a team in, we're going to pay you $1 million. We might beat you down 75-3, but that's what we're paying for here. And yeah, I think that in that way you have that preseason games. You don't need any more of that because you can have live scrimmages and you can do other things. So we don't need NFL preseason games like that either anymore. At least not 4 or 5 of them. I know they get sold and TV money is involved here, but I don't think we're going to get that. But especially with a longer, I think on the flip side, you're going to get a longer college football playoff. And so all of a sudden college teams are going to be like, wait, we're going to ask these guys to play 18 games. And we forget, theoretically, they're supposed to go to class. Yeah, that's a little much.
So true.
Theoretically, Ben Simmons chimes in and goes, yeah, man, college is important. Man, we gotta get these kids doing more athletics. As you look at the rest of what this week looks like, and BYU names Bear Bachmeier, true freshman quarterback. Is there a version of, we were trying to kind of explain also, maybe being a true freshman isn't really the same as being a true freshman was 10 years ago?
No, and even 10 years ago, they were pretty good because by the time they get there, they are so coached up. If you are a real true freshman who can play at this level, you've been to so many quarterback camps, you've been coached up. You're not phased as much. And to even the different days, maybe you're even better because you don't know what you don't know. And what you see is after a while, these guys get so overcoached that they sort of lose it. And DJ Uiagalelei seems to be guy one that comes to top of mind, who when he was a true freshman, you saw all the tools and all the skills, and you saw that's a future number one overall draft pick. That's it. That is what a franchise NFL quarterback looks like. And when he got his shot, when Trevor Lawrence had COVID, and he got a chance to come in, he just let it rip, and you could see it like, yeah, that's the guy. And what happens? He got overcoached, and all of a sudden, don't make this mistake. Get this read right. Don't think. And all of a sudden, they think too hard, and they lose it. So either you get more experience, so you get better, or you just kind of lose your edge. And sometimes these true freshmen, the coaches just say, hey, look, you're a true freshman. We understand you don't have it all quite yet. You're not going to be Tom Brady right away. It's just go out there and have fun. And taking that pressure off, like you alluded to, yeah, that might actually work.
Yeah, Bear shouldn't feel any pressure opening up against Portland State, although the Lavelle Edwards Stadium crowd could make them a little bit nervous. But I think it's a perfect takeoff point if you look at BYU's schedule for a freshman like Bear Bachmeier when you're playing Portland State in an opener. You're going to get Stanford week 2, East Carolina week 3, so they're going to slowly ease them into that. Utah-UCLA, a game we're going to be focused on Saturday night. A lot of nostalgia with this one because of their time in the Pac-12. They had some great games in the Pac-12. Utah loves going to the Rose Bowl, playing in that stadium. What are your thoughts on this game and how important this is for both of those teams?
Forgetting the you probably don't have any national championship implications or anything like that here.
Right.
I'm probably most excited about this just because I want to see the two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, Dampier coming in. I mean, I know he's got to make sure he doesn't throw the picks, but if the world didn't really watch Mountain West football last year, if he's that guy, all of a sudden Utah football is a thing because he is just that exciting, and he can be that type of playmaker that once you see him, it's like, wow, look at that. And the other part of this is Nico Yamilava, where yes, for all the stuff that happened with Tennessee, that's going to be one of the big storylines that Tennessee's quarterback situation had better rock because for all the thing, you didn't want to pay him the money, and I get it. There's all that side to it. But he's also an NFL caliber quarterback that you just let go. And UCLA's got him. Now, UCLA doesn't have the parts around him, but he is one of those guys where talent-wise, he's one of the 5 best quarterbacks in college football. And I kind of want to see what he's going to be able to do against this Utah team.
Pete Futak, College Football News, where you can find his byline. With the news last week, of course, with the College Football Playoff Committee saying, hey, we're gonna kind of change the metric up for what your road tough games look like, and we're going to reward you for scheduling tougher games, or at least not penalize you that much on losses compared to the cushy games. And then the SEC makes the announcement that they're going to go to 9 games as a conference, but also ask for that 10th game of the year that they want to have against another P4 opponent from another one of the other conferences. What kind of backroom deals are being made here? I'm assuming that that's part of how this thing works.
No, not really. Look, I used to work with these guys. I was there at the start. I know how they think. And first of all, the thing that to remember about the College Football Playoff Committee is, one, these aren't really experts. Like, they're watching, but these are real people and adults with lives, and they do things that matter, So these are like important people. They're not sitting there going over the minutia of, how is BYU going to look against the Portland? Is it matter if they win 55-3 or 65-3? That kind of thing. They're just dignitaries who just kind of come in and do a job. But the other thing too is they're ultra sincere. They really do want to put together the best tournament possible, and this whole thing is actually a good move because they have always taken into account strength of schedules. But what they've also done is they've always overloved the big win and not given enough credit to the tough loss. And what they always fall back on, the other thing about this bunch is they do not want any heat. Like they managed to sort of get away with not having any major controversies, and then the Florida State thing happened, which they got totally right. And then all of a sudden the stuff hit the fan. But what they always fall back on is the record. So like last year, if they really did critical thinking and did this right, Alabama should have been in and SMU should have been out. But SMU had the 11 wins and had one great drive late in the ACC championship. And they're like, yeah, we can kind of justify that. And it was reflected in the rankings. So now going forward, it's close to the Texas-Ohio State rule, because if you look at Texas's schedule, if they lose to Ohio State, which they could do, they still have to go to Georgia. They could lose that, okay. And let's say there's a misfire somewhere. Let's say Oklahoma turns out to be really pretty good, and they lose a tough game at Oklahoma in Dallas in the Red River game, and they're 9-3. Well, in the 11 years of college football playoff history, no team who won fewer than 10 regular season games would have gotten in. So you're going to have another 10, let's say you have a 10-2 SMU at this point. Do you take 10-2 SMU, or do you take the 9-3 Texas team that lost 3 tough games? Or even more to the point, let's say, do you take like the 12-0 Florida State team who lost its quarterback and is obviously not the same team? It didn't have nearly the same schedule. So hopefully there's more critical thinking. I don't quite buy it, but at least it gives them a thing to talk about.
You just make it a 2018 playoff, and then those discussions get a lot easier. Come on.
Exactly. And then people complain that they're the 29th team. But yeah, so that's probably coming someday too.
Pete Futak, College Football News. Love having you on, Pete. Love the energy and love the insights as well. We're going to be, of course, dipping in periodically through the college football season. We appreciate all you do for us, man. We'll let you out again. Guys. All right, there you go.
Thanks, Pete.
Pete Futak, everybody. See, he's a little bit more – I'm glad he's nice about the committee. I think they're sincere. I don't know if Greg Sankey and the other and Jim Phillips and all the folks who are the commissioners of the Power Four conferences, I don't know if they're necessarily the sincere, nice guys.
No, you don't get to that point by being sincere and nice.
They got the elbows out, man.
Those are
all the time.
Powerful men, authority figures that get things done, if you know what I mean.
It is – I mean, when
they
you
don't
say
do it
that
by
too,
being nice.
Remember when Condoleezza Rice was a member of the College Football Playoff Committee?
Right.
Now, listen, these are bright people.
And she's very bright. I'm not sure that she's breaking down Mountain West Conference championship games
but that's not it.
And different things you have to watch and look at.
I know.
I think she's got a bunch of analytics on.
Right. I think that they just say, hey, you're extremely smart and you know how to make some decisions, and here's what we're asking of you. Here are the parameters. And she probably stayed right inside those parameters. And if those parameters change a little bit and these committee members are told, hey, don't ding them as much. You think a 9-3 Texas team that he just described over a 10-2 SMU team, that's a no-brainer. You take the Texas team. I'd rather see the Texas team, right, in the college football playoff versus an SMU team who's 10-2 and their 2 losses came to Louisville and Syracuse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to see that. I'd rather have the team that lost to 2 of the teams who are also in the college football playoff, and maybe one who was very much like on that fringe. I don't know. Maybe I'm sounding hypocritical at some point, because we do see some of these teams like Alabama last year, but that was different. They lost to Vanderbilt.
Yeah. That's the word. That's one concern I have with the playoff moving forward. When you go to 16 teams, are there really 16 teams that are good enough for the playoff? There might be some years where you're like, ugh. Like Alabama wasn't good enough for the playoff last year. They got what they deserved.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, was SMU good enough for the playoff?
Not when you look at it.
No.
I mean, Boise State didn't even feel like they showed up. So,
right.
All right. Joining us on the program right now, we have Colson Firmage is the water boy.
And a nice guy, by the way.
That's also true. And then I guess we determined that Kent is the salty man.
He's salt boy.
So they're like, boy, they have the weirdest mascots in the history of
you guys are
water.
free to use that as your marketing.
That's a free from us to use.
We'll give that to you guys.
Speaking of free, you guys are doing water tests for people at their homes. Describe what you're looking for, Kent, when you go into people's homes and you do the water test. What's typically the thing that kind of shocks them when they first get that water out of the tap and you guys do test it?
Yeah, when we run a test where you can kind of run the water through like an electrolyzer.
Yeah, man.
And all of the contaminants, what it does is it essentially makes those contaminants become visible.
Right.
So that's pretty shocking for people when you show them that, compared to Culligan water, where there is no change to the water.
Right.
There's nothing in it except for pure, clean water.
Once they do that process, then you do the test again, and it's gonzo. That stuff is right there. It's pure, clean water.
It's pretty crazy, and water itself is not actually conductive, if you didn't know that. So if you sat in a bathtub of purified water and you dropped a toaster in there, you wouldn't get electrocuted. What is conductive are the metals and the different contaminants, the anion and cation. I mean, there's so much in there that's conductive. That's what creates that electrification.
This is when we get Matt Gephardt involved, and we go, "Is your water killing you?
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Is your water too conductive?"
No.
We got some guys at Culligan that can help you with that.
I love
it. Right?
Yeah, feel free to bathe with your toaster in
gross
the bath now. Thanks to Culligan water.
We're not saying that. No, that is.
Yeah, disclaimer: don't bathe with your toaster.
But the nature of it is that's a crazy thing.
But that's the great thing, Colson, is you guys can clean all that crap that you're talking about. No, there's metal in your water. There's things that are conductive. You don't want that in your drinking water. You guys can clean that out for everybody. And it's very affordable too.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And, for those listeners that are considering either home delivery or in-house water filtration, just give us a call. We have some incredible offers, 2 of which we want to talk about here on the station today. If you decide to sign up for our 5-gallon home delivery service, we'll give you a $100 credit based on your, credited to your account. So that will give you 2 to 3 months worth of free water, which is awesome. And then we're also offering a $1,500 off whole home solution. So that will, like we said, it will soften your water, it will purify your water, it will dechlorinate your water, it will make that water so clean and so refreshing and so tasty that you won't want to ever go back to tap water.
And the systems look really beautiful too, by the way. I mean, the technology you see, we've walked through the office, we've walked through the whole system that you guys have there at your office, and to be able to see all that, and you go, man, these are products that have come a long way technology wise. You guys have let out on all that technology, and nobody does it better. Nobody did it first. Culligan did it first, and you guys were right there. So the $100 off, or the $100 credit that you're going to get with the in-home water delivery, boom, you can get that. Give them a call right now, 801-509-9602. $1,500 off a whole home solution. That's drinking the purified water, that's cooking with it, that's bathing with it, that's the kids with eczema not having all those symptoms when they're able to bathe with it, and that's a serious issue for so many families. $1,500 off. Get on the schedule today, though. Give them a call right now, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Or CulliganSLC.com. Guys, we appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
We'll chat with you in a few minutes here. We'll come back. We've got more to go right around the corner. Flying by on a Monday. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual spots of slowing starting to happen on the freeways like southbound I-15 from 45th South in Murray down to 106 South in Sandy. The I-215 westbound also very busy southbound from I-80 down to California Avenue through the road construction zone there. Try UTA and get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Tonight on KSL, starting this year, Utah teachers finally have paid maternity leave. Isn't that wild? But even with maternity leave, there's another big assignment for teachers before they can leave to have their babies. In a job that requires a do-it-yourself mentality, KSL reveals why getting that leave comes with some homework.
You kind of are put in a position where you feel like you have to choose between your family and your work.
DIY teacher maternity leave. Tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU head coach Kalani Sitake talked about how his team rallied around the entire quarterback room during fall camp.
Yeah, I think I've seen the team rally around the whole entire quarterback room. That's what I've seen from the beginning. So it's not like that just started happening on Tuesday. The team's been rallying around each other and rallying around the quarterback room from when Jake left. It's a lot of trust that our team has in that room. And so I think when the announcement came through, the guys already expected it. So it's not like there's a set moment where like, hey, let's all believe in him now. That's already been happening since he got here, since McKay and Trayson and Emerson, all those guys have been under center. Our guys have rallied around that position all together.
Your Cougars at 30 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. They've got mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites like mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, maybe some banana pudding, all of it. Go get some great barbecue at Kenny J's. That is your Cougars at 30 update. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We got the breaking news sounder going on. Why? BYU made it official. Kalani Sitake had mentioned something about Jack Kelly being named a team captain, and then I don't think they had made it official yet. In fact, they sent out the release of the official list of all of the team captains for 2025 for BYU football this year. JJ, what do you have from the BYU captaincy desk?
According to our own Mitch Harper, BYU has named their captains for the 2025 season. They are Chase Roberts, wide receiver, second year as a captain, by the way. Jack Kelly, linebacker. Tanner Wall, safety. LJ Martin, running back. And, of course, Keanu Tanuvasa, his first year as a Cougar, named team captain.
I was looking at some of the, I don't know. Probably for worse, probably for the not a great thing at it. But I always just go straight to the comments sections now and everything.
Why?
Because it's hilarious. I mean, it's not like I sent the tweet out, but there are definitely people who are like, "How are you not making your quarterback the captain?" And I'm like, maybe because he's 18 and I think he's got a lot on his freaking plate.
Been on campus for like 2 weeks.
You got kind of.
What are we doing here?
You got to kind of earn it. Now I get it. We used to just kind of see guys be made team captain because they were quarterbacks. I don't think it's enough to just be a quarterback.
No.
Like that's a list of guys who, by the way, like, if you're shocked somebody's not named a team captain, maybe it's Isaiah Glasker. But, I'm assuming that a lot of those guys are going to be on the quote unquote leadership council, right? Well, they've done that in years past where you have kind of the captains and then the under captains, and really they're going to rely on all these guys to be leaders on the field, on and off the field anyway. So there you go. There's your team captains list for BYU there. I told you Kyle Whittingham brought this up. I actually want to play the sound. By the way, you can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. The way we do that is every week we read off a winner for you after your nominations come into kslsports.com/contest, and you nominate a Hercules Hero of the Week award winner. That person is usually somebody who goes above and beyond for their youth sports program in their neighborhood. And you know who those people are. So nominate somebody today. kslsports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday. We read those off. It's brought to you by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. A real college football preseason and real preseason games. Here's what Kyle Whittingham said today at his press conference about that very topic.
Well, get your players' attention right away. They've been pointing towards this game since last, January, essentially. So it's a little more of an attention getter in that respect. There's pros and cons, and it's a level playing field. I mean, if, UCLA's in the same boat, so I don't know if there's a preferred way. If I was going to say what I absolutely prefer is probably maybe to have a lesser opponent that you can find out who you are. I don't know if college is going to ever go to a preseason, like the NFL, and that wouldn't be a bad idea, in my opinion, to have a couple preseason games that don't count on the record, but we'll see.
I like it. Signed off on it.
So do I.
And it makes sense. Look, here's the other thing, too. This is in a time when making money matters. If you're a team like Utah or a team like BYU or any Power 4 program, you can invite an FCS team or, I don't care, invite somebody from the MAC to come to play at your stadium. Maybe people are going to want this back and forth, this 1-and-1. But look, pay the FCS teams like you've been paying them. And I'm not saying the full $1 million for each one of those games. It's not easy to do that. But what you're getting, don't charge a full gate because it's a preseason game. But get the concessions fired up. Get your fans fired up. You know what I mean? Like, imagine 100%. How much fun that would be for a fan base to be able to. And I hate the FCS matchups, but this is when I would love it.
If you're a football fan, what have you been doing the last 2 weekends? Yeah, wouldn't it have been nice to go see your favorite team?
Yeah, and
play a game.
Listen, and when there's nothing on the line, then you know what you do? You do what the NFL preseason does. You play your guys for the first 3 or 4 drives, and then after that, you kind of see what you got. You start to get excited. You start to get to know the names of the people on these rosters. You roll out. If you're at BYU, you start rolling out the dang Cougar tails. You make money off of it. This would be huge. You can also sell premium whatever access in these preseason games that don't matter. You know what I mean? Get donors on the field. Get people lining up around the end zones for extra money.
Book a petting zoo.
I know you're making fun of me, but I will come up with I will do that. I will absolutely do that.
I have no good ideas. Is that what you're saying? I have great ideas.
A football game where the steering wheel does not fly out through the window. I am doing the best at this. I'm telling you.
Who's laughing now, Alex?
You probably love your mother-in-law. I'm loving this idea, though.
I do, too. I think that
Kyle Whittingham goes, I'd love to play a lesser opponent so we know what we had. Not just that. And it's not to try to be like, I want to beat up on a team, but they don't get it dinged on their record. They don't need some 70
those teams need it too. They're trying to get ready for their seasons.
They don't need a 70-0 loss on their record officially on the books.
It doesn't do them any good to have that. If you're trying to make the FCS playoffs, getting beat 42-0 by Utah, does that really help you?
Okay, and here's the other thing. You can go through these games. You can play Utah Tech. You can play Southern Utah, and you don't lose anything on it. Now, you could get somebody injured in these games. Absolutely. But you need to play it differently.
You can get injured in practice on a Tuesday.
But in these games,
you take that risk every time you take the field.
A built-in excuse to be able to say, we're not playing all of our guys. Hey, in the second half, you're going to see the second and third. I want to see what you're going to get with McCahill said. I'd love to see the type of player that Trayson Bourguet is.
Isn't
you
that
never
good
know
for
anything
those
about
guys
it.
to get those reps in front of the fan base?
How many do you think that I
Trust
don't know
me, every single quarterback wants to play, and those guys never play.
It'd be tough to sell those games out. I think it would be tough to sell them out. But you don't need to.
That's not the goal.
How about 40,000 people at these games? I think you could get it. And
easy.
I know it'd be hot, but here's what you do. You just make it an evening game.
Alex,
make it a Friday
Utah
or a Saturday
was already
night.
getting 55,000 for the season opener against Southern Utah.
Right.
BYU's going to have 65,000 people for that Portland State garbage we're going to watch on Saturday. I'm sorry. That is a joke of a game.
It is.
Portland State has no business playing BYU.
Yeah. You know what the cheapest tickets are at LaVell Edwards Stadium right now too? $180.
To watch Portland State?
Anywhere in the stadium. 100%, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, you know why?
I mean, you're going to see your team kick somebody in the teeth, but at some point it gets boring.
But then you make room for the actual games when the schedule fires up. You've already been prepped. You already see what you get. You're able to develop people a little bit quicker. You're able to put non-scholarship guys out there who might not get a chance. I mean, it's the same version.
They would never get a chance to play in that stadium in front of fans.
Let's do it. Listen, I mean, think about the days too. I mean, my father-in-law played at BYU, and he was in the early days of LaVell Edwards. And you know what they did? He was on the freshman team for a minute. He was on the JV team for a minute.
They used to have JV teams.
They had JV
You youngins
teams.
don't remember that.
Yeah.
BYU
You know why?
used to have a JV team that would play Rick's College.
Right. And you know why?
Air Force had a JV like even 10 years ago.
Because what did you do? Start as a freshman? Absolutely
No.
not. You started as a junior and a senior. That was it.
They had a development plan for kids.
I know. So
That's gone.
I'm
I don't have that
about
anymore.
I'm all about getting these guys reps, and the very first time that they find out if they're a decent football player and it's on an actual football field during a game that matters, I'd like to see something else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we already, and here come the people who go, yeah, but wait a minute. That means you're playing 2 preseason games, and if you go to the college football playoff national championship game, you're going to be playing 18 games, 19 games.
These guys are scrummaging each other in August anyway.
Right, and the guy who starts, Jeremiah Smith, is not playing a full preseason game. He might not even play in one of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? You don't need him to.
That's not what it's for.
You're there to get your team going. And when they lose to a team, if they get upset, hey, Michigan, remember when you lost to App State back in the day at the Big House when they were an FCS program? You lose that game in the preseason, no one actually cares because it doesn't go on the record books. And then you say, hey, here's your $500,000. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it. There you go. All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Am I arguing about something that actually just is not? No one's arguing about it. They're like, no, we agree. I'm mad about it.
I think it's just a matter of time before that gets implemented.
Hope so. All right, we'll come back. By the way, coming up this week, of course, is your very first edition this year of Hans and Scotty. Every Wednesday is your Cougar Preview Show. It's brought to you by Beehive Meals. You're gonna want to take advantage of dipping in on these games because you're gonna get to know who these opponents are. You're gonna get that focus on BYU on those Wednesdays and those Cougar Preview shows. Brought to you by Beehive Meals with Hans and Scotty on Wednesdays. All right, we'll take a break. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A new crash on the I-215 West Belt is bogging down southbound traffic going by the airport just before I-80. There's cars on the right shoulder, plus debris in a far left lane. It's still rough for southbound I-15 drivers in Utah County between Lehigh's Main Street and the 5th East exit in American Fork. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, football season just started up. You know what else just started up? I'm back on to SLC Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com because I want to lose more weight. I loved what I went through the first round of dropping weight. I dropped 65 pounds over a year ago. I was able to keep it all off, and now I want more. I'm getting greedy. I want to make sure that I can get there, and the way that we do it, JJ, is we've created habits that we have been living with us for this long time with SLC Fat Loss, and right now you get a great deal. You mentioned JJ and Alex. You're going to get $200 off the same program that we dropped weight on, and it's a phenomenal program. So just give it a shot today. At least look and see what it entails, and you're going to like what you see, and you're going to see the results just like we did.
Yeah, let me give you a little bit of detail in the short time I have. This is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program that's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs, no injections, none of that GLP stuff. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. The program is going to help you reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. So no gimmicks. They're going to help you change your habits, change your lifestyle when it comes to food, and get you in a calorie deficit and watch that weight drop off you without feel like you're starving all day. All naturally in the right way. This is the right way to lose weight. It worked for me. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. A year later, I'm keeping that weight off, and I, too, am on another cut here, and I cannot wait to see how much more I can lose. This program's great. Save $200 off right now by mentioning JJ and Alex. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Schedule a free consultation. They'll give you 15 minutes. You can get all your questions answered. slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OEC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about the importance of finding balance offensively.
It's very important in the way that Devin runs the football, with the quarterback run game. We think that's going to force teams to really load the box in order to be able to combat that, which in turn opens up the throw game. And so they work off of each other, but it's important to be balanced on offense.
Your Utes at 50 update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Go visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Yes, you can get great barbecue here in Utah at Kenny J's. That is your Utes at 50 update. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It Sucks to Be You.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us. The start of the week. Off to a quick start here. This show's flying by, JJ. You know why? Because we have actual quotes from actual coaches talking about actual games that they're preparing for this next weekend.
Love it.
Love it, too, man. And also, if you're listening to DJ and PK and their program this morning, you may have heard them giving out the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Weekend. Somebody who won the weekend for DJ and PK. I will tell you, I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked that it was not Tommy Fleetwood's first PGA win that netted him a cool $10 million. Or I should say it grossed him $10 million. Probably netted him
He's definitely not netting $10 million, I promise you that.
$3.5 million out
Maybe.
of that. So that's a little clue for you. It was not the golf pick that you thought it was going to be, all right? But if you know what they gave out for their Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Weekend, you'll win a gift card. All you have to do is call right now. Get that Amazon gift card by calling in and telling us what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend was from DJ and PK. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. America's fastest growing full-line brand. It is the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers. There you go. 801-575-ZONE if you remember what the Play of the Weekend was that they gave out. I already gave him the clue. It was that it wasn't golf. That's all that matters. It was not golf. It certainly wasn't UNLV, JJ, who it currently sucks to be. Dan Mullen over the weekend throwing back at the haters. Did you see his press conference? He goes, Hey, man, we're celebrating. If you're not happy that we won that game, if you're not happy about it, then you need to find something else, man.
Sir, apparently you're not familiar with the history of Idaho State football.
Los Bengals. I will tell you, I watched.
You beat them by a touchdown.
And not only that, you were losing at the half, and it looked dicey. And you were not the tougher team, by the way. Idaho State showed up and was like, "Oh no, we're tougher than you are," and they were. And I think overall, UNLV was probably had a lot more talent on that roster, top to bottom. Didn't matter because Idaho State showed up and was like, "We play harder than you, and we're better coached than you are." So it sucks to be UNLV right out of the gates, but they did get the win. If BYU has a Portland State showing like Idaho State had against UNLV,
that's a red flag.
People will be absolutely marching in the streets of Provo.
So I have a red flag about UNLV. We're saying, they're a college football playoff group of 5 contender. No, they're not. Well, what a hire by getting Dan Mullen to come to Vegas.
No, it's not.
They ran him out of Florida. Come on now.
Yeah. Well,
he was in the broadcast booth last year for a reason.
For the last 3 years.
Yeah. 3 years, yeah.
Avery Johnson, sucks to be him. This poor kid, man, has to deal with the fallout of his dumb dad and his dumb brother who decided to have a dumb fight in the middle of the freaking road. By the way, it was in like the middle of a puddle, too. It looked like a totally unhinged
cobblestone in Dublin.
It looked like an unhinged, drunken melee, which I think is probably how you would describe an Irish weekend anyway. Unhinged,
well, it's pretty
drunken
normal
melee.
in Dublin. Pretty normal activity in Dublin. A little too much Guinness, but you can't be the father of the starting quarterback beating up the starting quarterback's brother in the streets of Dublin.
I'm sure that it was.
What are you doing?
Here's the thing, though, too. Dad's strength is real. Don't mess with dads, man.
No.
I think when I was in high school, I think I've told you this too. I'm like peak. It was like the one time I'm benching over 300 pounds in high school. I'm on the wrestling team. I'm a good 3 or 4 inches taller than my dad at that point. I felt great about it. Now, my dad, former Marine.
Did you try to take on your former Marine father?
Well, yeah, because it was like this, Dad, I think I got you now. And he's like, oh, really? And it was like, I think he was even still in a tie from work. and he was absolutely putting my face into the living room carpet and laughing. I remember him laughing and trying your darndest as a 17-year-old to be like, get out of it. And you couldn't. And he's just laughing.
Glad you could talk this memory through out on the radio. Let it all out.
Core memory of dad's strength being real. And the Johnson kid found it out too. I feel bad for Avery. Those guys they're not allowed to go to any games. If I'm part of the Johnson family, they can't go to any more games this year.
Oh my gosh. Just sucks to be Kansas State because I think their Big 12 hopes are gone.
Yeah, it's tough. Joining us in studio right now, Colson and Kent are here with us from Culligan, and we've been talking all day about awesome deals that you guys have and awesome specials and saving tons of money. Let's start there, Kent, because we were talking about a whole home system. What happens with the whole home system? Like, we're not just talking about like, hey, there's a big difference of getting the water delivered and having it in the living room or in the kitchen there where you can get some fresh purified water. This is the whole home system. This is changing your entire life and the health of your family, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This system encapsulates the filtration of all of the water that's coming into your home, right? You got water that works in the home. It's running the appliances. You got to make sure all of your appliances, you get longevity out of the appliances. But then also the water that you're consuming or you're using for your body to clean you and your family. So this whole home system is a 3-part system. So you're going to filter all of the water coming into your home with chlorine removal, right? You got soft water that you're going to get, and then a reverse osmosis system. So you got clean, safe drinking water from your tap.
And Colson, this all starts with a water test, right? Just call right now, get a water test, figure out what people's needs are. You can go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like we talked about earlier in the show, those light bulb moments, those aha moments, when you see us come out and actually do the presentation and you're educated and you start to understand what's in your water, then you can make real educated decisions that's going to benefit yourself and your family. And that free water test is so enlightening. It's educational, it's hassle-free, and you walk away feeling like you understand what you're drinking and how you're protecting your family. So give us a call, 801-509-9602 to schedule that free water test because it's going to change your family's life. I promise it will.
How about this, too? I know some people probably go, well, I don't know. That sounds like an expensive system. I'm like, you know what's an expensive deal? Fixing your pipes because you've been running all that stuff through them for decades and that buildup happens and you don't take care of the insides of your house and your appliances break down early, all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean, what's more expensive? Like going through a water heater every 5 years, your dishwasher going out, your laundry machine leaking. I mean, all of those things, the liability for not having water filtration in your house is huge, right? Because with water, it's not a matter of if or it's a matter of when, right? I mean, everybody knows who's been a homeowner, like, God, eventually something's going to go out and we're going to have to, mitigate this damage. If you have soft water, you get 50% longer lifespan of all water using appliances.
Come on. And you guys invented...
That's the savings just right there on top of the $1,500 that we're giving you. And then we pride ourselves on being, like you said, the pioneers of the water filtration industry.
You guys invented it, man.
We do it better than anybody. We have apps so you can monitor this stuff remotely from your phone, so it can tell you, oh yeah, you're out of salt, or oh, we've sensed an error. It can automatically shut off your whole home water valve so that you mitigate damage if you're out of town, which has happened a lot over the summer. We've gotten calls where our systems have seriously saved people thousands and thousands of dollars in damage.
Get with it now. Let me give you the phone number, 801-509-9602. You want to save $1,500 on that whole home system, ask them about it. Just schedule that water test. It's free, and you can take a look for yourself and see what Culligan can do for you. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. Thanks, guys. We'll chat with you in a few minutes.
Thanks, guys.
We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to The Offspring in the Supercharged Worldwide and 25 Tour. September 6th at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss The Offspring with special guest Ginny Eat World in Newfound Glory. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a trip to the Rose Bowl for the Utes as they open the season this Saturday at UCLA. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program, you guys. Happy football week. Week 0 is in the books, which means this is week 1, all right? We tried to convince ourselves that week 0 was going to be important for us. We tried to convince ourselves that Farmageddon was going to be amazing. Sloppy game, but you did have to have a winner, and it ended up being Kansas State, who dropped it to Iowa State. Iowa State is still, I don't know what we're getting with either of those teams yet. And I think it was a perfect example of, oh, man, maybe we should have had a preseason game before this one, get everything dialed up, because in the end, you didn't know what you were going to get with those teams. And those are two teams, JJ, who at some point people had on the list of, I think – they were on a bunch of preseason lists of one of these teams being the winner of the Big 12 and another one being a winner of the Big 12. And by the end of it, I don't know. The way that they both played and the way that kind of went out, you wonder if there's going to be if either one of those teams is going to be in that conversation at the end. But it's a long football season. You're not defined by one loss, but
maybe you are. Remember what happened last year in Ireland?
Florida State lost to whom?
Georgia Tech on a last-second field goal. How did Florida State's season go?
Did they lose 10 games last year?
I think they did.
They stunk. And it all started in Ireland, everybody.
Yep.
By the end of it, though, I was definitely looking up travel rates to Ireland. They got me. I mean, I didn't hit buy on any vacations, but
not going to take a flight on Aer Lingus.
But I did go down the rabbit hole of I wonder what it would look like here. I wonder what that would look like. Play some golf with the kids, maybe. I don't know.
And the closest thing I'm going to get to going to Ireland is having a bowl of Lucky Charms.
You're like, it's kind of a links course up at Wasatch Mountain State Park up there in Heber City. It's kind of a nice golf course there. It's green.
Magically delicious. That's
Lucky
about the extent of it
Charms.
for me.
All right. Our program
Maybe
brought
some
to you,
Irish Spring in the shower. That's about it.
Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. Hey, G2G they could use a mint chocolate kind of situation.
Ooh, no. Put some
You're
lucky,
welcome.
like marshmallow, like Lucky Charm, marshmallow.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
flavor
as it is,
for G2G.
As it is, they all taste really phenomenal anyway. So give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section.
Eating marshmallows is probably not a good meal replacement.
I love our suggestion for our sponsor. Like, hey, I like your healthy protein bars. Have you thought about marshmallows?
I think you need more marshmallows.
That's why we aren't making up. That's why we aren't the ones making their recipes. All right, let's kick things off here as we always.
I have the best ideas.
A protein bar that does not fly out the window. All right. That's enough of those references that only you and I get, JJ. Let's jump in here. It is the top of the hour. It is The Cut. Let's get to it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. An amazing deal with these guys. If you're one of those people that wants to get the retirement figured out and you want to be able to get it done with some confidence, get with Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's TrajanWealth.com. All right, JJ, let's get up to Utah's practice and the sound coming out of Kyle Whittingham's first press conference as they get ready for an actual opponent this weekend. And I say an actual opponent too. This is a Power 4 team. This is a location they're familiar with. This is a team that needs to redefine what their future is going to look like. No better way for UCLA to get on the map than a win over Utah at the front end of the year for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that'd be huge.
With a new big-time quarterback.
Yeah, a big name that it's been all the rage in the offseason, of course, to be able to get Nico in there and playing ball for those guys. But the question is Utah totally redefined by who their quarterback room is and represents and what that offense could bring? Kyle Whittingham talking about the team's identity coming out of camp and going into this first week against this UCLA team down at the Rose Bowl.
There's a lot of new faces, I can tell you that. So 50% of the guys we got weren't a part of what went on last year. But we're excited about the things we're doing on offense. You know, it's a new scheme and new quarterback and hopefully some good stuff there. Defense has been very solid all through fall camp. But you never know what you're going to get until you line up and play somebody else. You know, you can only learn so much playing against yourselves. But I know our guys that were here last year and went through that debacle, I guess, for lack of a better word, are excited to get back on the field and get going and try to make a better showing.
I know he knows that those guys want to get through it, but that's not the first time that Kyle Whittingham has, and he's continued to do it. He did it at Big 12 Media Day when we chatted with him. He used the term debacle also. He's like, and he even said, for lack of a better term, it's because he can't cuss on the radio. That's why it's not, the lack of the better term is he doesn't want to say what he really thinks, which is he wants to erase all the feelings that go with that. No better way to do it than a win at the Rose Bowl, and maybe even doing it with a new version of what this Utah team could do on offense. You score a lot of points, you hold UCLA to not very many, and suddenly you start to forget last year pretty quickly.
Yeah, what's the best case scenario for Utah on Saturday night? It's going down to the Rose Bowl and a place that fans love to be, and the excitement surrounding that, some sentimental feelings about playing UCLA again. Had some great games over the past decade when they were in the Pac-12. And you go down there and beat them soundly. You don't worry about the fact that they've got a new quarterback that's that's nationally known.
Mm-hmm.
Whoopity-doo. You have the best. You think you have one of the best defenses in the country. You got to go shut him down. You brought in Jason Beck to bring this offense from New Mexico that was ranked 4th in the country last year, and you bring with it a starting quarterback in Devin Dampier who has breathed life into your program, brought an energy about him and a confidence and a swagger about him in a very positive way that your program desperately needed. For Utah, you want your offense to go out there and have him pick up where he left off last year, be dynamic and explosive and exciting on offense, and shut it down defensively. And it all starts with your offensive line controlling the line of scrimmage against their tough front. UCLA is good defensively. They have been for some time. They've got some dudes up front, but Utah should be better up front. If that's what Utah can do on Saturday night and they dominate that game, I mean, UCLA, I get it. You respect UCLA. It's a brand. But they were picked to finish 16th in the Big Ten. If you are Utah and you think you're back and you think you're contending for a Big 12 title, you should beat the 16th best team in the Big Ten.
Yep.
You should beat them, and you should beat them by a touchdown or two.
JJ, not that this is something that's important to you, neither you nor I, but any thoughts on what do you think the spread is on this game?
I guess it would be Utah minus 6.5.
Nailed it.
Did I? Good.
It's just under a touchdown. That's the consensus. And I think that and they don't have a lot of points necessarily being scored by either one of these teams. But
I don't think it's going to be –
but a lot more.
This is not going to be 45-38.
No. But I think that they have them combined. I think the over-under is 50.5. And so I think just that number by itself has Utah fans going, hey, man, you win by 6.5 and the over-under is 50-something? Okay. It takes 30 some odd points that first game of the year down at the Rose Bowl.
If they were able to get to 30,
they win the game by. If they get to 30, they win the game by 16
touchdowns.
points. Yeah. So I think that I think this is one of those games that you're going to see no better way, like I said, to put this thing in the rear view last year in the rear view than getting a win out of the gate against a P4 opponent and against a big program. I mean, you say what you will about UCLA, they're definitely in the bottom third of that ACC table, but the Big Ten table, but it's a program, man, that can do well, and I really hope that Deshaun Foster can turn it around. I mean, he was handed a little bit of a mess, obviously, and so I hope they can figure this thing out. Here's Kyle Whittingham talking about the offense and the offensive identity as it's important to Week 1 because look, say what you will, you love defense, Whit, but you got to score some points, man.
We know who we want to be, and it'll be an evolution. I mean, that's just how it is when you have half a new team. You don't know a whole lot about a lot of the guys, and you got to see how they react in the game situation and who starts to come on and make plays. And every year seems to be 2 or 3 guys that really surprise you, and a couple guys thought you were going to be able to count on don't produce as well. So we'll see how that goes.
We know what we want to do. We want to score a lot of points. Back to you. I mean, that's the reality. You want to see what these guys can do.
Score a lot of points, take care of the football. Don't turn it over. It's real simple. Football's not complicated.
And Utah football on paper is not complicated either.
No.
Their number one thing is do not turn that ball over. And I think that I know that a lot of talk is given about Devin Dampier and what he could do on the ground with his legs, and hopefully he can throw that football around and get some success going. But if they can get that run game up and running, man, if they could get 200 yards on the ground, 250 on the ground, I think they'd be in a spot where they look and they go, okay, something else is going on now. We're doing something different
That's
here.
Utah football.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be.
And I think that
didn't happen last year.
No, and I think this is a team that has the potential to win 8 games in conference play. I mean, they really do. They really have a shot to.
That would put you in the Big 12 championship game, most likely.
They'd be there in Arlington, and you know what?
They have a tough schedule. It's not an easy road to get there.
But I think we were talking about this on Saturday, right, Alex Napolis? We were talking about how by the end of the year, I think that the strength of schedule, you're going to see it shift. Obviously, what the reality is, and I think by the end, Utah may end up with having a schedule that ended up being something that played out for them a lot better. And I think that they're going to get teams at home that I think they would prefer, obviously, to have at home. And I think they could do well. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing a Utah team turn it around. And, I mean, nothing better for us here locally than to have BYU and Utah playing against one another with a lot on the line.
Can you imagine if they're both undefeated going into that game in October?
Even a loss here and there for both of them, even if they were just one loss apiece, they'll likely still be 5-1 and ranked going into that game, depending on when they lose, if they were to lose a game. But I'm telling you, it's a real possibility. And the only way to get one of these teams here to be the quote-unquote bell cow of this conference is to do that, is to make that kind of a statement and for them to be good every year. Here's Witt talking about UCLA's defense and what they're facing up against with this offensive line at Utah, who's one of the best they've ever had.
They're good up front. 58, I believe, is the number. That's their best guy. The interior guy is a really good D tackle. And UCLA, they're going to have big, strong, athletic guys. They always do. They always have ever since we joined the Pac-12. And so they never have a shortage of athletes or physicality. So it'll be a big challenge for our guys. But again, I stand by that. On paper, this is the best offensive line we've had. We got to go out and prove it. But you got two guys that are, hopefully high draft choices and three seniors inside. I mean, there's no reason why we shouldn't be very solid up front. And that's really the starting point for the offense this year, is leaning on that offensive line.
Okay, you know what you're going to get with Utah's offensive line is consistency. It's leadership, and I'm looking forward to see what Spencer Fano and his group can do. Finally, here was because people want to know. They're like, "Hey, how much are you actually designing quarterback runs versus like just letting the guy run free once he has everybody covered downfield and he has a nice opening there for Devin Dampier?" You got to be able to balance that out.
He's very elusive breaking the pocket, I can tell you right now, so it might be close to 50-50 in that regard as far as design pure QB runs and him just getting out of jams. I'll say 50-50. That's a safe starting point.
That's a lot even for me, I think, though. You want the design runs to be 75% of what you're doing. I mean, sorry, you want the improv runs to be 75%. I don't know about designing 50% of the plays or 50% of his runs. But it also means that he's probably finding guys who are open too. He's throwing the ball a lot more if he is able to get it to that 50-50. I don't know.
It's hard because what makes him dynamic? What makes him great as a quarterback?
Why'd they bring him in?
Not just being a pocket passer.
Right.
He's not. You don't want him to go back there and be Drew Bledsoe. So he's going to run. You want him to run a little bit. You got to have him, but you just be smart, get out of bounds, get what you need to get, and get out of bounds, slide down. You want his athleticism. You want to take advantage of that. You do want him picking up yards. Now, do I think you want him to have nearly 1,100 yards rushing like he did last year? That's probably too much. You'd probably prefer that your other running backs can spread that weight. But you do want Devin Dampier out there making things difficult on defenses. That's the benefit of a dual-threat quarterback. That's what makes him dynamic and exciting, is his ability to make plays with both his arm and his legs. Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the defense. It makes you better as an offense, and it provides better opportunities and different types of plays that you can call to attack a defense. So you have to embrace some of that. I don't. You can't be so careful with your quarterbacks. I don't want them to get hurt, because there's a fine line there. You need to take advantage of that athleticism, because that's why they're out there in the first place. So I get the concern, but you just gotta have him let it rip, man. Just go do your thing, and we'll live with the results.
Do you think that in a game like this weekend, what could go wrong for Utah that is in a game like this, even if they're a better team than UCLA? What's something that does not help in that? Because we've seen starts of games, go really, really slow, and I know that turning over the ball is a big one, but
you just nailed it.
I just look at what
that's it.
It's the nightmare scenario.
What if? Dampier is, I don't know. You're familiar with the offense. You know the offensive coordinator, but it's just, you're in the Rose Bowl. You're on the road. You're playing against a really good defense. What if you have a couple turnovers early? What if there's a fumble? What if there's a couple picks? What if a ball's tipped? Things aren't going your way early. That can snowball on you. And I think you saw that to a degree last year with Utah. I think things snowballed on Isaac Wilson in some of those games where a turnover happened. All of a sudden, it's natural. You're going to lose some confidence. Like, oh, here we go again. And during that 7-game losing streak, I think that was the mentality that built. You saw it in the Arizona game that kind of started that slide, is that you saw the confidence shrink throughout that game. if you go to the Rose Bowl and things aren't going your way early, there's some guys that are on the team last year. They're like, oh, here we go again. I thought this was over. Some of the defensive players are like, wait, this is not what's been going on in practice. This is not what we thought was going to happen. I don't think any of that's going to happen. But you asked me that question, and that's how it happens, is the turnovers. And if Utah's defense can't force turnovers again this year, which was a big problem last year, there was not enough of that. They got to get back to being ball hawks. They got to make plays defensively that where they force turnovers, they take away possessions for the opposing team, and take some pressure off their offense. That defense, that's what they're built on. That's what they do. They get after the quarterback. They force turnovers. They're disruptive. They create chaos. You got to be more chaotic as a defense.
Yep.
And
absolutely.
If we're talking about Utah turnovers next Monday, then that's how it would happen, is the turnovers. That script that happened last year's got to flip when it comes to taking care of the football, and on the other side of the ball, forcing those opportunities.
JJ, this is I'm loving whatever you know, the nerves before these games, because the unknown is like probably what makes this week so much fun. Oh, yeah. Now, every game there's a little bit of that where you go, all right, I wonder what team shows up this week, right? Like, what's going to happen? How does this script play out this week? But when it's game one and it's opponent one and you have a brand new offense, like that's what we get excited for, because you're looking and you go, anything can happen, man. I mean, you look at this, and Utah fan, who's the biggest Utah fan of all the Utah fans, is sitting out there going, Devin Dampier's going to run for 140, he's going to throw for 310, and they're going to win this game 52-10. And that is a definite possibility on the list of things that could happen. The reality is maybe a little bit something more conservative, but I'm telling you, there are some things out there. And then you get out there and maybe a mistake is made. There's a little weird exchange under a center, and you go, uh-oh. Yeah. And things can get weird, and they can get sideways quick. And if you give a team like UCLA some confidence for no reason out of the gates, man, something can go really wrong. So I love the question of what on earth is going to happen this Saturday with all these teams. That's what makes this so much fun on these weekends. All right. Joining us in studio right now, we've been talking with the guys from Culligan SLC. CulliganSLC.com is the website. Coulson and Kent here in studio with us, and sharing awesome news, because this is the best offer that you guys have ever brought into the studio. We're kicking off football season the right way with you guys coming in. There's a couple of things going on. You want just the purified drinking water get delivered to the home? $100 of a credit that goes to your account right off the bat if you get signed up for that thing. And then the $1,500 off. Explain what the $1,500 off in the whole home system looks like, Kent, when somebody gets it called in and you guys come out and you I mean, that's the whole shebang there, but $1,500 off. You guys have never done this in studio here.
Yes, it's our pre-Labor Day special, but you got to call today during the show and book that free water test. So give us a call, 801-509-9602. You can get $1,500 off the whole home water system, which will filter your water. It'll run through a carbon filter, clean out all the chlorine that's coming into your home.
You don't have to have that yucky. You don't have to have that yucky chlorine taste, which to me sometimes I taste it and I think that municipalities are like, they're gonna taste it. They're gonna taste this bleachy taste and they're gonna know it's safe. And I'm like, I'll know something's going on. That's for dang sure. Yeah, you don't want that. You want to have the purified stuff, man.
It's the best stuff. Plus, it'll give you the reverse osmosis, so the clean, great tasting, purified water. Right out of your sink.
That's what you guys are known for, man.
You can have this whole home system. You can get $1,500 off, and people listening right now is like, there's no way. It's going to be too expensive.
No, not at all.
You can have this for $60 a month. You guys have financing available.
Yeah, we're running a deal right now that's 0 interest for 24 months.
Oh, okay. Well, I love it, because that's the kind of stuff we should be saying that every dang break now. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's keep pumping that. $1,500 off. They've got financing with up to 24 months of 0 interest. Is that what I'm hearing, right?
Correct, yeah.
As you guys look and you see what the competitors have out there, nobody touches what you guys' heritage is when it comes to what Culligan has done to the water industry.
No, it's bar none. Culligan is third-party certified by the Water Quality Association as the most efficient water softening system on the market today. The WQA, Water Quality Association, is kind of the governing body that oversees legislation for the whole water filtration industry, and they have certified us as the best water softener company in the market. And it's because we pride ourselves on the technology and the R&D that we put into our systems. Like I've been telling you, we have apps, right, that you can sense water in your home. If you're out of town, you set this thing on away mode and it senses that there's water usage in the house. It will alert you and it will allow you to go and shut the whole water to the house off so that you can limit damage. You can mitigate all that risk and save yourself thousands of dollars in unnecessary repairs. So it's a great system. It's a great company. We've been around since 1936, guys. Like, it's not like this is new. We're just trying to do what's best for Utah homeowners and provide better water for people and their families.
And a softener, a whole home filter, and reverse osmosis is going to change your life.
It really will.
It's going to make your life
It
so
is,
much better.
And the 5-gallon home delivery system will make you want to drink more water.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, water is healthy, water is hydrating. It has so many cognitive benefits. It has so many physical benefits. If you're upset or tired with your current water provider, please give us a call. We have a team of local experts that can help. All of our customer service reps are located here in Salt Lake. It's not outsourced. It's not AI driven. These are people that we employ that are really passionate about providing the best customer service in the industry.
It's not shipped in from out of state.
It's not. The water isn't trucked in like some other places or competitors have. So, yeah, we produce all this stuff here locally, and we think it's a pretty good product.
Let me give you the phone number again. So a couple things going on. The $100 of the credit to your account on that delivered water, boom, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. While you're on the phone, ask them about the $1,500 off the whole home system as well. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. CulliganSLC.com. We'll chat with you guys in a few minutes here.
Thank you.
Good to see you. We'll come back. We got more to go. Around the corner, got an NFL Blitz you don't want to miss on a Monday, so stay here. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound problems and big delays on the I-215 westbelt as debris is being cleared off the left lane from an earlier crash that is now over on the right shoulder. Delays are back to around 17 north. Southbound I-15 slowing continues from Murray to Draper in Davis County, northbound from Antelope Drive to Layton up to Roy. Advanced Window Product, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Utah State will kick off the 2025 season with a battle at Maverick Stadium against UTEP. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then, catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
It's game week for the Utes, and the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's time to kick off the 2025 season as Kyle Whittingham and the Utes open the year with a battle in the Rose Bowl against UCLA. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases, notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think Bear ends his career at BYU?
Well, let me...
No chance in hell. Not a chance.
Oh, there's certainly a chance.
There's no chance he's going to be at BYU for the next 4 years. There's no chance he's going to be at BYU for 4 years. You've got Ryder Lyons coming in. Like, you've already got an end date for Bear.
Dude, bird in the hand, ball on the carpet. If the dude blows up, you're not chasing him out of town. The enticing factor about starting the freshman is, what if this person becomes the best quarterback in the country?
Yes, but the problem is that's no longer a thing, because when you're saying, what if they become the best in the country, you enter the market, right? You're training a guy who's going to hit the market, and I don't care what school you're at, the market will dictate whether they want to leave or not.
It is true, but you have them under your umbrella. Ella, hilarious. But you hope that you can keep them there, and you worry about that down the line.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU linebacker Jack Kelly shares the team's reaction to knowing Bear was named the starting quarterback.
I mean, we were all excited. We know our coaches are going to make the right decisions and who's performing the best at this moment. We all love him. He's a great guy, great leader for this offense, and he had a really amazing camp, so we're all rallying behind him.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Go down to Kenny J's. Right now, we're going to be there Wednesday, by the way, so come join us Wednesday at Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. That's your Cougars at 30 update. JJ and Alex continues right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what that music means? It's our NFL Blitz. Before we get to it, though, I want to mention that Hans and Scotty on Tuesday, that's tomorrow. They're going to be at My Hearing Centers in Sandy, 8941 South and 7th East. Noon to 3 tomorrow, My Hearing Centers. There you go. JJ, they figured it out, the Commanders and Terry McLaurin. I bet the happiest guy in the room is not even Terry McLaurin. I bet it is this. It goes in this order. Jaden Daniels, then Terry McLaurin, then Terry McLaurin's agent. Boom. There you go.
Don't forget Dan Quinn in there either.
I guess Dan Quinn as the head coach of the Commanders should feel pretty good. I mean, honestly.
You don't want to dip from last year. You don't want to be a one-hit wonder.
The thing is it's one thing, too, to see these guys, you know, and the possibility of whether or not they're going to be there or not, and one of your weapons is going to be back or not. But here's the worst part about all this is that you've watched other teams and what do they call it? It's not really a holdout. What do they call it? A sit-in? Or the hold-in. Yeah. I don't like hold-in.
They're at practice, but they're not performing at practice.
Right.
They're just walking around in T-shirt and shorts.
Look, you could pull the Micah Parsons that was going on the sidelines. Did you see that? Micah Parsons was full-on looking like my 10-year-old bored out of his mind at home. He's rolling around on the ground. He was on the massage table on the sideline with a like $1 thing of nachos. Did you see him? And Coach
he could do better than that.
Coach Brian Schottenheimer goes, I don't know what it was that he was doing, but it wasn't good, whatever it was.
Jeez,
because it was basically him protesting.
Way to go, Jay.
It was basically him protesting. It's like, you got him. So McLaurin gets signed up. And by the way, here are the terms of the deal. He gets a 3-year, $96 million extension. Holy cow. So there you go. How old is McLaurin, by the way?
30. It's the highest contract ever given to a 30-year-old receiver.
Well, that's it's worth it. It's worth it if it can pay off. And even if it's not, even if it doesn't get the type of production he did last year, to be able to make sure that your second-year superstar quarterback has the weapons that he wants, it's worth it. It's worth it.
There was another deal done today.
I was going to ask you, though, before we get to that. Does Dan Snyder ever make that move? Does he ever approve that deal?
Oh, no way. They wouldn't have drafted Jaden Daniel. I mean, there's just so many. Everything that's positive about the Washington franchise right now never would have happened under the old ownership. Ownership, it all starts at the top. Ownership is everything.
Amazing.
Speaking of bad ownership. The Cincinnati Bungles.
Oh, my gosh, I saw this.
Bungle everything. But they finally got a deal done. Trey Hendrickson, his contract situation has been resolved. The star pass rusher is going to get a $14 million raise from the Bungles. So his 2025 salary goes up to $30 million.
Did you see, by the way, I'm glad they got a deal done. That's also a disaster.
He's also 30, by the way.
Did you see, though, that I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Boomer Esiason who was talking about it, because they have these Ring of Honor recipients that they were going to honor this year, and they asked them to come back to the game, to one of these games, to do this full thing where the Ring of Honor recipients are all there, and they were going to add a couple more names to it, and then they asked them all to pay for their flights to get there.
And hotel.
There's no more Cincinnati Bengals thing that you could have told me than that right there. That tells you where this franchise is. Now, look, you might think to yourself, well, come on, these adults, they can pay for themselves to get out to this game. That's not how this works. They're inviting these guys as basically a promotional deal to go, look who's coming back this weekend to the stadium.
And they want them to foot the bill.
and they want them to pay for their airfare and hotel.
It's like inviting people to your party and then charging at the door to pay for the party. Hey, come to my party.
No.
And then they show up, it's like, oh, it's a $30 charge?
No. It'd be saying, hey, JJ's having a 40th birthday party, and then I send you the bill for your 40th birthday party. I go, hey, great party, dude, but that pizza I bought wasn't cheap. Come on, man.
The Bengals don't deserve
the
players they have right now.
Anything.
And they have good players.
By the way, the Saints have released veteran running back Cam Akers. Jeez. He was there for 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
A little older.
Cam Akers has had a lot of injuries. Probably doesn't have it anymore.
Speaking of guys, some names locally here that we've been tracking about whether or not you could see some getting cut or not. The locals in the NFL, Jacob Robinson, standout for BYU at the defensive back position last year, broke his forearm in some preseason action, and that, according to a lot of the odds makers here, a lot of the people who are putting these lists together, might actually be the straw that broke the cornerback's forearm, because that might get him waived by itself. I mean, he's had a great camp and everything.
I would hate that because he's been very good.
Yeah.
And we know he's good. Yep. He was showing the 49ers that he was good. Hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully he can get on the field. It's we still a couple weeks before the season opens, so hopefully he can get healed up and stay on the roster because he deserves to be.
By the way, Tyler Huntley, victim of cuts at Cleveland because they want to keep Shedeur Sanders over Tyler Huntley.
That wasn't a surprise. When they signed him, we knew it was just a preseason injury replacement.
They had to get him through it.
Tyler had a chance to go out and play preseason games and show teams what he can do, and hopefully he gets the call from somebody here this week. I think the Raiders might be looking for a backup quarterback or a number 3. They've got an injury situation, so there's going to be some opportunities for Tyler Huntley. He's a name. He's proven himself, and he had a good preseason.
It's always nerve-wracking because you follow these guys in college, the local names that you're like, that guy's going to be so good. And when they get cut, you're like, the NFL, you said it right before the show because I think we were talking about Jacob Robinson's injury and Tyler Batty. I think he's gone through some injuries, and it was just like, what was the term? Or what did you say? The NFL is freaking brutal, man.
Yeah.
It's just brutal.
Zach Moss was released earlier in the preseason from the Bengals because his neck's not healing. And you're like, gosh, I hope that's not the end of Zach Moss in the NFL.
And it could
hopefully
be.
Get that right, but you don't mess with the neck, man. Yeah, it's brutal. It's
tough
brutal.
to watch.
Tough
All right.
business.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have our best and worst next. You don't want to miss it. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars. And the Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Cougars open the season at home at LaBelle Edwards Stadium as they welcome in Portland State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch college football Saturday. Game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app.
Yeah, boy!
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. And getting onto the scale at the beginning during the reduction phase, it's awesome to see how much of that weight is just peeling off. You don't have to do the injections. You don't have to do the supplements. You don't have to do the crazy stuff. Just get on a program that is actually sustainable, and it's going to be best for your health overall. Long term, you're going to be able to see that success. JJ and I have had it. We've been on the program since April of 2024, and we've lost the weight, and we've kept it off, and you can too.
Yeah, this is going to change your life. If you're out there listening and you've struggled with weight loss, you've tried different things, could be fad diets, could be the GLP-1 route, whatever. Some things just aren't sustainable. You can't eat keto for the rest of your life, right? You got to find something that's going to last a lifetime. And this program is going to help you find that. It's a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program. It's going to help you lose weight fast, and it's going to help you keep it off. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. A year later, I'm keeping that weight off. This program works. And if you want to give it a try, you can get $200 off right now. Just tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get $200 off the program. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Schedule the free consultation. Get your questions answered. if this is the right fit for you, join us. $200 off right now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about his decision to return to Utah and coach this season.
You know, if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't have come back. If I wasn't having the passion for the game and the energy, and you better have a lot of energy for this job. You know that. So no second thoughts whatsoever. I'm excited to get the season going and watch these guys play and see what we can do.
That's your Utes at 50 update. You know what I have energy for is barbecue. Go visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Kenny J's is awesome. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Kenny J's Barbecue brings you your Utes at 50 update each and every day right here on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, best and worst, as always, brought to you by the good folks at your Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. JJ, real quickly here for your best and worst. The best is I saw this. I got this notification, and it was one of those that you're like kind of going around on the weekend, and you kind of like do a double take at it, and you go, wait, what? And if you ever thought that, I thought that cards were going away forever. Sports memorabilia COVID did some industries really, really well. Sports memorabilia is one of those.
Yes.
They have been absolutely killing it since then. And here's the actual fruits of that. A Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant dual autograph card has just sold at auction for a record-setting $12.9 million.
Wow.
$13 million for a basketball card that Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant both signed together. And it's wild. It's wild to think that that's where we're at now. $13 million for an autograph.
How did somebody get that to happen? That's what I'm wondering. That's a pretty great accomplishment.
Somebody presented Tom Brady with, and they weren't like giving it to him, they were just showing it to him, but he had signed a piece of memorabilia, and I think it was signed that they were able to verify too. And so it was basically like this GOAT like situation, like it was a placard that I think Babe Ruth, or no, maybe it was Joe DiMaggio. It was somebody who signed it from early baseball, and it was Michael Jordan, and it was Tom Brady, and it was like the best of every sport, and they were able to get that final autograph from Tom Brady. And that one is going to go – that one's going to be your highest selling thing ever probably, right?
Yeah,
like at some point.
Sure.
But we'll see whenever they put that up. And then the worst, of course, of the day.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man.
This is terrible news.
This is bad news for people who are trying to watch.
This might ruin the first weekend of college football.
Fox is supposed to air Texas and Ohio State and Utah and UCLA. That's important to know because YouTube TV, according to them, the deadline has not been reached. And apparently if they don't reach it on Wednesday by 5 o'clock Eastern, the Fox-owned networks will go dark on YouTube TV. Where Kent just threw his arms up in the air.
Can you imagine?
Oh, boy. Hey, now listen. You're going to have to...
A lot of us have gone YouTube TV.
I know.
And this might make people go not YouTube TV real quick.
Look, we've all had that thing happen where you're, whatever carrier it is, if it's cable, if it's satellite, whatever. Where you turn it there and it's all... Ask your owners about why they haven't signed their contract with us yet.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't freaking care. I want to watch a football game. Hey, call up your local station and say, what the heck? No. Get a freaking contract done. Let's all watch some dang football.
Just let the boy watch TV.
Let the boy.
Let the boy have Fox on YouTube TV. He's a good boy. He just wants to watch some football.
Please let me watch your football. Was that some Hurley boy? Is that what that was?
That's exactly what that was.
Look at you. Look at us watching SNL in the 90s together. Joining us one final time. Figure it out, by the way, TV people. Come on. Just figure it out. JJ, I'm going to blame you because you're the only TV guy in the room. Did you guys figure it out?
We're not Fox.
But figure it out, would you?
All right,
Just
sure.
your people. Make a call. I don't know.
The Waterboy wants to watch some football this weekend.
I know.
Waterboy.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the Waterboy going to do without the games on Fox?
Listen, I will say this, though. First of all, we've had Culligan in studio all day here with us. Colson and Kent nice enough to hang out and nice enough to bring their best deals that they've ever had in terms of money you can save, awesome pre-Labor Day sale that they're going to be doing right now. And if you're calling today, we only have a few more minutes now to be able to take advantage of this. So let's roll out the two deals. Let's make sure that our listeners know the best deals they can get on this stuff. If it's $100 of the credit that they get for the water delivered, or the $1,500 off, how can they take advantage of these?
Yeah, so give us a call, 801-509-9602. So let's say you want the 5-gallon water delivered to your home or your office. Give us a call, and we'll set up the account, and you get a $100 credit. So you're going to have free water for the next couple of months. Super easy. Now, let's say you've got some water needs in your home. We've got $1,500 off this whole home water system. If you call and book an appointment today, you don't have to have the appointment today, but you got to call and book the appointment. The appointment can happen in the next couple of days. We can give you $1,500 off this whole home system. It's going to take care of all of the water needs in your home. You won't have to worry about it. And we can service this thing, right? You have something that goes wrong, you need to tweak it. Water changes over time.
Yeah.
Right? Like you talked
And every
earlier,
municipality is different too, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the difference.
Yeah. So the nice thing about our systems as well is that those systems adjust with the water quality as it's happening. So it's really, really the most efficient system, and you're always getting the best quality of water that's possible.
And you can mix and match these deals. It's not one or the other. You can get both.
Well,
yeah.
If
Look
you
at
want,
that.
yeah, well, listen. Oh, I was going to say, there's not like at the very end we go, not available in Hawaii or Cancun and no combining the two offers. It's like, look, I want the water delivered. Yes, boom, $100 credit to the account. And I want the whole home system. Yes, please, $1,500 off. Just get it all starts with the water test. Your water's different. The water in Fruit Heights where I'm at is different than where JJ lives down in Bluffdale. It's
Very
just the way it is. And so get it tested, see what they can do for you, see what the problems are in that area that you guys can address as well. You can get that done today. Let me give that phone number out. $1,500 off, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. $100 credit for the delivered water, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. You can also visit them, culliganslc.com. Fellas, thanks for hanging out in the studio today.
Thanks, guys.
We
It's been
appreciate
fun.
it.
It's great to be back.
Yeah,
It's fun.
We'll see you through the football season here, man. We're looking forward to it. All right, we'll take the break here. We've got more to go right around the corner. Don't miss any of it right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ticket Tuesday is back. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to a Salt Lake Bees game. Don't miss a free family night out and your chance to check out the new stadium. Listen all day Tuesday for your chance to win a family pack of tickets every hour. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival, starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Mills is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMills.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMills.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Football week is upon you. Thank the Lord that we're here now. Thank heavens we're back into actual football. JJ, I want to apologize to all my friends and family out there. I talked about how great that Fremont-Davis game was going to be on Friday night. It was 21-0, and I went, oh, Davis has got this. When they punched in a touchdown with 3 minutes and 13 seconds left on Friday night, I went, oh, they got this. I left the stadium early to put my kids to bed. Like a terrible dad, I took my boys away from a great ending of a football game.
Narrator, they didn't have this.
They did not have this.
28-14.
Ooh.
And Fremont came back to win.
You know
overtime.
what, though? This is what
3 minutes left. It was 28-14.
Well, let me tell you how I got bailed out. So I get home in the 3.5 minutes it took me to get home. I walk in the door. My wife goes, "What are you guys doing?" I go, "What?" She goes, "It's tied." I went, "No!" What did I do? Hit the old KSL Sports app. Start watching JJ and Sly with the coin toss at the middle of the field for overtime. I went, "Well, at least this works out."
Yeah.
And there you are. You get fireworks at the beginning of the season. So we got football, high school football in the books. You've got your local teams finally game prepping. Now they've been game prepping, but now they have to actually start talking about their opponents, JJ. BYU put out a depth chart. We're starting to see some reality going on here. Kyle Whittingham's talking about an opponent. Kalani Sitake's talking about an opponent. Here we are in the middle of football season, JJ. It's official. It'll be week 9 before we even breathe. We're going to suddenly wake up and it's going to be 2 months into the season, 2 bye weeks in the books. You know how this goes. This thing isn't going to stop, man.
And you know what I love about this season is the unknown.
Oh, it's great.
Last year, we thought we knew things, and we were humbled, and we learned our lesson. This year, I have no idea what Utah's going to do. I have no idea what BYU is going to do with a true freshman quarterback. We know nothing about Utah State. They released their depth chart today. It's literally blank. In the release they put out today, they have a depth chart. It's literally blank. There's nothing on it.
Kyle should have drawn us a middle finger. That's what he should have done.
I mean, Bronco Mendenhall put out a depth chart that has nothing on it.
I know.
Utah didn't even try to put one out.
No.
But Utah State literally released a depth chart that's white.
Hey, listen.
No names on it.
We're in the
I love it.
we
have no idea.
We're in the new age of college football, man. Our show.
I love the unknown.
I love it too. Our show is brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients, no preservatives. The G2G Bar is a perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. We got to talk some college football on Saturday. Alex Napolis, our producer, Christian Esparza, who produces, of course, in the mornings, mid-mornings with Jake and Ben. How'd you feel about it? You felt like football season was real? You felt like we got off to a normal start here?
I feel like we're ready, man. We're ready to roll.
It was such an ugly game, though, on Saturday. And we're texting, JJ and I are texting during the game. We're like, bleh, what's going on here? Now, it was Irish weather But you know what?
It was gross.
What are we going to complain about? We got to see Hawaii come back against a very good Stanford team.
Oh, man. BYU's in big trouble week 2.
Oh, no. You know what, though? You'll get
How the mighty have fallen.
You'll get surprised. Things will.
Stanford lost to Hawaii.
Things will start to slip. Look, you know how it is going over to the islands. It's not necessarily easy. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, man. So lots of storylines. Yeah, Portland State lost 42-0 in their opener at home, by the way, against Tarleton State. So
who?
Yeah,
they lost to who?
The Texans.
Who?
Look, I watched that game for about 45 minutes, and I went, yuck. But you know what I learned is that you can get a great education at Tarleton State, where you, too, could be a Texan. I love that. So I learned a lot over the weekend about the teams that are going to be playing BYU the first weeks of the season, and that is that right now they've got a lot of work to do. You do not want – I heard Hans say it during their program, too. He goes, you do not want to win those games by 1,000,000 points and then have a false attitude about how your team's going to be performing the rest of the year.
Well,
but it's a perfect place for you to incubate, a true freshman, get a couple games under his belt, figure some things out. Why not?
You also don't want to win 17-3 or 17-10 against a Portland State. BYU has a history of poor opening performances
against them.
FCS opponents. 2 years ago, who was the team that they struggled with? Sam Houston?
It was Sam Houston. Were they FCS, or was it their first year in FBS or something like that? Either way, it was.
That was a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
You need to blow the doors off these FCS teams week 1 if that's who you're playing. Blow the doors off. Even Utah crushed Southern Utah last year. Of course, that didn't really tell us anything.
No.
We also couldn't predict that somebody would break their hand on a Gatorade jug. So
you make it sound so trite. Too soon. How dare you? Hey, we got to talk about it. You have to bring it up. Lots going on. Like I said, we've got tons to jump into here. We have sound from Provo. We've got sound from Utah. We've got all of these teams trying to figure out how to wrap their heads around what this first opponent's going to look like. The questions that these teams have to answer are all basically the same, but at the same time, the things you worry about for BYU are very different about the things you worry about with Utah. And worry might not be the right word because of how long you're going to have to wait to take on opponents that might give you an actual read on what your team looks like. So let's kick things off here. We've got some sound to play from Provo. We have a depth chart, like we said, for BYU versus Portland State for this week. So it's getting real. Let's jump in here with a cut, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day.